Alright. So I looked through my settings and for some reason... Okay. This is such a great start to the stream. Awesome, dude. Yeah, but for some reason, all my, like, all this was off. Sound effects, ambience. Yeah, everything was off for some reason. But I got it back, so it's not as fucking deafening and frustrating. What am I supposed to do? Free something? Huh? Oh. Are there more over here? Fuck is render scale? Low latency mode. I don't know what that is. I don't know. That's not what I wanted, but okay. Thought I clicked away from it. I'm gonna listen and watch some YouTube.
This is Merc Music, and today I'm going to be reacting to Modern Warfare 2 Steam reviews. The official worldwide live reveal event for Modern Warfare 3 in Warzone is going to be happening on Thursday. I'm going to be streaming it on YouTube, and if you don't subscribe and turn on notifications right now, Grogu's going to get it. Wait, what am I saying? If I try to go up against Grogu, he's just going to kill me with his magic or whatever, so yeah. Regardless of whoever Grogu decides to kill, I can still guarantee you that we're going to be reacting to Modern Warfare 2 reviews on Steam, so let's get it. It's a really good game. That was written by God. OG COD. Very good. Thumbs up. My balls itch! Here I will leave the cat. Friends who pass by can pet it and give it a thumbs up in awards.
Yeah, this cat on Steam has more awards than I've ever won in my life.
Can't play single player. Yeah, for the most part, Modern Warfare 2 on Steam has some really positive reviews. But this is the wrong game. Because instead of reacting to Steam reviews for Modern Warfare 2, we're going to be reacting to Steam reviews for Modern Warfare 2. Wow, this is a completely different story. Not only are the recent reviews overwhelmingly negative, but all of the reviews for this game are overwhelmingly negative. You know we gotta check it out, man. Let's see what the people are saying. These MS really thought they can hide. This game is made by the most evil and greedy scum on the planet. We all thought it couldn't get worse than EA, but we were wrong. So much greedy and little effort into the actual game, instead banking off horrible collabs that ruin the original vibe of the game. It's honestly disgusting. The Activision Call of Duty empire has to fall, just like Dice and Battlefield. Anti-Activision action now. This review is written by Colonel Doggo, and he's a colonel, so he's got a pretty high ranking. Lots of hacking going on, matchmaking is absolute garbage, and they're trying very, very hard to be like Fortnite. Completely alienated the COD player base with the endless money grab. Amen, Dank Taurus. Imagine having to create a new game page because the launch was so bad to have the review stats physically can't be any better than mixed LMFAO. This is some funky English, but I think I get what they're saying. It kind of sounds like Modern Warfare 2 on Steam might have had some mixed reviews, so they recreated the Steam page, and now it just got even worse. Oh, we have a positive review. It just says, good game. Care to elaborate on how and why? Oh, we have another positive review. Loved the campaign. I've played 6 times because I really enjoyed it. I'm sorry. I actually think the Modern Warfare 2 campaign's okay. Moving on. The rickety multiplayer microtransaction heart is what gives this game an overwhelmingly negative score. Would buy but play any other multiplayer game than this. Now I will say I have replayed the Modern Warfare 2 2022 campaign one more time, and it was okay. Not the best Call of Duty campaign ever, but it's not bad either. The multiplayer is not worth the $70. Nobody actually plays it. They just sit and jerk off with one hand and play with the other. Splooge-based matchmaking is what's going on there. Campaign good. Multiplayer bad. Yeah, I feel like this is a simplified version of that review from earlier. These morons really removed their old page for Modern Warfare 2 just to avoid the negative reviews and talk of the older COD games being better. I swear to God, Activision Blizz is ran by masochists. What is that? Now, just as a heads up, this next person that's leaving a review has received the game for free, so obviously they're going to be very biased and have a positive opinion. This game can be fun sometime, or a good time to pass time, or hear people if you kill them ever. Other than that, game is...
Can I have clown awards? Thanks.
Yeah, they also gave this game a thumbs down, and they successfully got 3 clown skin reward things. Why make a whole new Steam page for this shit? Soul is garbage. Don't spend a cent or a minute of your time on it. This guy has no time played on the game. This game sucks! Now, to be perfectly honest, I don't know if that's actually how everyone feels about the most recent Modern Warfare 2. I know we all have our own opinions and criticisms about the game, but I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the whole, like, Modern Warfare 2 Steam page changing. Like, it does seem kind of weird that they might have tried to change the Steam page to avoid having mixed reviews or negative reviews for the game, because it's clearly backfired here. They now have overwhelmingly negative reviews instead of having really all that much positive things going on for this game, which is just crazy, man. I did want to point out Overwatch 2 as well, though, because it is also an Activision Blizzard game, and it's been an absolute shit show with Overwatch 2. You see, Modern Warfare 2 only has roughly 1,000 overwhelmingly negative reviews, which doesn't seem that bad, especially in comparison to Overwatch 2, which has 121,000 overwhelmingly negative reviews. This is just insane, man. I mean, we're not gonna go through Overwatch's reviews because that's a separate thing, different game. But man, oh man, people are dragging Overwatch 2 on Steam through the mud. I mean, look, this guy's giving a cake recipe, and he's getting so many awards for it. That's just so dumb. I love it, though. It's just so funny. Let's look up Modern Warfare 2 on Xbox. Let's see what people are saying there. We could be in a similar situation to the Infinite Warfare reveal trailer, which got dislike bombed by the entire internet on YouTube. That was insane. Oh, yo, dude, it's got a 2.6 on Xbox. These reviews are actually from, like, kind of around the launch of the game. You know, weirdly enough, even though there's a lot of negative reviews, it's weirdly kind of reassuring to see people have, you know, similar opinions, at least to what I feel about the game. It seems like people overall kind of vibe with the campaign, and they like the story, and they want to see where it's going to continue to go, but they're just disappointed with multiplayer and Warzone. Definitely robbed of my hard-earned 75 bucks. You can polish this turd of a game. Doesn't change the fact it's still a turd. Yo, don't go after the devs, though. I mean, the devs are just making the game for Activision. Bad game. Use your money to buy food, please. Oh, I love it, dude. I could have bought multiple Taco Bell feasts with my money instead of this game. I'm disappointed. Same dirty toilet, different turd. I love how a lot of the Xbox reviews refer to the game as a turd. Big Boy Nut gives it a 1 star, says, gone forever. You cooked yourself. Like a chicken. I don't know where I was going with that. Pumpkin Face is talking about PC hackers, but this is an Xbox review from the console. Yeah, just turn off crossplay. I mean, yeah. Waste of money. Just go buy the original Modern Warfare 2 from 2009. I mean, yeah. Just do that. You can find physical copies of the original Modern Warfare 2 for like $5 to $10. It's insane. It actually is a better use of your money. Now let's see the reviews on PlayStation. Do they not have reviews on PlayStation? The audience rating on Google is also a 1.9. Dude, this is crazy. Wait, on Target it has a 4.8? What? Oh my god, it has such a positive review on Target. It's got a 4.8 out of 5. We gotta read the reviews. Got this for my 16-year-old daughter for her birthday and she hasn't stopped playing it. She says it's her favorite one. Very pleased. This mom also bought it for her daughter. Basically pre-ordered the game, bought it the day before and picked it up the next day. Easy pickup, no issues. They gave it a 5 out of 5 for sound quality, but a 4 out of 5 for graphics. A lasting appeal rating of 5 out of 5. Dude, what game are you playing? Ain't no way this is for the new Modern Warfare 2. I mean, they even spelled it like the original right here. The best COD ever, I'll give it 5 out of 5 stars. Wait, I think that's it for the reviews. Everything else is just like a 5-star rating. That seems kind of sus. Now we're gonna check the GameStop reviews. Power to the players. We gotta see what they gotta say. I don't think their website is working. How about Best Buy? Top mentions. It's for children. Modern Fortnite 2. Easily one of the best first-person shooter games out there. With easy drop menus and the ability to take your existing Fortnite experience to another level when you choose third-person maps. Bro, this has to be a troll review. There's no way. Absolutely no way you're giving this a 5-star review on Best Buy saying that the menus are good. The Hulu menus. Gross! This guy gave it a 5-star review just titled Call of Duty. If you're a Call of Duty fan, it's same concept, like an iPhone, just an updated version. I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing that we're comparing Call of Duty to iPhones, but there it is. We gotta see all the customer reviews. This is great. That game damaged UPS. This was 8 months ago and they owned it for a week. From the first day that I buy these game, I have problem. The update are too long and it take at least 2 hours, and when you start playing the game online, these massage came out on the screen. Dev error 11557 and restart the game without saving the game every hour that I'm playing. Now the same massage came out when I'm playing the story mode. Let's see what their picture has. And we click on it and yep, they got the dev error. Now to be perfectly honest, I think this person might have had a stroke while writing this review, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people actually had that dev error and it was like really messing things up for a while. They still gave it a 3-star though. I mean, that's impressive.
This game is exceptional in graphics, game skill levels, and overall participation.
That's not a sentence. This review is not even a proper sentence and they just have a picture of the default like box art. That is so weird. 5-star review, COD. The game is super fun. I recommend it to kids of all ages. Please no. Oh, this isn't good, man. Oh my. Return to greatness. Excellent COD, my favorite since Ghost. It is easy to get into multiplayer, although it is challenging against great online players. The graphics, menus, and gameplay flow well. I'm not gonna lie, man, it feels like we're playing two completely different games. I mean, they have the picture of the new Modern Warfare 2 here. This is the kind of review that would make sense for the original Modern Warfare 2. A 5-star review that says,
Great definition.
awesome game, lots of action, and
Great definition.
very fun to play. This game has many story settings through the fictional lands. Ghost and Soap are two great characters in this game. The online version has revised weapons and improved maps. This version allows even more ways to eliminate your enemies with an enhanced kill streak option. I'm really looking forward to continuing with this game. What do you mean enhanced kill streak option? These are pretty much the same kill streaks we've had over and over again. Like, what? We have a 5-star review that says good. It was posted a week ago. They've had this game for 9 months. Good game, all day fun game. Friends, my favorite is playing. No, I would not recommend this to a friend. Make it make sense, man. Why are you giving it a 5-star review if you're not going to recommend it to your friends? But in the same breath, you're saying it's a good game all day, fun game, friend my favorite is playing. Okay, guys, I think I'm losing way too many brain cells reading the Best Buy reviews. This is amazing. Bought as a Christmas gift, he loved the game, can't wait to play. I would recommend this to a friend. 1-star rating. Awful, 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 waffle. You know, going into this video, I really only planned to react to the Steam reviews for Modern Warfare 2 because I saw that basically all of them were negative and I wasn't exactly sure why. It does kind of seem like the game has been review bombed because they like changed the Steam page and people feel like they're trying to evade negative reviews, which I do understand. But man, this was actually really eye-opening. Like, I didn't realize how bad the reviews really were on other places as well, except for like Best Buy and Target, which still just cracks me up, man. It's too funny. But regardless of whether or not Modern Warfare 2 is or isn't being review bombed on Steam, if you enjoy playing the game and you have fun playing it, that's totally fine. That's your own opinion. I think it's safe to say say that when it comes to a franchise like Call of Duty, which has gone through so many changes and different types of gameplay and different studios over the years, it's going to be impossible for us to all agree on what we think is good and bad. But one thing I think we can all agree on is that these reviews for the game, no matter where you're looking, are just totally unhinged. And I love it. But with that being said, thank you guys very much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed watching me react to Modern Warfare 2 Steam reviews. Again, I will be live streaming the Modern Warfare 3 reveal event on Warzone, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel and you have notifications on so you don't miss the stream. And with that being said, I really do hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you guys did it and you want to see me react to more Steam reviews for games, make sure to drop a like. I'll see you guys later.
Come, Franco.
Boom.
We should explain what's happening right now.
Yeah,
The current situation.
All right, so Chris was doing backflips on a trampoline, and he threw his back out.
Yeah.
No, what Chris was doing some workout exercise, but he went too hard. He got too swole too fast, and he
Too
his
far.
disc up.
Yeah.
So right now he's in like almost like this like cool China pod with
Yeah,
like the.
it's awesome.
He's
I'm
got-
underneath the table with a mic aimed down through it, and I'm on my back,
Yeah.
and I've got a nice futon beneath me,
He's got like the best seat in the house.
and it's and we got a monitor glued to the table I'm looking at. It's fucking sick.
Yeah, it's like
is sick.
it's pretty sick.
If you
Sorry we haven't used any magic yet, Adam.
if
We
you would
will.
have brought up the future to me as a child, that's what I would have envisioned.
It's like the Ready Player One.
It is.
Yeah.
But I couldn't have done it without my good friend Adam, who drove to Best Buy to
Oh
got the
yeah.
small
We
USB
did a lot
monitor.
of stuff today.
It
Let
He
me
was
just say-
saved the
productive.
recording, you guys.
I hate Best Buy. I
Yeah.
really hate
Corey
Best
helped.
Buy. I
Corey
truly. You've already heard my
Oh my
rant and
God.
my rant-a-wreck on Best Buy
I
and,
like
and
Rant-a-wreck,
the
I
bullshit.
still I miss Fry's Electronics.
I do too.
Fries
They were
was
so cool.
good.
Yeah,
Fries
yeah,
rocked. There
why
was
the
also an
hell-
amazing like aesthetic.
Hey, Robert.
Oh my god!
He tracked
Oh
you.
my god.
Their tracking in this game is freaky.
They spin around.
Wait, shoot a magical bolt at him.
The thing is, magic isn't very good against certain
Okay.
people, but
Oh.
it will be good soon. So don't you
good.
worry your pretty little rear.
I'm not. Who's this guy? Oh my goodness.
The tracking in this game is not good. Also, I keep fucking being an idiot.
Why do you have a tiny dagger? That's not very good.
You're doing great,
It's
Corey.
not.
Yeah, get the fuck out of there. Holy shit.
But watch this.
That was really interesting.
That was sick.
That's not what I wanted to
14
do.
damn damage.
You were supposed to backstab.
I was trying to do that, yeah.
Oh
Oh.
God, your fucking
Corey, just get
your
the fuck out of
invincibility
there.
frames suck right
They're
now.
really bad.
Dude, why
Oh, I
does
don't have any
that...
Estus set.
What the hell?
Well, it's not good
Why
at
is he
all.
just standing
Oh,
there?
what the fuck?
He's waiting for me to attack. He's a gentleman.
Holy fuck!
Unlike me, who's
Ah.
trying to fish backstabs.
Dude, oh my
What?
God. All right,
That's Dark
fuck
Souls
this
2 in a
guy.
nutshell.
Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy,
yeah.
Corey.
All right, hold on.
I hate this,
This
like
is what
young
you get.
Vegeta. I hate him.
This is what you get.
This is what you get, Magic
Oh, I
Blast.
did nothing.
That
It's
did,
because he's
it
a shield
did.
in his way.
Shoot 29 more and he'll be dead.
There you go.
Hey! Take that. And a little bit of that.
Oh my
and a little
God.
bit of that. And oh, you got sliced.
Don't worry. We
Stop
got this.
using all your damn
Look at all the
life
people
Doesn't
he
gems.
matter.
kills.
Gems suck.
Oh, they're not good?
No,
I thought
they're
those
just
like
a
your,
nuisance.
I thought those like your Estus
They're
blasts
annoying.
in this game.
No, you get gems in this
Oh
game.
fuck! He's
How
got
the
a little.
fuck is he alive? I don't understand.
He has a little sliver. You can even just go up and hit him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
go
gonna
hit
do
him
that.
with your big stick. Go hit him
This
with the
game's
stick.
so weird. You have to hold Y. I kind
Die,
of like it.
die,
Kind of like how
die,
bad and
die.
chunky this game is. I kind of love how janky this fucking game is. I
mean,
don't know. I just love the aesthetic of Dark Souls 2. I know it's not a good Dark Souls game, but I think it's a good
It
game.
is rather impressive.
We got Sublime Baba
It
Dice.
just looks too much like Resident Evil to me.
What the fuck are you talking
What?
about?
Wait,
That's
it-
the look like Resident
you mean
Evil.
Resident Evil 2? Or
th- this
4?
game looks like
He
it just-
looks like a baby, dude.
it looks janky.
That's Vegeta.
Hello.
It looks like it looks like Leon.
No, it does not.
Leon has blonde hair. Beautiful
Leon has-
blonde
Adam, the
locks.
fuck you talking about?
Okay.
Adam, you look like Adam.
Obviously,
Adam, you
Adam's
look like
Adam's
Adam.
Gourd, Adam's
Adam, you look like an Adam to
Adam's
me.
I'm losing my
I do
fucking
look like an
guard.
Sounds like me.
That's what you do.
I'm sorry, I'm losing my fucking guard!
My fucking guard! I can't do you, Corey. Sorry. You're like.
I try not to scream into the mic. I move my mouth away like
Tezande.
Tezande.
Oh
Especially when I
yeah.
play TF2.
Move my cock away from the mic to cream.
Eder, put a shot of
Don't
that,
do
but with
that.
like text underneath it.
You move my cock away from the pussy to cum.
It's probably a good idea.
Use the same shot just with what Chris just said.
Make a really realistic AI image of Tezande not coming in a woman.
He's never coming a woman.
That's so mean. Why are we throwing down on Tezande?
Well, no, I'm not. I love him. I love him so much.
I love his TF2 playthrough.
I love him too.
He's legendary
but
for
he's
that.
definitely never
Rain.
come on a woman. Maybe he has. I don't know.
All right, well, guess what? I'm a fucking idiot. You want to know why? You want to know why?
stupid idiot?
Because I haven't done this. And also, I have to burn the Sublime Blood Shard.
Sublime Blood
Sublime
Shard.
Bud Fart.
Some see crimson pine, but feel the pain.
Ah,
Oh, hey,
my
my ladies.
Julia.
Let me just see.
I gotta
up
get a
here.
shard going.
Get what?
Upgrade.
We're going through this game too fast. We need to
Yeah,
slow down
hurry
and
up,
smell
Corey.
the
Go
roses.
faster.
I am. I'm going pretty fast, I think.
Wait, we only have one Estus flask?
Yeah, you get. Okay, so in this game, they don't have the thing they used to have.
What the hell is happening?
Where, like, you don't get like 15 or 20 Estus. You only get
Whoa.
one at a time. You get these things called Estus shards, and you bring them to them, and they bring them back, which they ended up really liking because they did the same thing for the bone shard, which I honestly think is cool. Like, it makes it kind of difficult at first,
What is
but then it kind of
happening?
also trivializes it because you have the gems you break. So,
You know what I think we should do?
What should we do?
everybody clap your hands.
What? I think we need more Estus flasks.
I know, we'll get some.
Why do we only have one? Can you click down on your D-pad?
We'll get
so
more
I can see how
Estus,
many we have?
bro.
It's the Norman's wife.
How
Brother
many-
Bear, we'll get more Estus.
Whoa! Hey! He lit the
This
lamp.
is-
One Piece.
It's the name of
Alright,
the
this is gonna be
treasure
really
on the
hard.
ground.
So-
It's easy peasy if
Adam,
you're
who's your
Luffy.
favorite One Piece?
Probably,
the
I have
name
a
of the
tie.
pirates.
I have a tie.
Who's your tie?
It's either between, well, it's actually a try. I have 3 of them.
Yeah.
I really like
Oh,
Luffy,
you fucking slut.
Luffy.
but that's kind of a basic bitch answer.
But he is cool.
You
He's the
bitch!
Yeah, you tell him, Corey.
Fuck!
Then,
Uh-oh.
but my,
It's not good.
Oh,
but
it's
then,
bad.
It's just not good.
and then actually I have 4, and then it's, and then it goes probably Bon Clay,
Yeah.
and then Shanks.
Shanks is cool.
Shanks is fucking
awesome.
the best. And then, what number am I on?
20.
Okay, but I can't have him anymore, else it just seems disingenuous.
That's
to the rest of
completely.
the
I
characters.
think you picked some good ones, dude.
Yeah, who did I say again?
You
I like
said.
Bon Clay.
You said
He's one of them.
Matilda. You said
I don't like
the
her.
sick girl.
Holy fucking
Who's a
hell on
sicko?
shit,
The
dude.
sick girl that the big nose guy was.
Sick. I hate the big nose.
You
fucking
love
idiot.
him.
I hate
Usopp?
Usopp.
You
I hate
love
Usopp.
him.
My brother loves Usopp, and I'm like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. You don't know anything about pirates.
Go on, beat my ass!
I don't know anything about pirates.
You like Usopp? You don't know shit about Usopp. I mean,
Yeah.
pirates.
Fucking hate
Man, this
it.
area is dark.
Yeah, I can't see shit.
Light the fucking torches, Corey.
Yeah.
I'm not
Corey.
lighting all the torches. I just wanted to make sure that I'd made a full run around the whole area so we don't have to do all that crap. 'Cause
You're
it's
doing
not
good,
fun.
honestly.
Everyone.
That shit, no more man's wharf could take like an hour alone if you don't know where to go, but I know where to go, so.
Yeah, I remember that taking me ages.
Yeah, it sucks really bad. Okay, so now we're just gonna beeline.
Beeline.
But I kind of want a better
beeline.
weapon.
Go on,
You
then.
know what? I
Okay,
did
so what
some-
I'm gonna do. Sorry, Adam, I interrupted you.
Hey, Adam, why don't you quit fucking interrupting Corey? How's
I
that?
didn't mean to. It was
No,
an
you didn't interrupt me.
accident.
I interrupted you.
Hey,
Oh,
stop
really?
interrupting me now.
Yeah.
Let me talk.
Well, it was a slight on Corey, so I guess I won't say it.
You're the king of the pirates.
You should totally slight him.
Okay. I
Yeah.
did some digging, everyone.
Uh-huh.
And I found out Corey's real, authentic last name.
Corey.
Bori.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, your social
Dun,
security
dun,
card
dun.
is
Roll the Keenan Kel
exposed.
theme
What the
song.
hell is that? You open the damn chest.
Oh, how did that go again, Corey?
Yeah, how'd it go, Corey?
Oh,
Here
here
it
it comes.
goes.
Da-na-na, it's Keenan Kel. That's not how it,
It was
goes.
like.
I do not remember the Keenan
that
Kel
is a
theme song.
catchy
I just remember when it
tune.
starts.
That is a catchy tune, but have you ever heard of the
But yeah, my name is Corey Borealis.
Crazy
Don't forget it. It's Corey J. Beck Borealis, and Adam's name is Adolf Zelinsky
Hey!
Bork.
Hey! You can't do that slight on me!
It's Adam Bjork.
This was a one-way. This was a one-way ticket. This was a one-way ticket. You're not supposed to.
Adam's not related to the Bjork shooter, but he could
Who's
be.
Bjork shooter? It does sound pretty like
You
someone
wanna be
I'd
the Bjork
relate to.
shooter?
Adam, I got a little tip. Look up your dad.
No!
Look
You
up
would
the
not
Bjork
do
shooter
that.
and see what your dad looks like in
He didn't
HD.
shoot her. He was a stalker.
What the hell? How do you get like serial killer status from stalking too hard?
What do you
I
mean?
stalk so hard, you're gonna be known throughout the ages.
No, he sent her. I think he sent her a bomb.
Oh, what the
Oh,
fuck? These
that's
guys
the
are down
worst.
here.
In the yeah, dude. Have you not played this shit?
No.
Oh my god, it's so bad.
Why
This
are
looks
they
pretty
down
good.
here?
I don't know, but their tracking sucks.
Okay.
You want to see how strong this shit is? Look at that. Look at that, Adam.
Holy!
Hey, you take one too. One for you, one for you. And he's not
Adam
doing
Magic
it.
is so
Very
good in this game. It's
Oh,
honestly
really?
like broken.
But can you do that? Yes, you can.
it's really
Slice
good.
with a knife now.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was pressing fucking fuck you, Tears of the King, you piece of shit. God damn it.
You
Everyone
like-
at home, Corey's been playing Tears of the Kingdom nonstop all day, every day, screaming at it.
I have.
Yeah.
And
Oh
I'm
my
like-
god, I have to talk about something I discovered today.
What?
Okay, so because the fucking game is open-ended, I
Right.
skipped the Great Fairy introduction and I have not been able to upgrade my armor for fucking 80 hours. And today I found a quest line where I was able to finally do what I was supposed to, and I feel a sense of progression in the game I have not felt in 80 hours, and it almost felt like someone lifted a fridge off my back, and I'm so angry that I didn't discover it sooner.
Is that why you haven't been liking it?
I still am indifferent
like
about
it.
it. I
You
definitely
like
think it
you're
has
not
more.
indifferent.
I definitely think it's a lot of people's game of the year. It's not mine, but it's a really
It
well-made,
should
beautiful
be.
game.
It's really beautiful.
But I cannot excuse the frame rate on that shit. That
There's
game
a
is a
link in
fucking
it.
mess.
Adam, what do you like about it?
I like how there's a pretty Zelda.
Let me tell you
I
something
like how
about the game.
yes.
Adam, I've been playing Adam's profile. He hasn't played at all. Just to let you know.
I do play.
He's full of shit.
I beat the
Don't listen
tutorial
to
for
him.
Corey.
Yeah, you did. Okay,
The tutorial.
you did beat the tutorial.
I
I'll
beat
be
the
honest.
tutorial.
I grabbed the game when Adam immediately stopped playing after the tutorial, and I got to play the whole experience and miss everything. Also, I might add, but
Yeah, but I like how once every 25 hours you're like, Adam, look at this.
Sorry.
Spoiler.
I
and
know I
then you
should
walk
lock
away.
on. I know I should lock on.
I love it.
I keep luring everybody. This game has like the worst aggro ever.
Die,
But I'm just gonna start
die.
spamming magic now. Everybody's
But you're
here.
gonna run out of all soul arrows.
There's no such thing.
You're
Oh.
I mean,
doing
there is.
really good, Corey.
No!
Hey!
Ah, must be the money.
Oh, yeah.
Hey! Be careful, Corey.
No, I got it. I think.
Okay.
I got
Will
it.
you
I think.
defeat these fucking fools and get on with
They're
it?
really fucking hard.
Find out
Ooh,
next
really
time.
I mean, they're
powerful.
really hard, dude. There
They
we go.
look scary, I mean.
No, they are
Oh my
legitimately a
God.
little difficult, but
You gotta be more careful.
no, I don't. I play with like the seat of my cock out, and I don't care at all.
I unsheath my cock to play.
Where is the seat of your cock? What does that even mean?
seat of like the sheath of my cock.
Oh,
That's
they're like
cool.
the seat of my cock. Like, do you bend it and sit on it?
Yeah,
like,
I
that
sit
wouldn't
on my
feel very
bend of my
good.
cock.
You bend on your cock?
I sit on the bend of my cock.
Sometimes I
yeah.
do like planking exercises and my nuts get squashed and it really hurts.
They still haven't figured out how to do the magic trick. Push-ups with no hands. Just fucking
The cock push-up.
everyone get around me, gather around.
Gather around for the cock push-up.
No, spoilers.
You stole that from Tenacious D.
What?
Is
The
that?
cock push-up.
No, I didn't.
Uh-huh.
What? From what?
I think that
Name
was
what
an
it's
Adam
from.
original.
It's
Name
from
what
the
it's
Tenacious
from.
D film, The Pink of Destiny.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
You know what's crazy? I listened to the soundtrack maybe like 800 times, but I've seen
What?
the
How
movie
did I
like
not-
once when I was a little kid.
The movie's cool.
Honestly, the movie's really good, but I've also only seen it like
Yeah, I
once.
saw it once. I was like a
It's
little
really
kid.
good, though. I
But I don't
don't
remember
not dislike
anyone
it.
ever doing a cock push-up.
Well, he does. It's the whole part. It's how he beats the lasers.
What? No. He goes,
Also,
"I fought
Jack
a
Black,
laser
why
with
is there
my
no
dick."
way to listen to that laser song, huh?
Yeah.
Put your laser song on
It was
voodoo.com
funny.
music.
He just says a bunch of old video games for no
Jack
reason.
Black, put all your music on sonyplays.com so I can listen to it.
SonyPlays.com.
He was,
I was trying to think of like a really shitty like
What are you
off-brand
talking
like
about?
you know like they have like really
Like
shitty
Amazon
off-brand
Music,
like
like Amazon
musicpower.com
yeah.
which would probably give you like a secondhand virus if you got it. Oh, there's so good. There's ghosts here. There's no, Chris.
What?
I'm scared.
Well, get over it.
It feels
Okay.
it feels odd being like yelled at by Chris when I can't see him. It's
I'm
almost
not
like
yelling at
it's
you.
almost like
You don't
it-
need to look me in the eye
I
to talk
do.
to me.
You're like a ghost in my ear. It
Well,
makes
don't
no
hit.
we're
sense.
gonna have to set
Please
up
don't
a
hit.
we're gonna have to set up a system where there's a camera
No,
on my
I'm
face
kidding,
and
I'm
you have a
kidding. I
monitor
would
so you
like
can
that.
look at me.
Oh, we did buy 2 monitors.
Yeah.
That's fucking G. We'll Skype each other for when you're done.
I love this fireplace.
Oh, that's very good.
It's
Oh,
over.
that's good.
He's gonna kill me and murder my ass.
What's that
No, I
joke
got it.
again?
I'll live.
What joke?
The one
The
where he goes-
aristocrats?
No, but I'd like to hear this one as well.
I don't know it.
Okay. When he goes,
Do
what's
people
the
like
matter,
watching people play with
baby?"
magic in Dark Souls?
What's
or
the
is it, like,
matter,
cringe?
baby?
Yeah, how does it go?
He was like, Dad, what's the difference between a matter baby and a ghost or something? He's like, what's the matter, baby? He goes, nothing, sugar. What's the matter with you?
I'm gonna use it on my dad tonight. I wanna see if he'll
He's gonna hang up on you.
He doesn't respond to me. It's really annoying. Damn it.
What?
What, Adam?
I'm just thinking about my dad doesn't answer me. It's making me a little upset, a little riled up, and a little fucking
A little
angry.
pent up.
Well, not pent up.
Oh damn, it didn't work.
That undid it.
Oh,
Oh
it
my
worked.
god.
It worked.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, you can create a quick shortcut that way, and you don't skip all that shit.
Oh my god, someone graffitied the fucking floor,
No,
man.
it's just not graffiti.
Oh.
It's not Swahili either.
It looks sweet.
Corey, no!
Summon him!
No!
Summon him!
No,
Summon
we're
him!
not summoning. There's only one source.
Damn
There's
it.
only one source. And it's me. His name is Mr. Popo.
Whoa, what's above
It's
you?
the pursuer!
Estes Shard.
Pursuer.
You know, there's a trick to make him like de-evolve, like not existent. I think that's the right term, but
De-evolve, de-evolve.
not to exist anymore. But I don't know how to do it.
What? Why don't you know
I'm
now?
going back to Majuli.
No!
I gotta give the guy the key so he can be a blacksmith.
Oh! I was
Holy
having
frick.
fun here.
You wanted Estes shards, mofo. We're
Oh,
getting
yeah,
Estes.
I do want Estes shards.
Here to see light, however faint it may be.
Yo,
Yeah.
Corey, will she fuck you?
She'll fuck me if I get at least 5 Estes shards. I'm looking forward to it.
That was really good, Corey.
I can't do it as good as Chris.
But I can do it better than both of you.
Go on,
combined.
then.
Do it. You keep saying you say okay.
I
Your
want
Frieza
to.
was
I
good,
need to prove
but I
it to
haven't
you.
heard your Vegeta.
I want to hear Adam's Goku.
You want to hear my Goku?
Yep.
Say, hey Gohan, let's save the world.
Hey, Gohan, let's save the world.
Oh, that's pretty good, Adam.
Son, you're cute. Get in the tub. It's tubby time.
All right, we're gonna get the other Estes.
That's pretty good, Adam.
Go get the other Estes. Oh, thank
This area
you.
looks so good.
I like how it's all mossy and shit.
It does look good.
No,
I
it
like Dark Souls
doesn't. It
too.
looks awful.
It has such a beautiful aesthetic. I love how everything is fucking soulless and gray. Just
It's
kidding.
really good. It's really good.
I don't think this area looks that bad. I think that part you just came in with all the moss looks pretty bad when you go outside
Yeah,
and look
it's-
out.
How dare you just sit there and take it in the ass?
Oh, you almost got killed by a.
To be fair,
what
he
is that?
almost beat my ass.
He did. Oh, get in there, get in there, get in the white, get in the white.
Watch out, Corey!
I am.
Corey,
Look out!
Corey.
It's okay. I just gotta make sure I don't roll off the cliff by accident.
Oh fuck.
Holy fucking! Holy shit!
Oh fuck.
You know what's fucking stupid?
By the way,
What?
I clicked roll 20 minutes ago.
What's stupid?
Oh.
The loading up in this.
What the hell? How
Stop
come...
it, fucker! I'm trying
Jesus.
to like move.
Corey, get owned. You just,
Again,
you
this-
just suck,
yeah.
basically.
This game is just like a little janky at times.
Get
You
ready,
basically
wild
just
boy.
are not good at the game you
He's
claim to be
really
so good at. I mean,
I claimed I was fucking amazing.
guys, we're having a poll. Is Corey good at the game? Show the results on screen.
Dude, they're like 20 feet away
Just
from
that
me.
three
How are they
vines.
fucking?
That's the
We
first thing
make
I thought.
if we try. Just a tree of ours.
Corey, spread your thighs. Yeah.
Spread your thighs.
Oh, look at that. I got arrows.
As I walk through the valley where I harvest my grain.
I take a look at my wife and realize she's very plain, but
she's
just perfect for a woman like me. You know, I shun fancy things like electricity, and
Yeah.
for early in the morning, I'm milking cows.
4:30 in the morning.
4:30 in the
4:30
morning.
in the morning.
Real early in the morning. Jebediah feeds a kitchen chicken. Fuck!
It's the kitchen.
And chicken plows.
My
See,
wife.
Fool.
I don't remember the second
Plows
part.
my wife, fool. Watch
I've
out.
been milking and plowing so long.
You even know
that
it. Even Ezekiel thinks that my mind is gone.
I'm a man of the land.
I'm into discipline.
Got a Bible in my hand.
Got a bear on my chair.
But if you listen to the 40s and then something 9.
Then I'm gonna
You're
fuck you like it's
wrong.
1989.
Yeah, we're so good at
Good
it.
man, you're both done.
No, no, no.
Paradise.
On three, boys. On three. 1, 2, 3. Do 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 do. It's another Weird Al song. You guys guess what it is? Do 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 do
I'm
do
fat.
do do.
Fat.
No, I hate that.
I'm going to
I hate
the
that
heart. I'm
fucking
going
song.
to the heart. It's the heart. He's going to the hardware
His face.
store.
That is not the song.
Look at his neck.
Shit, baby, you look like a tort.
Alright, I'll give you
Does,
another.
doesn't he?
I'll
Is that
give you.
freaky?
I'll
Shit.
give you another hint.
You like cartoons? I like cartoons. Why do you ask?
Pop, pop, hope no one sees me. Gets freaky. There's.
What is that?
You have to guess the song.
It was a curse? Something about a curse. He reminds me of the guy from Monty Python.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just gonna keep saying that until it makes sense.
You know what?
fair.
Oh, there's maps in this game. It's pretty good.
I don't like how
Oh,
this
I
game
gotta
makes
kill
me have to constantly
15?
click talk.
Oof.
I don't like that. I like in Dark Souls 1, you just listen to their dialogue again. I have to keep clicking it.
But did you guys like my game within a game idea?
I
What
was
was it again?
You get to guess the song I was saying, and then we're also playing a video game.
Okay.
fair.
do
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Pop, pop, hope no one sees me. Get freaky.
Shakira.
That is not damn Shakira.
Lizzo.
No! No!
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came to some of these recoveries. Yeah.
How is this even news? Like, everybody knows this. Do you not even think about the pyramids or Stonehenge, the Kardashians, High Points? Welcome to Demolition Ranch. Bullets are really cool, right? And rockets are really cool. So what about if you took one, put it in the other, and made rocket bullets? Oh wait, they did that back in the 60s. Ever heard of a gyrojet? Well, we have two of, well, we borrowed two of them. So I was actually at Cletus and Cars in Indianapolis, and I ran into Caden, right here. And Caden came up to me, and he was like, "You ever shot a gyrojet?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "You want to?" And I was like, "I'll do anything to do that." So Caden and Noah and Jeremy are all part of Michiana Firearms in Indiana, right? And this is Joel, their wallet's favorite customer. What do you guys do at your gun store?
Well, we sell guns and ammo and optics, and we cater to people like Joel.
Perfect. And you guys got a range or anything?
No.
So you're all just gun sales. And so Joel, is this how you met Joel? Through the gun store?
Yep.
You just walk in one day and you just start buying stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay. So he comes up to me and he's like, "I know a guy who has a gyrojet or several." How many do you have?
3.
3. Joel is a collector. He also brought some other things that we might have in future videos. So if you're around Plymouth, Indiana, go check out Michiana Firearms. These guys are great, and they do a lot of cool stuff. And if you want to go see me at Cletus and Cars, we're going to be in Bristol, Tennessee coming up really soon. And I might just invite you out to the range. It's possible. Come check me out. Thank you, guys. So the gyrojet pistols were made around the 1960s, right?
60s and 70s, yes.
It's super light. I had no idea it was going to be this light. So this is, I got to remember the right way to open. There you go. You can see how you load it. It actually is a magazine. I guess it's not magazine fed, but it acts like a magazine. So you can put multiple rounds in here. The interesting thing about this, it's much like the Wish.com pictures where they show an entire cartridge flying. This whole thing fires. It has some sort of propellant.
Yes, propellant that is built in to the round. The entire round leaves.
And this whole thing just fires through the air, which is pretty wild.
Yep.
And so this is not a rifled barrel.
No, smoothbore barrel.
So this
all propulsion is created by the vents. They are slightly tapered.
So they all slightly taper, so this thing should spin. Now I heard you say something off camera about sometimes not all the vents will fire.
Yes, sometimes not all of them will fire, and sometimes because they were machine drilled with taper drill bits, they aren't all perfect, so you may get some fires.
So this may not be accurate at all.
May not.
There are very few videos of these things firing on YouTube. So I'm super thankful that these guys linked up with us to make this possible. We have a lot of ammo. The gun is kind of expensive, but the ammo is very expensive, right?
Ammo on average, you give about $5 grand for a box of 24, which is just over 200 bucks a round.
200 bucks a round, and we are just gonna fire it into random things today. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
I'm glad you're here. For comparison, this gun is worth the same amount of this hand worth of ammo. They're both like $5 grand. How does the safety work? Oh, I see. Dude, this is insane. I'm just manipulating this thing, trying to figure out how it works. This is so dumb. In the greatest of ways, no offense. Also, Joel just told me he's never fired them. He owns 3 of these, and I apparently will be the first one to fire it. You sure?
Yep, fire away.
Okay. So here's how it works. This little cover comes back with that lever. This is how you load it. We're just gonna load one, but you pull this down and drop those things right in here. This is weird. You can see this is how you cock it. But I was like, but that's just gonna slam into the front of it. And it's true. That will slam into the front of the round, shoving it back into that firing pin. The firing pin is fixed, stationary. So this thing will drop that, slamming it into the firing pin, which will set it off, theoretically, and then it'll push this thing back down as it fires out the barrel, because it is a rocket. So I also don't think this thing's gonna be super loud. I don't know actually, but it's not like an explosion like a regular round, it's a rocket. The safety's pretty funny. So this is fire and safe here, safe, fire. All that happens is just puts a plate over your firing pin. So that makes it safe apparently. But still slams the front of the rocket with the
Dude sounded like
hammer.
Never mind.
The backwards hammer. We're gonna try these. These are old rounds that have the 4 ports. We have some new rounds too. Newer. They're not new. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. It's the best I got. Cocked, so you can actually see it. Wait, is this gonna be blowing fire out the sides of this thing? I just realized. So as soon as this thing put on fire, this will slam that rocket back into the firing pin. Theoretically, will fire a rocket out the barrel. This thing will pick up speed as it goes. So normal rounds, they're the fastest right at the muzzle. This thing is actually the slowest right at the muzzle, and then it will pick up speed up to 60 feet. Is that what it's read?
I think so.
Like 60 feet, it'll be at max velocity. That's when the rocket turns off and it keeps going. That's when everything's burned. We're gonna try to shoot our mannequin at about 10 feet first. I can tell you're nervous.
Man, we're going to the moon. I don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm also gonna stand behind you.
Oh man, what if it just explodes? Here we go. Firing. Woo! Woohoo! That is like a...
We're going to the moon!
We did it!
We did it!
Landed on the moon! That was crazy. It did recock it, so we put the blanket up so we can try to catch these rounds, see what they look like too. So it went through his shoulder, I can see it. Crazy, and my ears are ringing just a little bit, but it's definitely not as loud as a regular one. Dude! Freaking gyro jet! Got him. I mean, I was aiming center mass. I want to do some more accuracy tests. I was also kind of nervous on that one. Let's see if we hit this thing.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, it go in there? Yeah, it's still in there. Oh, it's right there. I can feel it. All right. Yeah, we'll get that thing out. Mission accomplished. Also, I can't wait to see the slow-mo, because that thing is hot.
One small step for that.
It went
one giant leap for demolition.
Like, I'm going to have no hair on the tops of my fingers anymore, because it just shoots fire all out the side of this. Yeah, it was hot.
That's crazy.
So I
Yeah,
can't
the slow-mo's
imagine.
gonna-
Can't imagine dumping a whole mag. Just.
He said he wanted to hear it on steel too.
It's gonna have fire coming up. Round 2. I was impressed how it fired. I'm gonna try to be very accurate. I'm gonna aim center sternum right now. We'll see where this goes. Oh, I went same. I went high right. Okay, that one I was concentrating. It's freaking cooking. Like I can feel it. The heat goes all the way to here. It's on your face. Like it's a rocket blowing up in your face.
It's not loud though.
It's not loud. Tiny
It doesn't
ring.
have a crack like the bullets do.
No, but it's not quiet. Also, looks like we're gonna go high right every time. You think it's hot?
Ow, dude!
They're freaking
Stop
hot.
touching the
They're
rocket,
so
man.
hot.
You're a menace to society. Oh, look at the whole thing. Oh, it's flat.
Oh yeah, it's flat. So that's the end, totally squished. Crazy. Touch it. We're watching the slow-mo.
Oh, nice. Watch the light up.
You
That
can
is
see it
cool.
launch out and then accelerate. That's nuts.
That is crazy.
All right, we're gonna fire a few more of Joel's rounds, AKA Mr. Wonderful. As you can clearly see, I've loaded 2 rounds in there now. I mean, it's not everything. This is just like a super skeletonized gun. It's also very light. I'm gonna see if it'll fire 2. Why are you backing up?
I'm getting out of the shot, man.
Oh! Scared to like. That one dropped it. I'll drop it again on it. This is some old ammo. Okay. We'll like let it sit for a sec maybe. Yeah, just in case it goes. Oh, that's what you were saying it does.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful. You gotta have your thumb on it. Ready to go.
Okay. So you can see that one on the left. It's the one we hit.
Oof.
Did not go off yet. Right there.
Unfucking fortunate.
Put on the ground.
Or another one?
I got one. I got pocket rockets.
Matt's getting real
I have
sus
to
lately.
walk all the way over there.
First the
man. Come on.
7-foot suppressor episode, and now this one.
Here we go. Dude, it's really hard to keep your eyes open after you get blasted in the face with a rocket.
With a
With a
what?
rocket.
With a pocket rocket?
Where the hell am I even going?
Right, the other guys are all gonna try it. No one has shot this yet, besides me. So this will be everybody's first time getting hit in the face with a rocket.
Oh, man.
He's shaking too.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it puts little black on you.
Oh, yeah.
It like really cooks you. You feel it in the face too?
Oh, yeah.
It's like
right in the face.
Just like
All in the face.
all over all in the face.
In.
All in and around.
Over, around.
So this thing, what was the reason this thing was invented?
Potentially it was to be fired in space.
Did he say space?
They weren't sure if black powder would go off in zero gravity, so that was one of the ideas. That's most of the research I've done is it was potentially designed to go off in zero gravity.
So never was designed at being a military or police or anything, self-defense kind of firearm.
Not that I could find.
Why do they need guns in space?
Star Wars.
Is that really? I mean, like,
Dun, dun.
what is the reason? This is why we leave you behind the camera.
I know it just feels weird.
What is the reason we need guns in space, though, right?
Because we need guns everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, arm yourselves.
Just stay behind the camera. Here you go. One thing that's also interesting, there's not much kick. Like it really does like shoot fire in your face, but like the gun itself doesn't kick much because it's not an explosion in the gun. All right, hit it, Caden. Oh, it's hitting hard on that paper down there. It's gonna try to hit steel. Now this thing has not been shooting super accurate, but we're gonna see what we can do.
Oh, I flinched. I flinched really bad.
We already loaded these. These have 2 ports now, so these are apparently a little bit newer. Still very old, but newer rounds. See if they fire. Woo!
That's a rental car, right?
Hard. Did you hear it over there?
Through the Toyota.
Yeah, it went straight at the rental car over there. What do you think about that? Captain America!
Rooting for a 40-year-old.
Joel's first time.
Yep, safest place to be is
That's
behind Joel. Wow! You get it? Man. Oh yeah, you hit him right in the pelvic triangle. Took him down.
To the elbow. That is a hot blast of gas.
Isn't that crazy?
In your face.
Hot load in the face.
That's what she said.
We have some ballistics shell from Clear Ballistics. We have a duck on top of just a block. We just kind of want to see what kind of penetrating power this thing has. Not much. It was on safe. This is not the gun we were shooting. This is the other one. The other one says safe and fire. This one says on and off, so I got mixed up. It seems like I'm lying, but that's true. It actually says, it says on and off. Okay, so we actually not fired this gun yet. Here we go. Golly. I think it went high. I saw it hit the blanket. Yeah, I think we went right over it. Let's do it again. I'll aim lower. I'm gonna aim lower, but it also may just be that that one just took off. Who knows? All right, safety off. Here we go. Big bummer. Let's try it again. Oh man, it's so scary. You just know like you're about to get hit with fire in the face, and then it's like click. We found a silver tip. So obviously, armor penetrating. Golly. We found it. I did hit it. It went right here. That little bitty hole, and then it just barely did anything right in between these two. These things get freaking spicy.
Food. It can be hard sometimes, and taking the hassle out of food is exactly what today's sponsor HelloFresh is trying to do. No checkout line, no mess in your kitchen. You go out there, you enjoy the sun, and you make your meals easier and faster with Hello and free shipping. HelloFresh is a fantastic service, and I am indeed using that code. I do is not to love. Check out the description out, and let's talk about blocks. Hello everybody, my name is Bricky, currently having extremely sus conversations with the various colorful members of this video game.
Come here, boy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh shit, you're watching me.
No, man, keep going, man. I like to watch. There's been a void left in my heart for many years, and I've tried to fill it with all kinds of various things. COD, Battlefield, Halo, Splitgate, heroin, crack, dicks.
You ever gotten dick in the ass?
You fucking know it, baby. But nothing has filled the void. A void of a 2000s shooter. The return to the days like Bad Company 2, Homefront, Battlefield 3, and so much more. Games that I can't call perfect at all, but leave me with rose-tinted glasses thinking about the times I had with friends on them. Call of Duty has become microtransaction hell, a game whose multiplayer feels abandoned in pursuit of Warzone, and some of the most egregiously priced items shoved in your face every moment. Battlefield has never been a stranger to unfinished games, but the last straw was 2042, where the direction it's going feels like a clear case of capitalizing on trends as opposed to what made the series great. Then there's Halo, which showed serious initial promise and dropped off the face of a cliff when it became a live service game without any live service. Nothing fills the void right now. A few games seem like they mind the future. X-Defiant is looking not too bad, even though that odor right there kind of surrounds them. And the Finals is looking actually particularly incredible, but they're not out yet, so they aren't here to help soothe my pain. Lo and behold, I see people streaming a Roblox mod that makes it look like Battlefield, which is unfortunate because I really wanted to return to form, but I didn't want to play Roblox. It's not Roblox. This is a completely fully fledged standalone game made by only 3 developers. BattleBit Remastered is the answer to the void in my heart.
It's a restricted area.
Well, maybe you should have better guards.
You know what? You're right.
This game has slowly been increasing in popularity over the past few weeks. This is most likely because on initial glance, you might only see this as some sort of Roblox mod. Considering how insane Roblox is becoming with its various game modes and custom created content, some being more COD than COD, it is a completely fair assumption to make until you play it. That's why, despite still opening with a massive bang, it only slowly thereafter garnered the attention of social media. Well, slowly to start, but then rising at insane speeds. Because BattleBit Remastered is a wild difference between what you are watching and what you are playing. Looking at this right now, it does seem really simple, doesn't it? Like Roblox and Battlefield had a baby. which isn't necessarily incorrect, but it's not telling you the whole story. This is a return to the way shooters grabbed the world by storm in the 2000s. Because there isn't a singular reason why this game is so enjoyable. There isn't a singular reason why this game is so popular. It's a plethora of reasons, all valid and all taking the top spot in different people's nostalgic memories. You can't narrow it down to one specific attribute of this game that makes it resonate so hard with players, mainly because each of these attributes might individually be someone's favorite. Like, for example, time to load into a game. Nowadays, games seem like they have this excessive menu bloat, just menus on menus. Some even ask for your money, showing off microtransactions. Then there's forced cutscenes, and sometimes even forcing you into missions themselves. Destiny? Here is sped up, unedited footage of me launching BattleBit and getting into a game.
BRB. Yeah, gonna get some food.
Even with a little time spent searching for a good ping match, the game was up in under a minute, and when it was fully loaded, I was in and firing my gun in under a minute. I cannot tell you how refreshing it is to not be bombarded by all kinds of ridiculous microtransactions, menus, and updates. I got a map update, and I was in the game. Remember when all you needed to do back then was open up multiplayer and hit quick match? Hell, even those games took some time to start, especially Halo, because you were looking for an initial match population. I was just in, drop out, big carnage-filled matches just aren't around anymore. That casual experience has been diminished in exchange for being hyper competitive. I was fucking in immediately, and that cannot be understated. Speaking of being up and shooting my gun, is it weird to be shocked at how great the gunplay is in this blocky little game? I don't have insider knowledge. I haven't seen a whole lot of dev interviews, but if I had to guess, the gunplay and just the firing of the weapons is the thing that was worked on first and foremost. It's such a funny contradiction seeing this blocky little game have such phenomenal gameplay in so many avenues.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
I'm doing it. I got another one. Yep.
What's up, you little bitches? You're all dead.
Like, you've got pretty good head bob, for example. You know, walking, crouch, prone, sprint, situations all are varied and unique, but all the animations are too. How you move your gun and all that stuff, it's all different. But then the reload animations are also quite fluid. There's even two of them. A normal reload, which keeps all of your ammo that was unused in the mag, then a quick reload, which drops the entire mag and leftover ammo in it in exchange for reload speed. This mag can actually be picked up afterwards too if you have the time. And if you go the normal reload path, there's actually an ability to combine the ammo from half depleted mags into fresh ones. You put in the other block. What game has this? Why does Block Game have this? You may also notice that you don't have ammo numbers on the bottom right, just a relative understanding of how much is left. But if you wanted to, you can always remove the mag and find out the exact amount left that way. And we're just getting started, man. The guns have recoil, like actual recoil. Like Battlefield Bad Company 2 recoil, where you need to control the gun. You can't just spray, mostly. Things genuinely kick, so gearing it out matters. And you can gear this shit out. Why? Why on God's green earth does this game have better gun customization than Modern Warfare 2 2022? Sights, canted sights, side rails, under rails, barrels, mags, camouflage, and more. Then you look at the options, the volume of sights, the amount of barrels and grips, and even the amount of camos. And if that isn't enough, you can still customize your Battle Bit Block Man Boy thing. It's bringing me back to when pure customization was king, when things were obviously not all balanced, and mind you, they are not, but that didn't take precedence over the fun that can be had from all these options, especially when you have a class system. Remember those? Also, it's all progression based. You want to unlock new guns? Level up. You want more attachments for the gun? Use the gun. You want more camos? Be good with the gun. I'm not buying a fancy camo for my gun. I'm earning a fancy camo for my gun. So then, just why not add even more to that, We're talking gadgets, med packs, claymores, mines, flares, RPGs, fake sniper scope glints, and more, and we still aren't done. You need to think about interactions in this game. What if you could drag teammates' bodies into cover before you start reviving them? What if you can use that dragging ability for more nefarious purposes?
Fuck you! I have a family!
What if that class system had actual real play? Imagine that. See, when you take damage, you will need to bandage yourself up to stop the bleeding. But bandaging yourself doesn't take you back to full health, only around half or so. If you're a medic, however, you can heal both yourself and other players, which gives you a ton of points. But, if you die, you can be revived by anybody, medic or not. But medics revive you significantly faster. Then support players get access to things like LMGs and give out tons of ammo, plus they have extra grenades. Assault players can blow through walls with their various tools and also have a grappling hook to scale spots and get good angles. Engineer, recon, even the main squad leader has a place in this game. Genuinely usable squad play is something that is not normally common in such a casual game, but the experience is massively improved thanks to its inclusion. And it's not just the various classes. There's more tactical play involved here. There's something that I see people utilize way too little, which is the special drop system for your squad on the bottom left-hand corner. You hold the middle mouse button and you can either call down a giant care package full of ammo and stuff, or Fortnite. I remember when I first played the Fortnite Battle Royale, and I thought, it's like a Battle Royale, but you can make your own cover. That's a great concept. Did you know I was sponsored by Fortnite Battle Royale when it came out, like the first week it came out? There is a universe in which I helped make Fortnite what it is. And it's this universe. But, you know, Fortnite then got crazy when you immediately build a 5-star hotel when you get shot at. That whole problem, and it became a whole thing. But in this game, you can build walls using points and stuff with your squad. And it's so underutilized. You can create like this crazy fort full of all kinds of awesome barriers and barricades and all this kinds of stuff. And you get shot and you get revived. And it's just this never-ending thing until someone throws grenades at you, and then you all die and you all start screaming your head off.
No!
This is the second huge thing that brings that old nostalgia back to players. Meaningful customization and meaningful team play. A huge factor in bringing back the strength of old online gaming. But if I had to garner a guess on what online gaming did for the world the most, it was connecting us to one another through our homes, stopping us from creating an ungodly network of Ethernet cables just to play Halo 1. If you did that, you are officially old. But the social aspect, all the way back in Halo 2's Xbox Live launch, it was a monumental development, and that aspect has been lost over time, mainly due to the advent of new social media options and even in-app groups. See, originally on Xbox Live, you needed to be in the same game to talk to people. Game chat was bopping.
No, you're cheating.
You're gonna learn!
I'm done playing now.
Then they made the Xbox Party system, and game chat slowly faded. Then you had Skype, TeamSpeak, and now Discord. There were also the, problem areas of online discussion.
Yum, 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 I eat dick all day.
But see, I look back at this with relative enjoyment, as a nostalgic kind of, those were the days. But I can understand why there's been a crackdown. Have you ever spoken to another human in an Overwatch ranked game? It's not fun. I've never even heard of half these slurs. But while BattleBit isn't completely devoid of problem people, when your game is so casual, so relatively low stakes, chatting with fellow players becomes fun again. Like squad chat's one thing, but proximity chat? Proximity enemy chat? Chat on death? Come on now, you have the makings for a very funny game. Wait, bro, me too.
They'll never rape me alive.
Bro, you're talking in squad chat?
Yo, listen, alright, this goofy ass haircut.
Shut the fuck up, bro, you're a boomer.
Alright, you were very mean to me, but oh!
Yeah, you're not allowed to rent that bitch. My voice showed up!
Get your ass back here.
Oh god. Good fuck, pussy.
That's not very nice.
I'm sorry, that was rude. Hey, who's good, bro?
What's good, man? Oh!
Uh-oh, big yikes. I just got promoted!
Holy shit! That was fucking baller. Alright, let's do it again.
There you go.
Oh!
Somebody once told me the world
Alright, brother. I'm behind you. Don't you worry.
Alright, it's not going how I hoped. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not looking good, brother. It's not looking good at all, brother. Here's a plan. You ready? Hop on. Oh, shit. They're right behind us. You ready, buddy? Let's go. Get him. Oh, fuck.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Save yourself, save yourself. Oh, God. I'm a freak.
And that's number 3, baby. Voice chat. God, it's such a return. And what's nice is that's still somewhat filtered. You can still get banned if you say stupid shit. Plus, you could mute extremely easily. Like, once someone pops up, just click and they're gone. When it comes to the whole online in-game speech debate, I'm normally on the camp of less censorship than more, so long as the player themselves has the tools to handle the problem people easily. But I think BattleBit handles that problem itself. I rarely ever have to mute anybody because the game is so casual. This isn't a ranked game in R6 Siege. And that's really the 3 things I can think of that pulls on the old feelings of gaming with friends. That ease of use, excessive customization in team play, and good old game chat. It brings you back. But it isn't the thing that will sell a game. I mean, the game still has to be fun. The gameplay still needs to be good. And somehow, this damn Blocky Boy game has found a way to do both.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
What struck me the most about BattleBit is how smooth it was. There are a few hangups we'll get on to later on, but for the most part, you don't expect something looking so blocky to play so smooth, so round, spherical. Hysterical! The gunplay is just so crisp. Like the way the weapon moves in your hand and how they fire is nice, but I have to award the hit detection. Unless it's out on really far ranges, I found that my shots landed with a really crisp connection. It could be because the individual models are blocky, much like old school hitboxes were. But whether it was a body or a headshot, armor or no armor, it felt really smooth. Sometimes it felt orgasmically smooth, like when you find a great flanking point against a squad, just mow them down with an LMG. God damn it. Can I also say how important it is to have a good hit marker? There's a reason that this is so damn nostalgic, or the World at War headshot ping sound. The sound of good hit markers and kill effects are not just nice on the ears, but also so great for feedback purposes. Like having a sound specifically dedicated to killing someone, it lets you know exactly that you can stop shooting and move on to the next target. Having that audio feedback when a person is finally killed is super helpful. Feedback in a shooter in general is so important. How the hell does this game, again with this, how the hell does this game have better feedback than Battle Royale games where feedback is the most important? I'm playing a match with over 250 fucking players and the footstep audio is fantastic. I can hear it vibrate through my soul, and its placement is great. Incoming fire, too. Like, a gun being fired is distinct. A gun being fired near you is distinct. A gun being fired at you is distinct. And a gun being fired at you and almost hitting you is, again, distinct.
A hiss means it's close. A snap means... Now they're shooting at us!
Black Hawk down.
I don't get how in the world this little game made by 3 people is able to pull off this level of audio, visual, and network consistency in a game with 250 fucking players on it. Is it because of the simple graphics? Is it because it's loading funny block stuff? I mean, I assume it was, but 250 players, man. 3 people, man. She just doesn't like get us, man. I always assumed that the game just breaks down and begs for mercy when you go higher and higher in player counts. But we are here, and I have never crashed. I don't get huge frame drops. The hit detection feels good, and I don't get network lag. The only, and I mean only thing that kills me is the scoreboard. Opening it will freeze the game for a split second as it loads in all the names. That's the only time I've had major issues. It's mind-boggling. I'm going insane. I do not get it. What wizardry have you cast upon me? So, I've heaped a lot of praise onto this game, but most of it has been like surprising. Things I just flat out didn't expect, or ways to grab old nostalgia. The game isn't perfect though, far from. It's in early access, and it's a different kind of early access. There's 2 types, right? One early access is game is crashing and lagging and barely works early access. And then there's feature incomplete and a little fucky early access. BattleBit's a little fucky. While I only had a few small complaints on our previous 2 indie game titles, this one has quite a few more. For starters, there's a general sluggishness when it comes to menus and gear swapping. Swapping your loadout and customizing your guns feels very clunky. On the firearm, for example, you hover over the areas with text, but then that text moves to reveal a little dot to click on, which often makes you try to click on the text, but it's not the text you need to click on, but the dot, and it feels off, even though clicking on the text does still work, but it's not in the same spot. It's weird. The UI in general is just a bit mixed. On one hand, what they're going for is really good. The in-game UI is kind of fun. It's a cool idea, especially with how they do ammo, and the simplicity is appreciated after all the COD games with what have happened to their UI, Vanguard. But it definitely doesn't look very pretty and lacks a bit of functionality. It's also incomplete in a lot of ways. Honestly, the UI in general is one of those weird hybrids where it's obviously very simple, which works for the type of game it is. I mean, it's super blocky, but it's missing all kinds of things that make it a good UI. Feedback from clicking on things. It's too strict when you mouse over stuff. It just needs a lot of work, which is really unfortunate because it makes you want to engage with the menus a whole lot less, which I think makes you stick to one weapon or one build and leave it there. Because there's no easy way to swap loadouts or make adjustments. You can only change stuff when you're dead. Then navigate to loadout, but you also need to pick your class. But choosing your class has no feedback. The only way I know who I am is the little number goes up on that class group for my squad. The game has an unbelievable amount of customization and options for you, but the difficulty in using them feels like ordering the best chocolate cake in the world and only being allowed to take a single bite of it. Even though you can change your loadout, you don't have class loadouts at all. All you do is save your currently used build on your class at that time. When you swap to engineer, you don't have 5 custom classes you all have saved and can pick from what they all are. No, if you want to swap your gear and swap your gun, you need to do it manually every single time you swap. There is a saving grace in that your gun will always have the same attachments you left it with, but you don't know about the rest. Even in the loadout, you don't know what your secondary, your gadget, and your equipment are set to. It just has the button there, but no symbol. I don't know which of the RPGs I have equipped, if I have mines or a claymore, grapple hook or riot shield. The only way I can tell is if I navigate to each individual tab or take them out when I'm playing in the game. This would be fixed with such a simple icon next to the tab. Just taking that, placing it by the tab on the bottom would alleviate so much headache and also probably be pretty good in-game as well. And the more you play the game, the more this particular thing stands out as a problem because there aren't a whole lot of other issues with Battlefield that aren't related to how you interface with it. Getting in vehicles can be a bit of a chore. Knowing where you're going to spawn can be awkward. Using the map in general is a bit of a pain. And if you haven't noticed it already, you have the allied icons, the sea of blue that goes across the walls and doesn't really seem to have a range cutoff. And if it does, it's way too far. Apparently you can adjust the size of these to help, but even so, it's such a distraction at its base form, it really should be adjusted or have its range pulled significantly back. There's also just the general lack of sound. Now, the game is not voice acted at all, so all you generally hear is the sound of vehicles, gunfire, and destruction, which when in a major firefight's totally fine, but it can feel really dead when you're on the elements. I will say, ironically, though, the game is saved a bit from this by having the voice chat for all the players. Because, you know, who needs voice acting when dying gamers are the 5-star voice actors? And now you're probably just like yelling at the screen right now. You have your TV in your hand, you're screaming like, Bricky, it's early access. What are you expecting? These things will be ironed out in the future. Maybe. UI is one of those things that doesn't have a right answer, and it's also one of those things you can't really tell is great outside of niche circumstances, but becomes really evident when it's bad. Menus and ease of use bleed into the game's overall feel, and I think that it's the main thing holding it back. New maps, new guns, new vehicles? Not really. There's a ton there, and adding a gun, a map, a vehicle here and there is fun to keep it fresh and everything, but it isn't the thing the game needs the most. It's so rare I harp on something like UI this much, but it's really a big deal, just because it stands out so heavily. With better menus comes better flow. With better flow, that means less time having to deal with those menus, and that means more time playing the game. We aren't Tarkov here. We want to play another match. Kakarot. You know what? Screw this. Wake up, dumbass! I was watching a video from the channel Good Work. It's a great channel that satirizes, I dropped out of college, the current big money business world quite well, and they did one on consulting, what actually a consultant is. The running joke of the video was that consultants don't do anything, or in better terms, don't really know how to describe what they do.
I'd say go to meetings. Go to meetings and prepare for meetings.
Jesus Christ. This is often because once they tell you what they do, they no longer have a product to sell. But often these people get paid ungodly wages because a big company or corporation is so deep into their business that they need someone to pull them out and give them guidance. I've had this happen to me sometimes. Like, I'm so focused on getting my video out, my stream done, that I forget why I started doing it in the first place. Like, where the passion came from. What this hard work was supposed to be for me. And sometimes people just need a wake-up call. And 3 devs at BattleBits feel like the cold water wake-up for the shooter game market. Like, obviously what they did isn't easy. What they have made is not something that can be done on a whim. But 3 people built a better Battlefield in a cave with a box of scraps. Imagine what a solid-sized AA studio of like 20 to 60 people could do. Is that how big a AA studio is? Hell, I don't know the financials on their operation. It seems like they're doing well, but adding 1 to 3 more folks on their team to really iron out the creases and get production moving a bit faster, next thing you know, this is the Battlefield. Not just like spiritually like it is now, but realistically. That might be a long shot actually. Battlefield often garners a lot of its audience with its photorealistic graphics and sound design, but if the pretty game is boring and the blocky game is fun, that's that. BattleBit Remastered is not a perfect title, but for an early access game by 3 people, it's a feat to have overturned the modern shooter market like it has. It's a wake-up call for not just Battlefield, EA, and DICE, but for the gaming market right now. A reminder of what made these games so fun to begin with and how seemingly easy it was to bring that fun back. I'd love to keep up with it. It's one of the few games I've been playing purely for personal enjoyment lately, and I hope it keeps up. It's a lot of fun. And for those of you who watch reviews like this and you hear me say all these positive things and you're like, oh, I think I'm about buying the game, and then you hear me say these negative things and you're like, oh, maybe not. No, this is worth your money. It is $15, my friend, $15. And it is an absolute steal. It's some of the most fun I've had this year. It's a great just gamer game full of gamers gaming. It has my full recommendation. BattleBit Remastered is a fantastic early access game, and I really hope it keeps up. God bless putting that Infinity Glove on. Like, fine, I'll do it myself. Thank you everyone so much for watching this video. I very much appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying the game. It's really, really good. The voice, just the voice chat in general is so hilarious. It's fantastic. If you want to support me, I would highly recommend grabbing HelloFresh. I got a pretty sweet gig with them with that whole commission thing, so it really would mean a lot. If you want to at least try it out for your first thing, it's free shipping and it's half off. I recommend. And if not that, merchandise down in the description. I'm wearing the shirt. Just a little guy. What's he gonna do? He's just a little guy. Just a little guy. I'll see you next video. Just a little guy. Peace.
Come on. Obviously, you're a skater.
Good comedians will make you laugh. The best comedians will make you laugh at things you are not supposed to laugh at. Iconic comedians will transcend the punchlines, challenge societal norms, transgress established boundaries, and continue to share their thoughts despite an uproar of negative criticism. Dave Chappelle is an iconic comedian, but he did not get there easily. There have been numerous attempts to silence Dave, whether it was a heckler, an angry journalist, or a multi-billion-dollar organization, but Dave was never willing to compromise his integrity. Not for one man, not for $1. His big break in Hollywood was when Universal Pictures bought a movie Dave and Neil Brennan wrote called Half-Baked. It's a silly stoner comedy reminiscent of Jay and Silent Bob that wasn't a huge hit, but the movie did gross $17 million against a $7 million budget and has become a cult classic since. 24-year-old Dave wasn't fully happy with the way the film came out, but he was extremely proud to have his movie on the big screen at such a young age. From there, he started pitching a television show to various networks. Fox was interested, but they worried the show casted too many black people. More specifically, they thought the female star of the show wasn't funny and they wanted Dave to recast her to a white actress. Dave simply denied, because this particular sitcom was based on his life, and he grew up in an all-black household. A few days after that meeting, Variety posted an article that claimed he was playing the race card. Dave said, "This network built itself on black viewers, and what they're saying is white people are narcissistic. They don't want to watch black people. They want to watch themselves. It tells every black artist no matter what you do, you need whites to succeed." Fox claims they were making a light suggestion to add a different perspective, a point of view that allows a larger audience to appreciate it. Most young people in the industry would just accept the request of a major corporation, but Dave was unashamed of his decision and was willing to tell the world exactly how he felt. "I felt like I was beaten up and completely degraded," he said. "It's disgusting, and it made me want to vomit." It pretty much took Dave one bad experience to know this whole Hollywood thing is overrated. To make matters worse, his father was on his deathbed. While traveling back and forth from LA to Ohio, he realized how much he loved the small town of Yellow Springs. He describes it as something so real in contrast to Hollywood's powerful illusion. Dave purchased a farm out in the town with 3,000 people because he can focus on his family and friends. He can have real, genuine interactions with people who aren't trying to gain something from him. Sadly, his father passed away at the young age of 59. William David Chappelle III was a veteran, college professor, and an organizer in the civil rights movement in Ohio. Although young Dave lost the man he would go to for all of his advice, he knew that his father would want him to stand up and speak out for what he thought was right. Dave was not going to let anyone walk all over him, because Comedy Central was about to try their best at controlling him. Dave was convinced that after his father had passed, he was done with the show business, and he was just going to do stand-up. His first hour-long comedy special, Killin' Them Softly, released on HBO, and many consider this to be one of the best stand-up specials of all time. People knew Dave was a generational talent. He knew it. He could not give up on this dream. He started writing a variety show with various skits and sketches that were personal and relatable to the common man. He knew he had something big, and after a few years in 2003, he decided to pitch a new show titled The Chappelle Show, which got picked up by Comedy Central for 2 seasons. The Chappelle Show is regarded by many as the greatest sketch comedy show in history. Dave would open the show performing stand-up to a live audience and then shift the joke into a pre-recorded sketch. All of his bits were rooted in a great deal of irony, basically conveying the exact opposite of what you would expect, like this employee training video that teaches you exactly how to get fired.
Getting to work.
First of all, never show up on time.
He created characters that would earn die-hard fan bases, like Tyrone Biggums, who was, well, pretty much just a crackhead, or Clayton Bigsby, the world's only black white supremacist. Due to his blindness, he didn't know that he was actually black. Sometimes his characters were just over-exaggerated versions of real people, like Lil Jon or Rick James.
I'm Rick James. Enjoy yourself.
Edgy isn't even a good enough word to describe Dave's humor. He was way over the edge with some of these bits. The most shocking of them all was perhaps the Hard R family, a rich suburban white family whose last name is the racial slur.
Morning, niggas. Why, it's Clifton, our colored milk family. And it's my favorite family to deliver milk to. The niggas.
The very first episode of Chappelle's Show tackled an extremely risky subject, basically becoming a mission statement for the program. If you don't like this, you won't like anything else. Something like The Chappelle Show will never air on TV ever again, but at the time, people loved it. Now, even in 2004, the mainstream media was against shocking, vulgar, and risky entertainment, but they had a little tolerance. The solution back then was put it on after hours, like after 9 p.m. when the kids are asleep. The Chappelle Show averaged 3.1 million viewers per episode in 2004, just shy of Saturday Night Live's 3.7 million. However, Dave's impact on culture at that time far exceeded SNL. He was a superstar comedian at a time where comedy was missing superstars. Dave's show saved Comedy Central from failing and made them a ton of money. Chappelle Show Season 2 Uncensored has broken both the first day and 7-day sales records for TV on DVD, with close to 500,000 units sold on its May 24th release date and more than 1.2 million units sold in its first week out in the market. Chappelle Show Season 1 Uncensored, released last year, is the best-selling TV on DVD title with close to 3 million copies sold. Because of the first 2 seasons' undeniable success, Comedy Central offered Dave a whopping $50 million for a new season, but instead, he walked away. Like many people who are new to the entertainment industry, Dave signed a contract that he didn't fully understand. Of course he hired a lawyer, but ultimately he knew this show was great for his career and he would make good money. What could possibly go wrong? Dave says he never got paid for the Chappelle Show because the contract said Comedy Central didn't have to pay him. This contract also said that they have the exclusive right to use the name and likeness of the artist in perpetuity throughout the universe in any and all media known or invented in the future. On top of them literally owning him, Dave just straight up didn't like the fame and attention. He just liked comedy. But even that was getting ruined. One night while he was performing in Sacramento, California, he walked off the stage after berating his audience for constantly shouting, "I'm Rick James, bitch," which had become a catchphrase from the popular Rick James sketch on his show. Stand-up is the most important thing I do, and because I'm on TV, you make it hard for me to do it, he said. The show is ruining my life, Chappelle told the crowd. Besides requiring him to work 20 hours a day, it has made him a star, which has resulted in the inability of fans to treat him as an individual. So when Comedy Central offered him $50 million, it came with stipulations. He had to get approvals on certain jokes. He didn't have full creative control, and they worked him like a dog. It wasn't worth the money. So one day, he just walked off set and moved to South Africa, desperate to get as far away from Hollywood as possible. In response, Comedy Central ran a smear campaign on him, saying that he was crazy and on drugs. In May 2005, Comedy Central began promoting the anticipated debut of Chappelle's Show Season 3. One day later, the channel announced that the production on the show had been unexpectedly suspended. Then 1 week later, every news outlet reported that Chappelle had checked into a mental health facility in South Africa, perpetuating the narrative that he was mentally unstable. Some reports said he was even smoking crack.
I was freaked out, man, with the fame thing and being called crazy and drug addict and all these things. Scared me. You know, being treated that way. Like I'm not a person anymore. You say this shit about me in front of my children, and you know, who the f do these people think they are? And they don't know what happened, you know.
Dave's exit from the $50 million deal was one of the most profound statements in pop culture history. He was already mega famous, but ironically, this exit made him even more famous. One 2006 article said, "These days, if Dave Chappelle merely catches a cold, it winds up in the media or on the internet." He fired back, saying he was not on drugs and he was not crazy. In fact, he was the most level-headed person out there, denying money for his sanity. "I'm not in a mental facility. Everyone around me says, 'You're a genius, you're great, that's your voice.' But I'm not sure they're right." You hear so many voices jockeying for position in your mind that you want to make sure you hear your own voice. So I figured, let me just cut myself off from everybody, take a minute and pull a Flintstone, stop a speeding car by using my bare feet as the brakes. Hollywood just couldn't fathom that someone who became famous would choose to abandon that lifestyle. He did make a short reappearance at the 48th Grammy Awards where he received a standing ovation. Right in front of the entire industry, Dave told them how he didn't want to be there.
The only thing harder than leaving show business is coming back.
Later that evening, he went to an after-party held at the home of the legendary artist Prince. Instead of talking to Mariah Carey, Common, or industry powerhouses, he sat in a chair on the back patio, only conversing with people who wanted to. He looks like he is hiding from his peers, hiding from the attention, hiding from the part of himself that is a major star. Dave said, "This ain't really my thing." After that night, Dave realized it was time to disappear, and he did just that. And nobody really heard from him for many years.
What did you do for those 10 years? It was a humble existence. I had young children. I was raising my kids. I was living a suburban life. And then every once in a while, I get this feeling like I'm the funniest guy. I gotta get out there. And I would like fly to Denver, do a week in Denver or something. And that's when you would read I was doing like these 6-hour shows. I performed like I was desperate for it. I loved it.
He rode across the country on a motorcycle, focused on raising his children, maintained good standing relationships with his friends. He lived an extremely normal life, just like me and most of you watching this video. Dave would only make selective appearances from 2005 to 2016. He had a few random stand-up performances here and there. One of them even broke a world record. A 6-hour and 7-minute set at the Laugh Factory became the longest comedic performance in history. He performed at the Oddball Comedy Tour in 2013, doing large arenas around the country. In Hartford, Connecticut, he was booed and heckled during his entire set, until he left the stage saying this crowd was the worst one he had seen in his whole life. This bomb made Dave realize he was rusty, and he needed to get back to being funny again. So in 2014, he made a grand comeback by headlining 10 nights at New York City's iconic Radio City Music Hall. The buzz surrounding his return grew as he was interviewed on various late-night talk shows. Dave rocked the sold-out crowds every single night, selling over 60,000 tickets in total. These unforgettable shows marked his official return to the spotlight after his prolonged absence. Dave achieved legendary status just from his Comedy Central show and one stand-up special. The comedy community as a whole was honored to have him back. He hosted Saturday Night Live during election weekend when Trump won in 2016.
Donald Trump, he did it. He's our president. I feel bad saying it. I'm staying in a Trump hotel right now. I don't know if he's gonna make a good president, but he makes a swell hotel suite, I'm gonna tell you that. Housekeeping comes in the morning, cleans my room, and I just, hey, good morning, housekeeping. Grab a big handful of pussy and say, you know. Boss said it was okay.
Citizens feared that the new president was going to destroy this country. Dave was skeptical, but ended his monologue with this message.
I'm wishing Donald Trump luck, and I'm gonna give him a chance, and we, the historically disenfranchised, demand that he give us one too. Thank you very much.
Netflix announced that they would be hosting Dave for 3 specials, in which he would be receiving $20 million for each one. In a way, this can be seen as making up for the trouble he went through with Comedy Central. The Age of Spin was released on Netflix in 2017 and was met with good reviews. Months later, while headlining at Radio City Music Hall, he made multiple jokes about the transgender community. One in specific talks about Trump banning trans people from serving in the US military, in which Dave pokes fun and says that ISIS would be horrified to see trans women storming at them. Chappelle says he doesn't understand trans people, but doesn't think that disqualifies them from being a human being that deserves a life with dignity and happiness and respect. He ended by arguing that sometimes he thinks the only reason all of us are talking about transgenders is because white men want to do it. If it was just black people and Mexicans like, hey y'all, we feel like girls inside, they'd be like, shut up, no one asked you how you felt. Dave received a lot of criticism, with many citing that it doesn't matter he is joking because they are rooted in bigotry and overgeneralizations, or they say he shouldn't joke about a topic he is uneducated on. This back and forth just perpetuated more jokes and commentary from Dave. It became a bulk of his material.
You know who hates me the most? The transgender community.
Despite the controversy, his comeback was receiving all the praise. In 2017, Chappelle received a Grammy Award for Best Comedy Album for his first 2 specials, The Age of Spin and Deep in the Heart of Texas, and later that year would go on to receive an Emmy Award and another Grammy for Outstanding Variety Special for Equanimity. He also won the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor, but it was in 2019 where the backlash reached new heights. Sticks and Stones released on Netflix in 2019, and Dave didn't hold back on this one. Me Too, gun control, opioid crisis, cancel culture, and of course the transgender community. He covered every hot button topic in one special. Sticks and Stones marks a shift. This performance felt way more like a piece of social commentary rather than stand-up comedy, at least in the first half. Now I think this goes without saying, but comedy is extremely nuanced. Cherry-picking clips and bits can often remove the necessary context that sells a joke. NBC said that today's context-free Twitter culture is preventing Dave from thriving. You're either fighting President Donald Trump or you're a MAGA apologist. You're either believe all women or you're anti-Me Too, and that black and white world is not one in which Dave Chappelle has ever operated, particularly now. Many people read headlines and tweets and form opinions without actually digesting the material. However, even those who did fully digest the special still were not impressed. Sticks and Stones registers as a temper tantrum, the product of a man who wants it all: money, fame, influence, without much having to answer to anyone. Forbes chimed in with, Dave Chappelle's Sticks and Stones tries too hard to offend. Comedians have always made jokes about current societal standards and political climates. Discussing societal issues mixed in with quips and bits make their performances relatable, but not too serious. Dave and many people in defense of comedy argue that nothing is off limits when it comes to jokes, but opposers pick and choose what is allowed to be joked about. At this point, we're re-entering a familiar cycle. Chappelle releases a special on Netflix, he says something incendiary, it's quoted back to him in a headline, and Chappelle reacts to the criticism in another Netflix special. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. A comedian is not absolved from criticism, and critics don't have to think someone is funny. This cycle is a product of free speech, and any sane human understands both sides are allowed and should speak their mind. One person who knows that the most is Dave Chappelle, who boycotted his own show because he felt like it. In 2020, Viacom, the owner of The Chappelle Show, licensed the show to Netflix and HBO Max without providing Dave with any compensation and without making him aware of the deal. He was aware that it was legal in the court of law, as it was stated in the contract he signed during the show's initial negotiations, but he saw the move as unethical. In a video released by Dave titled Unforgiven, he would ask his fans to boycott the show on HBO until he was paid, citing the ethical obligations of Viacom to pay him what he was owed. Since he had such a good relationship with Netflix, he was furious they did this to him because of how badly Comedy Central treated him.
So you know what I did? I called them and I told them that this makes me feel bad. And do you want to know what they did? They agreed that they would take it off their platform just so I could feel better. That's why I with Netflix.
Dave and his fans praised Netflix for removing the show based on his feelings, but they were shocked when members of the trans community tried to get Dave's special removed because he hurt their feelings. The Closer was his 2021 Netflix special where he again made jokes about trans people, as well as anti-gay jokes and defending TERFs. He stated in the special that gender is a fact. In the special's closing moments, he tells a story about his friend Daphne Dorman, who was a trans woman and stand-up comedian, that defended Dave from criticism in his previous special, Sticks and Stones. Punching down requires you to consider yourself superior to another group. Dave Chappelle doesn't consider himself better than me in any way. He isn't punching up or punching down. He's punching lines. That's his job, and he's a master of his craft. Dave claimed that Daphne Dorman received so much hate from her own community that she died by suicide 6 days after the special. Right-wing media went into a frenzy saying the trans community are hypocrites and will destroy their own people. However, there is little evidence that supports Daphne's expiration has anything to do with hate. Back in 2019, that tweet had just 12 replies. Another tweet supporting Chappelle had 9. The Instagram post in which she declared her friendship with Chappelle doesn't have any critical replies. Comments on her Facebook post announcing that she was opening for Chappelle are uniformly positive. So are the ones on Reddit after she posted about it there. She doesn't appear to have said anything on Twitter or Facebook about receiving abuse. Her suicide note doesn't mention bullying, nor do any of the obituaries written after her death. Because of this, many people thought Dave was using someone's death to his own benefit, and the trans community were tired of Dave. Netflix employees interpreted The Closer as hate speech, and 65 employees participated in a walkout in protest of the company. The protest garnered a lot of support online. However, it was generally unsuccessful because Netflix has stood behind Dave, kept his specials up, and continued to work with him in the future. Then things escalated to physical violence against Dave.
Make some noise for hip-hop history.
Isaiah Lee was the name of the suspect who later admitted why he attacked the comedian.
I identify as bisexual, and I wanted him to know what he said was triggering. I wanted him to know that next time he should consider first running his material by people it could affect.
Isaiah Lee has also been charged with attempted murder after stabbing his roommate. In a last effort to take down Dave, a venue in Minneapolis canceled a sold-out show of his hours before the doors were set to open. We believe in diverse voices and the freedom of artistic expression, but in honoring that, we lost sight of the impact this would have. The event was moved to a smaller venue in the same city and sold out 2 shows back to back. It seemed like the more backlash Dave got, the more it would ultimately help his career. The Closer was nominated for an Emmy for Outstanding Variety Special. To close out the year, Dave took the stage on SNL and delivered the show's opening monologue. And yes, he faced even more controversy. Recently, Kanye West had went on an anti-Semitic rant on social media, to which Dave responded with,
I denounce anti-Semitism in all its forms. And I stand with my friends in the Jewish community. And that Kanye. Here's how you buy yourself some time. You know, the rules of perception. If they're black, then it's a gang. If they're Italian, it's a mob. But if they're Jewish, it's a coincidence, and you should never speak about it.
Despite Dave obviously disagreeing with Kanye, his jokes entertain the possibility that some of what Ye said holds an ounce of truth, which led to even more critics calling Dave anti-Semitic. He ended the monologue with a message.
It shouldn't be this scary to talk about anything. It's making my job incredibly difficult. And to be honest with you, I'm getting sick of talking to a crowd like this. I love you to death. And I thank you for your support. And I hope they don't take anything away from me. Whoever they are.
Some people think that Dave's legacy has been tainted by hardcore transphobia, or trying too hard to be controversial. Even though his comedy has always towed the line as to what is socially acceptable, Dave has benefited greatly from free speech. He has gained hundreds of millions of dollars and die-hard fans around the world, so it's only fair if his opposition can also speak up and voice their opinions and disagreements with his performances. All attempts to silence Dave have been proven unsuccessful, because no matter what, he will always get right back on that stage and speak his mind.
Swag. Oh, come on, man.
You have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Tim Curry is going to space. In space, there is no capitalism. But particularly, if he's going to the moon, well, what else is not on the moon? Atmosphere. No atmosphere, no protection from the sun. Those rays are going to be blasting him like crazy. Radiation, new levels. And you know what that means? It means he needs our sponsor today, Blender's Eyewear. The sun? Cringe. Painful. My eyes? Squinty. Ooh, radiation. Blender's Eyewear? Great. Excellent. Build quality. Feel excellent. The look? Not cringe. Sun diffused. Because Blender's Eyewear is a fantastic and affordable option for you to wear in case the sun ever gets a little uppity. They feel good. I love their colors. These ones are purple because purple is one of my favorite colors. Bricky fact. Magenta is my favorite color, but purple is pretty up there. And right here, smooth. No matter where I'm at, the beach, the mall, outer space, or in my own home right here, these things have got me covered. Blender's Eyewear feels great. I think they look great, and they come at an affordable cost with a variety of excellent styles, colors, and frames for you specifically. If you want to tell the sun it's cringe, you go to blenderseyewear.com and use code BrickyVIP for 15% off. Check the description now if you want to cop yourself some of their fantastic choices. And let's talk about Tim Curry. Hello everybody, my name is Bricky, currently doxing any and all allied players using cryocopters. So it seems my prior video on Kane's Wrath reached out into the void of YouTube and grabbed all of its players out of their geriatric homes to reminisce on the good times of that fantastic game. I had a whole lot of, I've never seen your content, Bricky, but Kane's Wrath was my shit, and god damn it, I'm glad we have that in common. So I'm nothing if not business oriented, so why not talk about another Command & Conquer game, the last decent one and the last one before EA completely crushed its franchise, Command & Conquer Red Alert 3, that came out very quickly after Kane's Wrath. Red Alert 3, the final Red Alert game of the beloved Red Alert series of Command & Conquer, because there's a couple of variations of it, Generals and Tiberium Wars and Red Alert. And the third game came out in 2009, and it came out right after Kane's Wrath, which I won't lie, gave me a little bit of whiplash. Red Alert 3 might be the polar opposite of the Tiberium Wars games. While Tiberium Wars focused a bit more on macro, this game focused a lot more on micro. In Tiberium Wars, while it was still a little cheesy, it took its topic somewhat seriously. In Red Alert 3, it is all farce. It is all memes. While the characters and units sounded somewhat grounded in Tiberium Wars, in Red Alert, it's...
Kill them like watermelon!
It is a total fucking parody. However, that doesn't make it bad. It makes it specific. It dedicates itself to a particular audience. Those who prefer the micro gameplay, those who prefer the art style and the voice acting and the cheese. Red Alert 3 is a game that I don't believe many people consider to be nearly as good as 1 and 2, because while I did not play Red Alert 1 and 2, I do hear a lot of, it's not quite the same. But it is still a classic source of fun over balance. Fun over overall, well, function and health. And that's not always a bad thing. You can't point at Modern Warfare 2, one of the most popular games ever, my childhood, and tell me, yeah, Bricky, that game was balanced. One of the best FPS games ever made, Titanfall 2, is an unbalanced mess, at least when you get really good at it, but it is still goddamn fun. And Red Alert 3? It's some goddamn fun. It might actually be having too much fun. And we'll talk about that in the campaign.
Nixon was framed and Kennedy was a commie?
That's right.
Oh, yeah, disclaimer. Deals with Soviets, very evil, crazy Russians, Imperial Japan, all this kind of stuff. Russia, modern time, things going on right now in the world. It's not something I'm gonna bring up. It's not something that actually matters in the context of this review. And this discussion of the game will be as if it's not happening. But I wanted to say it because we're all adults here, and I wanted to at least make it clear that, you know, elephant in the room. Okay, anyway. So, the Russians invent time travel. Soviet Union is on the brink of collapse, and Tim Curry, and they decided to use their time machine to travel back to Brussels sprouts in 1927 and assassinate Albert Einstein. This changes the course of history, as nuclear warfare was never invented, and then Tim Curry becomes the new prime minister or supreme prime minister or whatever of the Soviet Union, and the Russians are about to control the entire Western world. They are on the brink of victory instead of collapse, thanks to their assassination of Albert Einstein. However, with no Albert Einstein means no nukes. And, well, no nukes means a certain other nation didn't have any setbacks. So a combination of technologically advanced, feudal, and imperial Japan, known as the Empire of the Rising Sun, is now a massive force. They are technologically superior, have crazy new stuff coming around, and they believe that world domination is their divine destiny. And they have begun a three-way world war between the Soviets, the Allies, and the Empire of the Rising Sun. The plot is just straight up shenanigans. The entire thing is a vehicle for some of the dumbest dialogue ever written and some of the most school-level play acting you can get. It is riding that thin line of hilarious and cringy and constantly falls on both sides all the time. They decided to populate the entire main cast with either A-list celebrities or supermodels. All the in-game commandos are straight up supermodels in this game. They are the stereotype of each one. The Allies have a double pistol wielding blonde bombshell. The Soviets have the strong, tough sniper Dragunov Natasha commando. And the Japanese have a schoolgirl outfit, pigtails, angry, angsty young girl with psychic powers. And the cast, holy fuck, the cast. You've got Tim Curry doing this Russian accent thing. You've got J.K. Simmons as the President of the United States. Jonathan Pryce is a field marshal. George Takei is the fucking emperor. Ric Flair is the goddamn commander. And David Hasselhoff is the vice president. And the shit they say.
We have altered the space-time continuum. And now that we have a common enemy, Bullpucky.
I wasn't flirting, sir. I was just, you know, making conversation.
Our enemy was thrusting deeply into the motherland's tender nether regions. Los Angeles is the hub of the Allied propaganda machine.
Freedom, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, apple pie. Did I say freedom? Well, it's worth saying again.
I will root out the enemy within. You are made of stupid.
The sheer volume of A-list actors in this thing, in like the complete farce that it is. Like, you can tell none of them are taking it seriously. Tim Curry is consistently laughing at his voice lines. And those are the takes they kept. It's surreal. Like, J.K. Simmons is actually a Japanese robot spy that they infiltrated to become the president. And then George Takei just like rips out some wires and J.K. Simmons has a fucking meltdown. The ending of the Allied campaign has one of the briefing ladies, I forget her name, I think it's Jenna Atkinson, whoever, and the supermodel commando both dressed up to take you out on a hot date tonight. That's the ending of the Allied campaign. Japanese campaign, same thing, but on a beach. And you know what's the best part about this? It translates over to gameplay. It's just as silly with its style and its units. So a bit ago, there was a Mario game. I forget which one, right? And Mario had a sombrero. And then a whole bunch of pasty ass fucking college students that looked like me made a whole bunch of journal articles about why it's super fucking racist, you know, because they had nothing better to do with their time. And then right after that, all of the fans from like Mexico and stuff of Mario were like, yo, that's fucking dope. Because they got a sombrero. And it made them all look like total clowns. I feel like this game is that same test, just edgier. All of the factions are insane stereotypes. Everything. The Allies, the Russians, and the Japanese. They are all incredibly stereotypical. Sometimes in a good way, sometimes in certainly an offensive way, but in a funny way. Red Alert 3 likes its stereotypes. It likes them a lot, and it uses them everywhere. Like, I asked some Russian friends of mine about like what they thought about Red Alert 3 when it came out, that super evil Russian stereotype, and apparently it was generally well received. They call it Klukva? I'm pronouncing this very poorly, but just that super over-the-top evil Russian stereotype. And apparently it's kind of funny because Red Alert is absolutely that. The Soviets, which are my personal favorite of the three factions, have war bears. They have conscripts with AKs and Molotovs. They have gulag flak troopers. They have the hammer tank and the sickle walker. Their engineer is just, yeah.
I think that was my good lung.
The submarine sounds like it's gonna sink at basically any moment.
What's that dripping sound? Are the scanners working?
And oh, we can't forget about the Kirov airship.
Drop another load. Oh yeah. Ah, that's nice.
The volume of like Soviet pride is so funny, but their patriotism is actually kind of cool. The sheer patriotism in some of their units is really fun to listen to, particularly the Soviet dreadnought, who just has some of the best voice lines.
Can you feel the Soviet might? Enemies of the Union shall burn.
And then you got the Apocalypse tank, who is the whole thing.
The apocalypse has begun. We will
Damn it.
bury them.
Moving over though, the Empire of the Rising Sun is a combination of feudal Japan, Imperial Japan, and anime stereotypes. You've got units that go the anti-infantry route where you have jets that kind of skim around but then can turn into jets and fly around, or bipedal helicopters that fire missiles, enormous Oni mechs, and also tsunami tanks that literally scream the word cavalry. You've got like Naginata cruisers and Shogun battleships. The average Imperial warrior has a gun, but also a laser katana that he can charge you with. And for the anime part, you know, besides the Oni mechs and mecha, you also have like rocket angels and the commando. Also, you have the engineer, which, I mean, look at that walk cycle. Look at that run cycle. I actually like their style quite a lot. High-tech Japanese is a pretty common thing to do because it's such a high-tech country. But also at the same time, I like the combination of throwing it with Imperial Japan and having that Imperial Japanese nature to them. The zealotism they have in their divine right for world domination is very cool, but they also have this sort of professionalism. Certain units, particularly the Shogun battleship and the Wave Force artillery, one of my favorites, have this just very like calm, strong demeanor about them.
The day of the Shogun has arrived. They will soon bow to our flag.
We will take them by force. The Shogunate will be pleased.
And then you contrast that with things like the Mecha Tengu and the Commando and Rocket Angels, and it becomes really fun. It's a nice hybrid. Fuck, man. The Commando's special ability literally creates the Imperial flag. Like, what else could you ask for? As far as the allies go, they themselves look a bit more generic. However, they are basically every single Western stereotype, and not just America, but also like British area combined. The sheer volume of nationalities is actually what's pretty cool about it. You've got your pretty standard like white peacekeeper cop kind of guy with the peacekeeper, the riot shield, and the shotgun. Your javelin troopers are all basically football players, literally saying lines like football players.
Sack 'em, blitz 'em. Here comes the Hail Mary.
The engineer is a complete fucking dweeb.
Excelsior, piece of pie.
His jet ski, as well as the funniest thing ever. They've got a James Bond style spy that can bribe people to turn traitor. Guardian tanks and multi-gunners are by far the most evil of them all. The British.
Hey, mate, someone's a little cheesed off. Eat a tick.
Mirage tanks are incredibly French.
Aha! C'était fatal.
Hydrofoils are Jamaican.
Take their guns away. Scramble them eggs.
The big satellite laser truck is just a call center lady.
Anything else I can do for you? One moment, sir.
Century bombers have that deep southern accent.
No more belly aching from them.
And aircraft carriers are there to blow your ears out.
Aircraft carrier leaving port. Tall and proud.
In fact, there's actually a comment on my Kane's Wrath video that I think describes this a lot better than I can. I can't stress enough how important voice acting is in an RTS. You're going to be hearing the same voice clips hundreds of thousands of times, and the best ones are iconic and never leave your head. It's a great way to put it. When you're building stuff and clicking things and ordering people around, you're going to be hearing those voice lines again and again and again and again and again, and they...
BRB.
need to be good or else they're gonna be so tiring. Keeping those sound effects up, keeping that voice acting solid is paramount, and it's something that, despite the silliness, they do incredibly well in this game. This actually might be the reason why I enjoy Red Alert 3 so much, despite it being entirely inferior to Kane's Wrath. See, Red Alert's gameplay is actually the part I have the biggest problem with. There's a lot of things they did to the game that I either don't like on a personal level or simply feel like it's just not well balanced. For example, like harvesting your resources is massively cut down compared to Command & Conquer Kane's Wrath, where you have multiple refineries and multiple harvesters. You literally just place a refinery there and then just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, which makes it really, really easy, but also more punishing. If you get rushed in Kane's Wrath, you have your base defenses, you have all your things you can make, and you can try to defend your harvesters. And they might kill 1 or 2 harvesters, but it doesn't kill your economy. In Red Alert, that's like your only harvester per field, and you only start with 2 right next to you. So a common strat, the Vindicator bombers on the Allies, fucking pricks, will just go over there and kill them. And now you're not getting any money until you build a new one. And I don't know how much you've been spending. That could really be a detriment. You've only got 2 harvesters. What if they kill both? How much shit are you gonna have to sell in order to get more? Like, there's no skill in actually harvesting, and there's very little skill needed to get rid of the harvesters. Soviet terror drones are a nightmare when it comes to that crap. Also, the game forgoes any and all upgrades. There are no upgrades to buy, no rail guns or blue purifying flame, nothing like that. And all of your special like side abilities come from a tech tree that you need to pick around on the bottom left corner of the screen. And some of those are just flat out better than others. So some of those tech tree ability things are kind of cool. You got like the chrono shift from the Allies, or the toxic bomb from the Soviets, or the actual zero plane kamikaze for the Imperial Japan. But you know, they're interesting, but they're not quite the same, and they don't offer as much utility and intrigue as they do in Kane's Wrath. But the game also has become more micro heavy. Every single unit they decide to give a special ability, and some of these abilities range from we had to pick something to absolutely ridiculous. Like harvesters, for example. The Allies one allows them to go ahead and move their base. It's an outpost ability, whereas the Soviet one gives it a big shell to make it tankier, and the Empire one that turns around, stops harvesting, has a little gun on the top. The Imperial warriors put their guns away and charge it with their laser katana. The conscripts take their AKs down and throw Molotovs. Hydrofoils swap from their anti-air gun to a gun that stops the enemy units from firing at all, like a jammer, which is really aggravating. The Apocalypse tank grabs someone, pulls them in, and shreds them down. Everything has an ability. The thing is that makes it a hell of a lot more micro heavy, which I'm less of a fan of. I do feel like in Red Alert, once your opponent gets rid of your major fighting force, you're kind of done. There's a lot of comebacks in Kane's Wrath, and I think it has to do with the speed of the game and the map size. Red Alert maps feel really small, but things are still decently quick. In Kane's Wrath, maps are way bigger and things aren't decently quick, so there's still lots of time to recover. I have many a times just been rushed by twin blades, and that was my death. That was it. It was over. I have been rushed by dolphins that can't allow me to go anywhere in the sea. The Japanese mecha-tangus just destroy everything I know and love. The Vindicators on the Allies. There are many times where I feel like my games are ending incredibly quick. Terror drone spam from the Soviets. The games just don't feel like they can turn around as quickly. So at the end of the day, you've got a streamlined system where there are no upgrades. Your powers are all in a tier system, and everything is more micro heavy instead of macro. That could be how Red Alert's always been, and if that's the case, then I mean totally fine, but that's not for me. I like Kane's Wrath a lot for all the opposite reasons of what I just said. Red Alert for me is completely held up by its great voice acting and also very good visuals. Look at the water effects in this game. It came out in 2009. The lighting effects, especially the amount of color, is something it does really well. And also, oh my god, the soundtrack. I didn't even mention the soundtrack. Get the montage. remember asking my chat which faction is the strongest in Red Alert comparatively to everything else, and they all unanimously said the Allies. And it kind of made me confused for a while why the Allies. I know Peacekeeper's strong, I know that the Vindicator spam is pretty good, but like, why specifically the Allies? And they all said cryocopters. And I watched some pro games, and yeah, cryocopters are dumb. They run up to something, freeze it, and then said thing can basically be one-shot by anything in the game, no matter what, and it can't fight back. Does not matter the size. It also has a shrink ray, which makes said thing incredibly tiny, do almost no damage, and be like triple as weak. It is infuriating what I have watched with allied cryocopters. The allies look so overpowered. Their aircraft carriers are also insane. Assault destroyers, when used properly, can be kind of nuts. Oh, just Peacekeeper spam, weirdly enough, seems really good. Their Apollo fighters just fuck. And it's not to say that everything else doesn't have some good stuff. Mecha Tengus are pretty good. Those actually Wave Force artillery can be pretty nuts too. And the Empire has the best naval combat by far. Soviets terror drones are really scary. Twin Blades are good. Kirovs are still good. But even so, like, the Allies, they seem a bit overtuned. And there could be mods and stuff to make this a little bit better. I haven't actually seen any personally, but I don't know if I would be able to, because you can't really play multiplayer in this game. Yeah, it's like broken or down or something. You need to download mods or something to even play multiplayer, because EA, what's that? We put out a product and it's not working. Well, bye. It's too bad too, because I know there's a lot of people who don't like this game. They're just not a fan of this Red Alert, but I do enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. It's good for a couple of rounds of enjoying myself and being kind of silly and different and interesting. It's nowhere near as good as Kane's Wrath to me, but I also don't like some of the changes it made. So, you know, it could be a personal preference. Overall though, despite everything there, it does still feel like that era before the loot boxes, before the just make our money back era, where despite it being EA and despite all their dumbassery, it is a game that was made with care. It's dumb, it's cheesy, it's stupid, but it's meant to be, and it's fun for that. It is fun overbalanced to a T. And honestly, I'm really sad it's the last real Command and Conquer game. It is the one that put it in, well, it's not the one that put it in its grave, but it is the one right before it went to a grave. It was its final hurrah, and it's not the best, but it's better than what they've been making. So yeah, Red Alert 3, Tim Curry looking at ass, Vine boom sound effect.
Bird up.
Thank you all for watching this video. It was a pleasure having you all here. If you want to check out some merch, I have some new ones. I have a new shirt that I entirely based around Outer Wilds, one of my favorite games of all time. I think it's really solid and distinct enough, and I just love it. You can check that out. And also I have an Elden Ring one, and it says Got Grace. It's in hoodies, black and white, as well as shirts, black and white. You can both check those out in the description, orchid8.com. And I have some questions. All right, I got 2 questions. Have I heard of the subreddit Armored Women? No, but I'm fucking gonna. What makes you huff the most copium? Honestly, the Kane's Wrath stuff. Kane's Wrath and the Death of Command and Conquer, that's some big fucking copium. That is cope to the max. What is an intellectual turnoff for you when listening to someone explain something? E.g., when someone portrays an opposing view with the most mocking voice they can come up with, it always turns out for whatever else they have to say. Oh, yeah. Often when I talk about something and there's an argument against it where I say, oh, Red Alert 3 is very micro heavy, and then I'll say something like, you know, micro heavy is certainly a thing for most people. A lot of people find that to be more skillful, but I personally think the macro takes a little bit more effort. Someone else would rephrase that as, oh, but what about the macro level? You know, this micro, I want to micro this stuff. It's like, shut up. That particularly bugs the hell out of me when they do that kind of voice. I do it sometimes, but normally it's against an argument that's just really dumb. But when people do that a shitload and they constantly use a mocking tone to anyone that is against them, absolutely, that's something that bugs the hell out of me. I also hate for my need to say in my opinion or to me a lot when I make videos. Super often whenever I am trying to express something, I have to say, in my opinion, I don't really like it, or it didn't really do it for me. Because if I say I don't think it's good, or I think this is a bad decision, that makes it more definitive, and people will get more angry because I am hard disagreeing as opposed to saying I don't like it. That's like that weird fine line of reviewing something, saying I don't like it and it's bad it's hard to differentiate the two of them because everything is subjective, so you never know. Anyway, Thank you all so much for watching. March was a really busy month, but I had a good time with it all. Hopefully I will see you for some new videos soon. The second channel also has an Elden Ring playthrough going up, and thanks for supporting me. Bye.
Come on. Obviously you're a skater.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together.
When you think of a villain, especially a villain in the Command & Conquer series, generally your mind goes to Kane. See that man just bathed in red light, the crazy coat he's got on. He really emanates the power of a villain, doesn't he? But truly, it's not the fact that he's a fanatical cult leader. It's not the fact that he's a murderous crazy man or his drip. He's evil because he's bald. And that's why you need my sponsor, Keeps. Did you know 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of male power and baldness in their time? In fact, sometimes very early on. And the most important thing to do is to make sure that you are preventative. And with Keeps, you can make sure that you do not become a villain like our boy Kane here, despite this fantastic drip. And I've sung the praise of Keeps pretty often because the company seemed great.
Defend the hill
product
from
seemed
what?
great, and the reviews were wonderful. And just about a month ago, I decided to take the plunge into it myself. I mean, I'm pretty happy with where my hair is at right now, but I noticed just a little bit here and there, and I'm like, hey, you know, the point is preventative anyway, so here I am with it. It takes a few months to really settle in, but that's kind of the point. If nothing changes, then I'm doing it right. And I felt that considering how much I advertise this product, I should be definitely taking more of a chance to use it and not just rely on other reviews. So with that being said, you can go down in the description and go to keeps.com/Bricky to get 50% off your first order. Once again, it's in the description, keeps.com/Bricky. Do not be like Kane. He's a very bad man. And with that being said, thank you for sponsoring this video. And let's talk about Zone Raiders. Hello, everyone. My name is Bricky, currently experiencing crippling insomnia from hearing Missile Squad ready for combat in my every waking nightmares. Listen, strategy games, they're hard. They're hard from both a technical and big brain point of view. Having a good APM while micromanaging units, building production queues, and whatever the hell your opponent is doing, takes a lot of skill. And you know who always has had a skill issue? This guy. Bricky have skill issue. Hard thing make Bricky scared. Bricky allergic to hard thing. You go near hard thing and you go but for some reason my parents thought it was a good idea to buy me StarCraft Brood War when I was a really young kid, and god damn it did I have a good time with it. So young RTS player Bricky decided to keep that train rolling. Jumped onto the Command and Conquer series with Command and Conquer 3 and fell in love. And from there, I mean, StarCraft is a very popular RTS game, arguably the most popular RTS game out there, but it is not my favorite. That title goes to Command and Conquer 3, Kane's Wrath. Kane's Wrath is just a gem. It is graduated from the goat straight to moose. Command and Conquer 3, oh my god, what a game. Made with so much love, so much care, so much polish, when fun was at the forefront. And it was made by EA, so sales figures were there, but the fun. And I mean, you know me. Well, okay, maybe some of you don't know me. For those who don't know me, hi, I'm Bricky. I make video. But besides that, you know, I just jump around from topics. I just bounce around talking about what the hell I want to talk about. So I felt like talking about Command & Conquer 3, Kane's Wrath, because it's a goddamn amazing RTS game. Okay, fuck you.
I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left them.
So Command & Conquer 3 is a long-running RTS series, or was long-running. Fuck you, EA. There was Generals, Red Alert, Tiberium Wars, just many types of Command & Conquer games that span very many genres and how they played. Now, being 26, I didn't really get into Generals very much, and I didn't really get into Red Alert until Red Alert 3 came out. And even that, I mean, Command & Conquer Tiberium Sun was the prequel to Tiberium Wars, and that came out way, way, way back when. So I got really big into Command & Conquer 3 Tiberium Wars when it came out. And jumping into that game, I was a little surprised, especially as a younger kid, with the campaign, because RTS campaigns are a little hit or miss, and this one was a little hit or miss with its camp and its insane amounts of cheese, but it took some genuine issues.
What are you doing? He's defenseless.
He's
the enemy!
Okay, so for starters, all of the actual like live action acting and stuff for all these games are border between being somewhat decent to being passable to being absolute crap. It just depended on what mission you were on. The script was all over the place, the sets were funny, you know, but at the same time, there was so much charm to it that it was acceptable.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
I want you to look at Senator Armstrong of Metal Gear Rising, all right? In terms of story, Armstrong being the final villain is like the dumbest thing on the planet. He was barely set up at all, mentioned like once, and then just arrives like a 20-minute cutscene. It's honestly pretty awful writing, but it's so fucking funny and charming that you don't give a shit, because it's Nano Machine Man. I kind of get that feeling a little bit, except the game deals with some pretty specific and highly political issues. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Tiberium Wars is a sequel to Tiberium Sun that came out in the 1990s. The third game follows the third Tiberium War. Tiberium is a mysterious alien substance that crash landed on Earth. This was sometime in the 1990s, and it began terraforming the landscape. It would constantly mutate the local flora and fauna, and overall just spread pretty rapidly, and it was generally dangerous and toxic to humans. However, it was also a very potent fuel source, a very powerful resource. So despite the obvious dangers of toxic gas, massive human mutation, this becoming such a major resource and how much it was spreading across the planet made it very sought after. In the 2040s, about 50 years later, this is when our two major factions are fighting. The Global Defense Initiative, or GDI, is the general law and order kind of group. They're an amalgamation of a ton of countries all coming together with the pretty standard like American looking law and order and strength in terms of military might kind of group. They're trying to combat the spread of the crystals and generally protect everybody and keep everyone all huddled together in these nice safe zones. And they're fighting the Brotherhood of Nod. The Brotherhood of Nod believe that the crystals are serving as humanity's next evolution, that the use and mutation, etc. of Tiberium is what will bring people up into, I don't know, some kind of like massive new livelihood. You know how that kind of people go when they're led by their very, very smooth leader, Pain. The world is generally collapsed altogether, and any kind of national border has been removed or assimilated, and now the entire world is ran into zones. You've got blue zones, yellow zones, and red zones. Blue zones are life as we generally know it, almost free of any kind of Tiberium, and the GDI take up almost the entirety of the blue zones. The yellow zones have light Tiberium exposure. It's around here and there. It's generally demilitarized, very, well, you know, scavenger-like, and Nod takes up most of these areas. Red zones are nearly uninhabitable. Nod has some of these as well, but generally if you're in a red zone, you just can't live there. See, these cutting up of zones is generally where the overall fighting between GDI and Nod take place. Because to the Brotherhood of Nod, they see GDI as the oppressors. They have gone out and taken all of the habitable blue zones, all of the areas that are the safest, and they have shoved everyone else out. GDI are forcing the impoverished and the unworthy out of the safe zones into the scavenger wastelands. This generally creates anger and animosity to the people pushed out by GDI and have them go directly to the direct opposition, the fanatical terrorist group, Brotherhood of Nod. Because when you and your family have been pushed out of a safe zone to scavenge for yourself, joining a fanatical group to tear down the oppressors is not that far from an understandable course of action. Oh yeah, there's also the Skrin too. That's like the Tiberium aliens. They just kind of show up at the end. I mean, they have their own lore and stuff, but honestly, it's not as interesting to me. They're really cool looking, but they're just like, hey, here's your third faction. You know, looking back at it, it's really nice when a game genuinely has a political theme going on with it. And I mean like real politics, not, oh my God, Twitter mad gay people in games politics. No, like real politics. The creation and enforcement of borders, the issue of WMDs for both the big and small factions, the fanaticalization of people forced out by a government they believe don't care about them, and the horrible things people will do to that government and its citizens in response. And despite the fact that this game is made by EA, some balls to that. Now, this campaign still has its very goofy moments and still very campy at times, but the actual thing, the actual entire scale of a political war, really fascinating, which creates the foundation for this gameplay. And boy, ow, I forgot I had a bruise there. It's good gameplay.
The game is fun.
So in Tiberium Wars, if I haven't made this clear, Command & Conquer 3 Tiberium Wars is the first game. Kane's Wrath is like the expansion of it. But in Tiberium Wars, the original, there were 3 factions: the GDI, Nod, and Scrid. GDI is the military group of peacekeepers. It's really kind of the American military style of group. Their stuff looks generally clean, disciplined, and functional. Their units move and speak generally rather professionally, but just have enough personality to stand out. Things like rifleman squads,
securing structure,
predator tanks,
predator ready for battle,
look and generally sound the part. But as you go up the tech tree, that personality starts to really make its way out. Things like zone troopers,
we got this handled,
mammoth tanks,
mammoth advancing,
commando,
he's going dirt tasting,
all give GDI a bit more intrigue in their character voicing that has them stand out as, yeah, they're part of the peacekeeper group, but these people have been around. They're allowed to talk a little more loosely because they're veterans. As far as Nod is concerned, despite the whole concept of fanaticism and all that stuff, Nod is definitely playing the role as the bad guys. And I mean, they're terrorists, so it's fair, but their voice lines really show it. Nod is a militant force, and they act like it. Their buildings are a bit more looming. Their presence is a lot more sinister. The way things are curved and sometimes spiked, or like even things like their airfield doesn't look like a normal airfield. It's like a giant spire in the sky. Their voice acting is impeccable, though. Honestly, Nod might be some of the best voice acting in an RTS game I have ever played. I mean, the militant squad alone shows what they're all about.
The oppressors must die! Make them suffer!
Saboteurs are sinister. Attack bikes are just total masochists.
Let's go for a hunt! Kill them all!
Things like flame tanks have this grueling, brooding nature to them.
Cleansing fire.
Hell, just that way a flame tank says their own name.
Flame tank.
Just that venomous delivery is... Oh. This also moves with their tactics and weaponry. You know, GDI feels like it has a pretty standard way of doing its fighting. You've got air support, you've got tanks and infantry, all kind of stuff. Nod is a little more mischievous. They are use what's at their disposal. Instead of machine guns and tanks, they have lasers and Tiberium upgraded missiles and flamethrowers. They have a unit called the Reckoner, which is like a suicide truck where you just run it into your opponent's base, you plant it down, it becomes really tanky, and then everything inside just generally burns things to death. Normally it's with flamethrower guys. The flame tank is a tank with flamethrowers. Their big scary top level vehicle is called the Avatar, and that thing will kill your other vehicles to gain upgrades. So just rip it up and place something on its shoulder. Oh god, of course. How could I not forget the literal suicide bomber unit you can build called the Fanatics? They have bombs on their chests. They I don't know how more I can describe this. They run with their hands in the air and they go boom, and they do a lot of damage. Yeah, I mean, Nod are good people. They have a lot of personality, though. The Scrin I have less to say about because they're aliens. The idea of them is very alien. They sound alien. Their voice acting is actually, or whatever their sound mixing is really good, actually. They all sound genuinely pretty alien. Honestly, the sound design of all their creatures is really good. There's a lot of effort put into it. They're kind of just an amalgamation of of everything. There's plenty of alien, as in, you know, alien. You've got some The Day the Earth Stood Still with like their buzzer swarms and stuff. You got some Independence Day in there. You got the War of the Worlds tripods. You've got quite a lot of just stuff pulled from other things, but in a weird way, when you pull from so much else, you almost kind of make your own thing. and they feel unique despite the fact that it's obviously inspired. They also play super alien as well. They utilize Tiberium a lot to either buff their weaponry, or it allows them to create more Tiberium fields, which acts as the game resource. That's pretty important to you. They have things like stasis fields and wormholes and mind control. You know, they're doing all that kind of stuff. Despite that all, though, they still feel familiar to play, and pickup and playing them is pretty simple, just like with the other two factions. Then you get to Kane's Wrath. Kane's Wrath decided to expand upon the 3 rosters. Instead of going from just 3 factions, you now have 9. However, they're subsections of the original. So you've got still GDI, Nod, and Scrim, but then you have 2 sub-factions per group. For GDI, we had the Steel Talons and the Zocom. Steel Talons rule. I gotta do it. It's always funny. They're an experimental weapon group that's generally focused around the ground combat and also walkers. They don't really build high-level infantry like zone trooper, sniper teams. They also don't build like the Shatterer tank. However, they make up for it by different kinds of changes to all their other main tanks. Instead of a Predator tank, you have the Titan. Instead of the Shatterer, you have the Wolverine. The Titan is a big walking giant that has a gigantic gun on its side, and the Wolverine is a massive anti-infantry murderer on legs. Their harvesters become heavy harvesters that are tankier and can put infantry inside of it, and their juggernauts, which are these enormous howitzers on legs, now can also fit infantry in them and have a little bit more of an AoE blast. Steel Talons is like that when you really want to just roll over your opponent, utilizing nothing but tons of tanks. You have like 20 Titans, and you've got some Juggernauts, or no, Behemoths in the back, Wolverines ripping people apart. AP ammo is insanely powerful, and it's just a damn good time. Zocom, or Zone Operations Command, is entirely based around working with, you know, really bad Tiberium fields and stuff. They also really like sonic stuff. Their orcas fire sonic things instead of regular missiles for their aircraft. They have the Shatterer, but it's the Zone Shatterer, so it can fire this big old sonic blast at people. And their Zone Troopers have become Zone Raiders, which is exactly where I developed my kink for strong women in big fucking armor. Miss me with that bikini armor shit. Cringe. Get me full plate. Zone Raiders are actually really dope. Instead of Zone Troopers with their big railguns, they've got AoE sonic blasters and shoulder-mounted anti-aircraft missile launchers. Honestly, Zocom in general can mass infantry and do a pretty damn good job at it. A lot of their infantry have great upgrades that they're allowed with this faction, and mobilizing tons of Zone Raiders, those missile troopers, and then even some cyber teams here and there, throw a commando in there. There's a lot of strength in that army. Or you could fall back on the classic Zocom strategy, which is a million hammerhead gunships filled with Zone Raiders. It's just everything dies. Like, you can't stop it. It is insane. As for Nod, you got 2 factions known as the Marked of Cain and the Black Hand. The Black Hand is my favorite faction in all of Command and Conquer.
Is he about to push him off the edge?
I fucking love this faction so much. If you don't know what the Black Hand is, it's fire. Fire in everything. The Black Hand is actually a regular unit Nod can create, which is a group of flamethrower troopers, and they're kind of a little heavier, a little heavily armored. However, in this one, it doubles up its specialization. They completely forego all aircraft. No aircraft at all, and they put all their effort directly into flame. Your basic militant group is no longer that. They're called the Confessor Cabal that has mind control grenades, and all of their flame-based things come out promoted, which I haven't talked about yet. In Command and Conquer, the idea of a veteran unit is taken seriously. A unit that has survived a long period of time and killed a lot of things will become promoted. The more promoted you are, the tankier you are, the more powerful you are with your weapons, and if you reach the top, become a heroic unit, you have an increased fire rate and you have health regen. So of the 4 tiers, regular, promotion 1, 2, and top heroic, coming out of promotion 1 naturally is pretty good. Not only that, but you can have an upgrade that adds a Black Hand flamethrower guy to every infantry squad you make. You just want some regular confessors with their guns, there's a flamethrower guy in there. Missile launchers, there's a flamethrower guy in there. There's a flamethrower guy everywhere. You could upgrade them with blue purifying flame. Do you know the power and the fun of taking 2 flame tanks with blue flame, bringing it into the backline of your opponent's base, and watching as it instantly melts every building they've ever had? bad. Hell, their giant walker, the Avatar, it's called the Purifier now. Laser gun, sure. Mounted flamethrower on every single one of them. Oh, you know it. They even have commandos, which we'll talk about in a moment, but they can make 2 of them. And they both come out at full heroic rank, max rank. Yeah. Oh yeah. Black Hand is fun. You can literally amass an entire group of infantry, and you don't even need to tech for anti-infantry. Why tech for it? Everyone has a flamethrower. You already have it. Just mow them over in a wash of blue, purifying flame. I mean, come on, I play Sisters of Battle in Warhammer. Is it any surprise I like this? The Marked of Cain, however, bit weirder. They're a little bit more on the cybernetic side of things. We're talking cyborgs. Regular militant squads are in fact turned into something known as the Awakened. In fact, if you have a bunch of militant squads dying, you could actually have them rise up again from the dead as these Awakened squads. They have Tiberium Troopers, which are a variant of the flamethrower Black Hand, but they fire liquid Tiberium instead. That's a war crime. They've got tons of EMPs to go around everywhere, and they can upgrade a lot of their laser weaponry with a higher blue tier laser, which on Venom aircraft is oh my god. Spamming blue laser Venom aircraft is a strategy I've done quite often. I mean, they're Tiberium loving techno fetishists for Nod. It completely harshes. Finally, with Skrin, we have Reaper 17 and Traveler 59. Reaper 17 goes hard into Tiberium. They mutilate themselves and they fool around with their bodies to add more Tiberium upgrades whenever they can. It's all about increasing the amount of Tiberium, buffing yourself with Tiberium, and having a really strong ground force that just rolls over people. Reaper 17 is a great steamroll faction because they forego their aircraft. And let me tell you, Skrin aircraft are pretty freaking good. So foregoing the aircraft, you better have something good to make up for it. And they absolutely do. They even have giant green tripods. They have this fancy unit called the Ravager. They're a good time. I like Reaper 17 quite a bit. Traveler 59 is a little bit more weird, a little more experimental. They go harder into the aircraft. They have their little Storm Riders, which are these tiny harassment guys that are pretty good. But then you've also got their Devastator warships, which are insanely long-range artillery platforms. And then you've got your planetary assault carriers, which are it's a gigantic carrier, and enough of those will kill anything and everything. They also like their mind control. They can make things called cultists, which are just dudes with giant things on their head, and they can mind control enemy units. And it's a little bullshit, not gonna lie. They have to be in range to mind control, but they have unlimited range past that. Their commando also can AoE mind control and teleport, and can mind control buildings. You can mind control your buddy's major construction yard and just sell it after teleporting. They can be a little dumb. I don't know how strong Traveler 59 are in like the meta game, but you know, some things don't need to be good to be fucking annoying. That's Traveler 59. So with all these 9 factions, what does this give us? Well, it gives us an incredibly expansive and impressive RTS game with a ton of variety, but without ever feeling unfamiliar. See, despite all these sub-factions, no one really operates that different from each other. It's just like specialization. You know, look at GDI. Their harvesters have little anti-infantry guns on their top. The Steel Talons ones are tankier that can put infantry in them, and the Zocom ones have missiles. But they're all still just harvesters. They still do the same thing. You place down a refinery, a harvester gathers Tiberium, and you get your money. Certain things like the Reaper 17 can help expand their Tiberium income and spike the growth of their areas, but they still gather it. All factions need power. All factions have power plants you need to build. Infantry units are built from the infantry building. Every faction has an infantry building. Like, this might sound obvious, but it's the fact that in a game with 9 factions, it's so easy to understand exactly what's going on. You know what the refineries look like. You know which stuff gives what. You know what power plants are. You know what's important. Sure, Black Hand might not be building any airfields because they don't have aircraft, but oh well, I don't need to build anti-aircraft. Good luck still, though. Flamethrowers, Laval. In fact, I think the thing I love the most about Kane's Wrath more than any other RTS game is that it feels like you're microing your macro. That's really dumb sounding. That's so stupid. How? Okay, I need to explain this. Strategery. Okay, the game feels more macro heavy than it does micro. If you don't know those terms, micro is the high APM, crazy, insane StarCraft player thing, right? Where they're moving Marines back, forth, and all their units are going tiny little things, you know, micro stuff. Macro is your overall game knowledge and like building of resources, tech trees, upgrades, expansions, things that don't involve tiny micro units. However, in StarCraft, a battle cruiser, the biggest, most powerful unit in StarCraft, is built in 160 seconds, 2.5 minutes. A mammoth tank, the big, scary mammoth tank of the GDI, their highest level vehicle, takes 25 seconds to build. The Marv, the gigantic vehicle that came out in Kane's Wrath, along with the Redeemer and the Eradicator Hexapod, 50 seconds. Double the time, practically a third of the battlecruiser. But at the same time, I feel like the units die at either the same speed or slower than they do in StarCraft. But your resource deposits also go away much faster. Also, when you spend resources, you don't need to hit thresholds like you do in StarCraft. You don't need to have 50 minerals to create a Terran Marine. You just need to have anything in the queue, and then as time goes, it'll slowly be built. If you're building a mammoth tank and you run out of money, the production queue just halts and it waits till you get money again, then it continues. So with production so fast, with units dying the same speed or slower than StarCraft, with Tiberium getting removed faster, which means you need to expand more, and the actual build queue.
What's up, guys and gals? Me, Mudahar, and yeah, I'm on the road right now. Before anybody gets started, I'm pulled to the side of the road, okay? Thank you, BMW! Jesus Christ, all right? Like, you're driving a X3, not a goddamn Pagani. Jesus Christ. Chill out. Anyways, pulled over to the side of the road because it's safe, okay? It's never do this while driving. That's a bad idea. The other thing is, I know about the disappearing MH370 alien UFO video that's been floating around on r/UFO. Video is tomorrow. Actually, I've been working on that all day today. It's taken me a long day. New information keeps popping up. So tomorrow, definitive cut, it is what it is. Anyways, it actually pertains pretty well to today's video, because we're going to talk about Linus Tech Tips and Gamers Nexus. Now, this is one of those things where we're talking about ethics in, you know, journalism. We're talking about ethics in informative video content, okay? Now, to understand, Linus Tech Tips is an entertaining channel. You know, he is one of YouTube's OGs, right? And especially in the tech game, right? When he makes a video, it's not a niche video. It's a video for the mainstream crowd as well. So, for instance, if J2Sense makes a video, Gamers Nexus makes a video, I make a video, it's a niche tech video to an extent, just because we have our markets, right? Hardware Unbox, so on and so forth, Tech Syndicate, Digital Foundry. When Linus makes a video about Linux in particular, or anything, which is particularly the content that I watch, I don't really care for the crazy PC build videos. I don't really care. I mean, you know, once you see a 4090 and like in any case, it doesn't really change. But when he makes a video, it goes mainstream. So there's a lot of respect and a lot of love to be had for somebody that can bring something as, you know, niche like Linux to a grand majority of users, right? Now, he's been caught in a little bit of controversy. And I'd say controversy because I hate to denigrate this to like playground high school drama nonsense, because it isn't. Linus Tech Tips is somebody that produces informative videos, right? So tech reviews, you know, hardware reviews, you know, analytical reviews on software, so to speak. And in those videos, there's a lot of testing done. Linus recently has invested in what is a state-of-the-art laboratory for tech analysis. So he's somebody that people go to for, you know, objective truth, for factual analysis. Now, there's entertainment. Everyone has to be entertaining on YouTube, okay? You can't just sit on the internet, okay, and talk like this. Okay, guys, you want to make sure that you plug in the RAM like no, nobody's doing that, okay? Everyone's got to be a little bit entertaining, okay? Everyone in the space who's successful is entertaining. But beyond entertaining in this, you have to ultimately be factual. So Gamers Nexus, Steve, who I consider to be one of the best YouTube channels, especially in regards to the investigative journalism in the tech industry, right? So because of Steve, and also Jay's 2 cents. We literally had to cut off, like, we didn't start like 6-figure sponsorships because of Steve's exposés on certain companies. Okay, I'm not going to name companies because it's not the point of this video, but Steve has made documentaries, okay, exposing bad practices, saved consumers thousands of dollars, okay, and that's something that he can be proud of, and the entire YouTube community can be proud of, that, you know, he's producing that kind of content in. So he made a video about the problem with Linus Tech Tips. Now, initially, of course, people, you know, kind of thought, oh, maybe this is some drama. And again, I hate to denigrate this because it's really more of a video about the ethics of what Linus Media Group has been doing. Now, what Steve did in his video was expose a few instances of Linus Media Group's inaccuracies in their videos in regards to certain things. So whether it be testing graphic cards for their performance, or, you know, testing pieces of hardware. One of them in specific was this Billet Labs cooler, which was actually one of the big pieces of the video, and a little bit damning, to be honest. It's one that got called out the most. Basically, just to TLDR this, effectively Billet Labs created this cooler, this copper cooler, $800. Linus made a review of it about a month or 2 months ago, where he improperly tested the device. Okay, it is what it is. It was an improper test, and because it was an improper test, obviously you can't take the data from that and make it conclusive, right? Like, if you test something improperly, you then can't go into the video and say, yeah, this is a shit product. I mean, you tested it wrong, all right? It was a water block, it was a cooler. Coolers, for those of you who don't know, have to be applied specifically to whatever specific brand of card that it's made for. You can't just apply it to other things. These have to be very specific, very exact. Now, there was another situation where this prototype from, you know, this small upstart company was auctioned off. Now, there was words used like, it was sold. Linus said it was actually auctioned off in a long post that he made. I think that's a fucking semantic argument, personally speaking. But hey, you know, disagreements all around, I guess. So the other situations came up where in some of their graphs and some of their testing, there was like these insane variances. Like I recall, as far as Steve's video went, there was one GPU that showed like a 3 times like increase in like performance. It was a video, it was a performance test that should have been redone, should have been reassessed. The lab should have taken another day on the video. And that's where the crux of the problem comes into. Is in Steve's video, he showcased a clip from Linus's WAN show where like Linus said, listen, you know, at the end of the day, if I want to do another day of testing, it's like $100, $200 to $500 of somebody's time, which is true. And that's where like the real crux of the situation comes out from, right? Obviously, Linus Tech Tips is entertainment. It is. But when it comes to entertainment, I think a lot of the community can agree that you look at his videos as a form of infotainment. It's supposed to be informative, right? I know friends who make their purchasing decisions off what tech YouTubers say. So when it came to Billet Labs, when it came to really any of these products, producing a subpar analysis, a misrepresented analysis, very misrepresented in some cases, and then, you know, either putting a correction into YouTube's comment section or trying to replace the video, which still is painful because videos typically take a day or two to process, so the misinformation is still out there for a brief period of time. And especially in the first 2 days of a video's upload, where the majority of your viewership watches, that's when it gets really painful. So Linus made a response to it, and generally the way that you respond to controversies is the most important. Look, I would be the last person to judge Linus and the quality, especially considering that he's not just a YouTube channel, he's a $100 million company. This is a big company now with a lot of employees, and their video throughput is pretty much reflective of the fact that they need to be making content. They need to be the first ones producing content so that they can obviously be relevant in the space and that they can keep their company afloat, alive, and, you know, everyone gets paid. Now, it's when you are out there producing videos and then you can handle 1 or 2 inaccuracies, right? Everyone makes mistakes. Nobody's denying that. But when you're making mistakes that are this grave, if you watch, you know, Steve's video, Gamer Nexus's video, they're not small little inaccuracies. In a lot of cases, you know, you would scrap the video and redo all of your tests just so you can have an actual good video, a quality video that won't be filled with misinformation. One of the big problems with misinformation in this space is if you review a product and you review it poorly, then ultimately the people that are harmed in it is the company, right? And in some cases, you know, a big company can weather a storm, but a small upstart company, they might not be able to weather a storm like that. That might be the end of a company if a big YouTuber just shits all over their product. So that's generally like the TLDR of this entire situation. And again, it's all about ethics. This is not denigrated into like playground drama, okay? This is not drama. This is simply ethics in this space. You know, I've made videos where I've talked about, you know, certain videos.
What are you doing?
Me? Just hanging around.
What are you doing?
Me? Just hanging around.
Alright, everybody, welcome back to Fleek Feud. Okay, alright, good answer. Good answer. What the fuck did you just say? Calm down. Alright, today you're gonna name 5 bullshit predatory practices that will be in Payday 3. How about online only, I see? Oh my god! Can we see online only? Oh, I can't believe it! I said to do something and he did it! Would you like to play? I don't play games, fool. I will be right back after these messages. Payday 3 is a game all about reclaiming your tax dollars the American way. It's 4 dudes, 1 bank, blowing holes open and diving in, trying to keep from busting your ringbacks. And in an industry that seems hell-bent on grave robbing, it's nice to finally play something all about bank robbing. The original side hustle before door dashing, before Ubering, and after the Jack Shack. America's pastime next to wars and baseball. At least it used to be, back in the good old days. Anyways, if you're the one fellow that hasn't heard of the Payday series because you're still trapped in a VC tunnel waiting out the Vietnam War, I say stay in there. This game needs at least 5 years to get back to that Billy Boy Clinton RP. But for the rest of us pro Payday enjoyers, let's sift through this shit, shall we? This is the Payday 3 beta, which I received exclusive top shelf champagne and limousine access to because I am one of the most active Payday 2 players that ever gamed. When I forgot this shit was happening and requested access 5 days into the beta, they granted me access the very next day because they know who I am. Do you know who I am? Because they do. I'm kind of a big deal. They call me the Great White Hope of Sweden. And remember that because I have access and you don't, I am better than you. Shit, it's gone! Payday 3 is a fantastically fun game because it's like Payday 2, except you can close doors. And as someone with some of the highest game time in Payday 2, I can really say that we wanted to be able to close doors. Also, we can slide now, which is pretty huge. Something all of us Payday 2 experts were always saying to each other as we chatted in our high playtime discords was, you know what we need? That dive flop from Call of Duty. But I guess dipping my ass in a vat of lube and sliding across the floor like a slippery seal will do. And you know what else we were saying, brother? You don't get to know because you aren't on my level. Now welcome back to Fleek Feud. Can we get a Jeff from Geffafa with the prompt predatory practices in Payday 3? Go ahead, Jeff. An in-game cash shop that's gonna charge you 10 times what Payday 2's DLC did for a fraction of the content. I can't believe it. Who would even think of that? Oh, please, we're on TV. There are children watching. Survey says... We'll be right back after these messages. Now let's talk about guns. Guns in this game feel solid and they sound even better. Everything has enough of an impact while maintaining that overall lightly shitted feeling that Payday players have come to know and love. And as for the sound, it's eargasmic. You have the shrill sounds of the rapid-fire AR, the booming sounds of buckshot, and the flamboyant sounds of the SIG. Which is fitting because if you use the SIG over the revolver, well then I just bet that you accepted every last romance option in Baldur's Gate, and you know what the hell I'm talking about. Bear fucker. My only change would be to make all of it deafeningly loud for peak immersion. And by immersion, I mean long-term hearing loss. As for gun variety, there really isn't much to see in the beta, especially in terms of any crazy sawed-off minigun or comically large spoon or akimbo explosive shotguns. You used to have the rotary grenade launcher that's tied to a crime meter, which effectively works like this, right? If you achieve 100 life sentences, drops a loot crate on you to spread the good word more efficiently. And my brother Heaven Christ! The word is bellowing louder than a white woman going, "Well!" out a car window. Fuck you, Sniper Man! Huh? Oh. You, Sniper Man! Huh? Oh, welcome back to the Fleet Feud, everybody. Good answer. We are taking this over to Frozoid. Frozoid, name one more predatory practice that Payday 3 decided to include in their game. The de novo anti-tamper ultimate anti-piracy software that can't be cracked but has been cracked repeatedly in less than a week of a game's release. Fucking over the modders and the players. Also, Cock and Balls Media can get their dinero back. But, come on, Pip. Can we see de novo anti-tamper? We'll be right back. Alright, I got my shit twisted a little bit and did this out of order, so now let's talk about general gameplay feel. Something all of us expert Payday players always discuss is how annoying this stupid goddamn drill is and how this piece of shit constantly breaks and how we wake up sometimes in the middle of the night hearing... and we pace around to get the thoughts out of our head. But we can't, you know, not really. Luckily now the drill is gone, and now I'm confident, much like a crazy ex-girlfriend, she'll be back to fuck up my sleep as soon as I start getting happy again. However, I have more confidence in the Overkill Live Service Innovation Initiative to sell me the strength to find another way. Overall, I would describe this game as feeling like the heister's packed on maybe 20 pounds, so the earth comes at you really fucking quick. It's just enough to feel different, but at the same time, when I go back to Payday 2, it's not like I'm exactly clicking crackhead speeds over there either. The police are more spongy, but now they don't scale sponginess with the difficulty, so all that changes is accuracy count and how sharp they sharpen their bullets to be. And for me personally, I'll say that I will gladly make that change with the caveat that I can piss harder than this SIG hits whatever spawns in by the end of these heists. Now to rattle through a bunch of other changes, you can now grab dudes from behind, taser men can now bust, policemen can now blow out their backs and levitate, and riot shielders can now turn and let you out there. Posterior when you throw a grenade. Pause! I don't know what just came over me just then. I gotta stop drinking Bud Light. Also, cloakers now look more like sewer goblins, which I think is a nice change. And they also come with a new noise that some people hate, but I think they did a bang-up job. Take a listen.
Kiss me on my hot mouth.
And we are back with the feud. Rufus, name one predatory practice in Payday 3. Simon, if the cunt ain't there anymore to make bangers like Razor Mine, that isn't a predatory practice. That's just a warning. Try again. Don't you have to run it by the board? Fuck I do, Rufus. I know that shit's wrong. Try again. Neither of the founders nor the game directors that made this company and made Payday 2 are still at Overkill, and in fact, factoring in layoffs and natural churn of employees, we really have no reason to place our blind faith into Overkill because they are not the same Overkill that learned our loyalty. Oh, Don! That's just not what I fucking asked, is it? Bad answer! Bad answer! Cut the commercial break. Fleet Feud is brought to you in part by Flabachi Knives. They never go dull because they come in the box dull. Flabachi Knives. Now to continue a thread from earlier, let's talk about the loud versus quiet dilemma and what replaced the drill, at least for this level. First off, loud. Because loud is the man's way to go. It's the natural choice for anyone with a nut in their sack. You think it's hard doing stealth with your jank privilege? Have you even tried loud? Do you even know what it's like? Do you even know the plight of the loud man? To take on the entire police department at one time? Well, if you're this chick, you know. But you don't know, motherfucker. Look at me. Squeeze the trigger and see just how good it feels. Enemies stack up, snipers rain down, cloakers are beating down teammates, more enemies rappel down from the skies, dozers are slowly waddling at you with their obese Michael Myers looking ass. They really captured the chaos that makes you go, oh shit, how are we gonna make it out of this one, buddy? To which I respond, no. How are you gonna make it out of this one? I am the fastest mobility scooter on this side of the Mississippi. Editor's note on the official Fleek AI intelligence scale, I'm gonna rate these AI at about a head trauma level because they're still pretty fucking retarded. Now as for how you get to the money, instead of using the bunk ass drill, you have to use thermite to burn a hole through the ceiling of the vault, then drop in, pick the door, disable the die packs on the money, and then haul it out. If you're playing solo, the blue man group are splooging on 3 pallets. Nothing you can do about it. Simple as. Now as for the stealth, you can ask me if I've ever completed a stealth mission, but never ask me how I complete my stealth missions. But because they really didn't give me much to work with in this beta, I will now tell you how I complete my stealth missions. The first rule of stealth missions is no witnesses. Studies show the #1 cause of alarms being triggered is someone being alive enough to trigger them. So exercise indiscriminate problem solving. You will incur a small fee for this because typically the police prefer to handle jobs like this, but hey, you want to stealth or not, pimp? I'm just trying to help you out. On the bright side, now if someone joins your lobby and ruins your stealth run, you can ruin their life by pinning 10 homicides and 300,000 in cleanup fees on them, and they won't even discover that until they finish the mission 20 minutes from now. Passive aggression. It's fun. The second rule of stealth missions is never underestimate just how little of a shit people give about your microaggressions towards the collateral damage. Drop 2 civvies broad daylight in the parking lot.
They're killing civvies.
Loud death rattle coming from the room over. Becky doesn't give a fuck. Drop 2 men in the lobby, then shatter the glass, dropping the 2 outside. I got time to comb my hair and shit. Drop an officer directly next to this pantsuit power user. Ain't nothing's gonna break a her stride on the way to get that last bear claw. The third rule, have fun out there, champ. Now, welcome back to the feud, Rufus. Read the answer we wrote for you. Actually, I was just thinking. No, you weren't, Rufus. Wrong answer. Get this motherfucker. Other team thinks you have a chance to steal. I'll ask again. Name another predatory practice in Payday 3.
They made it so that now you have to level up each individual weapon to get the attachments, which makes the game more grindy unless you buy the preset weapon kits from the store, the microtransaction currency.
Please, Jesus, I'm ready. That's it?
Yeah.
Thank God. Making the game more grindy than selling shortcuts. As much as I hate you, Team Other Fleek wins it all. Good answer. By the way, the final answer was that you have to create an account for some random website you've never heard of in order to play this game, which hopefully isn't selling even more of my data to the Chinese, informing them even deeper on what I tug the Tonka truck to. Time will tell. Thanks for watching Fleek Feud. Thanks to the flock of pimps for buying me the fuel, and another huge thanks to the pimperers for funding the getaway car, and another huge thanks to our newest pimperer, Dylan Lawrence. God bless the land of Timmy's.
Well, goodbye, pimps.
I'm sure you're all aware of this, but you only have one chance to make a good first impression. And if you fumble it, a bad first impression can haunt you for life. And, golly, I'm ashamed to say it, sports fans, but I just blew it when it comes to a very important first impression. Yesterday I posted this video announcing that I'm no longer exclusively streaming on Twitch, which is a bigger change than the time IHOP announced they'd be rebranding to IHOB, the International House of Burgers, instead of pancakes. This was a jaw-dropping change that shook the very foundation of our society as we know it. I announced in that video that I'd be trying YouTube streaming. I wanted to give that a whirl, take it for a trip around the block to see how it feels. And I even announced in that video that I'd be streaming that evening, about an hour after the video went live, just to dip my toes in the water and get my land legs about me to figure out how YouTube streaming works, because it's been so long, you know? It's not like riding a bike. You don't always remember. In fact, I totally fucking forgot how complicated running a YouTube live stream is, because it's very suboptimal in its design right now. Complicated, I don't think is the right word to describe it, because it's not like I had to go in here and code this son of a bitch myself or anything. I wasn't furiously banging away on my keyboard like an angry Neanderthal trying to get it to start. It's just the actual streaming dashboard I think is kind of messy, and a lot of the features that I know it has were pretty hard to locate. I had to go on like a goddamn treasure hunt to find it, like I was tracking down the One Piece. And for some reason, I got locked in like an actual war with the platform itself for a moment, where I would make changes to settings and then they'd immediately get flipped back to what they were previously. I had to change my stream title like 5 times because every time I changed it, I would save and then it'd instantly go back to what my last stream was called 6 years ago. It's like, no, no, no. The title you had 6 years ago is so much better than this one, so we're keeping it and we don't care what you say. So I was stuck in a game of slap ass with YouTube streaming for a moment, just trying to get everything in working order to go live. And when I finally did, I ended up both forgetting a lot of things and messing a lot of things up, which led to a pretty sour first impression for people that have never tuned into one of my streams. So I just kind of want to do like a full debriefing here on everything that went wrong with my first YouTube live stream in 6 years. And rest assured, I have evolved. I've learned from this experience, so the next YouTube live streams will be fucking perfect. Absolute bangers with no flaws whatsoever. To prove it, tomorrow I'm going live Wednesday at 9 p.m. EST. And it's going to be the best goddamn stream this platform's ever seen. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I will promise you there won't be any more silly mistakes like the stream I did last night. Right away, it was made immediately clear to anyone that tuned into my stream that something was awry. Because the stream was a little odd looking. Yeah, I know a lot of people who came in there and probably questioned themselves like, damn, do I need to visit an optometrist to get my eyes checked? Why does this kind of look like asshole? Well, don't worry, I'll put your mind at ease. The reason that it didn't look amazing and pretty pixelated is because, like an absolute goober, I made the biggest rookie mistake possible. I accidentally locked my stream to a 720p max, meaning you couldn't even access high definition. I didn't even have 1080 turned on as an option. I took viewers on a journey through time to what videos used to look like back in fucking 2010, where everything just looked foggy and yucky. Which is, it's such an amateur mistake, I don't even know how I just forgot to turn on 1080. Like, Jesus Christ, it's 2023, that should just be on by default for dumb idiots like me that just forget it. But it's not fair of me to go around pointing fingers when it was me who drank the dummy juice and just forgot to turn on HD as an option. And it's not a change that I can make during the stream. I'd have to restart everything in order to put it to 1080, so at that point I'd already made my bed, so it was time to lie in it, and chat was not super happy with the quality of the video, understandably. So that was immediately the first thing that went wrong right off rip. It's something that I immediately dropped the ball on. But what's crazier is that's not even the first thing that went wrong. In fact, the very idea of the live stream did not go according to plan. So, I thought it'd be fun for the first YouTube live stream to do a short speed run that looked really hype and really fun. And I chose Jedi Survivor because it's a 25-minute speedrun. I fucking love speedrunning. I get super pumped about it. And they're always great streams when I do them, and I've done them on Twitch for many years. So I thought this would be a great target for just some light YouTube stream content in the late evening. So, that was the plan. I thought it would be a pretty low-key stream because, I mean, Jesus Christ, I started at 10:15 p.m. EST on a Monday night. And I'm pretty sure notifications didn't get sent out because you're only allowed a certain amount within a 24-hour time period, and I had already exceeded that. So I really thought it'd just be people trickling in just to check it out, and this whole stream for me was just testing everything, making sure I've got it all under control and handled, get my bearings about it before doing a bigger live stream later in the week. But it ended up being one of my bigger streams I've ever done. I was pleasantly surprised by how many people were excited to come tune in. Oh, and also, I forgot YouTube live streams have thumbnails. That's not something Twitch has. Usually it's just an auto-generated preview on a stream. YouTube allows you to do thumbnails, which I totally forgot about, which means that my thumbnail was a black screen. A lot of people came in and said, awesome thumbnail. It's just a black screen. And then it was a eureka moment where the light bulb flipped in my head and I realized, holy shit, I forgot that there's supposed to be a thumbnail. According to what chat was saying, I guess some people were just getting like the void and others were just getting a picture of Professor Sad. This guy, this goofball character I made in Dark Souls like 8-9 years ago. That's kind of hype if people were getting Professor Sad thumbnails out of nowhere like a jump scare. But apparently not everyone was. There was a lot of people that were just actually getting a black screen because I had forgotten to put a thumbnail. And I guess for some people, YouTube auto-generated a Professor Sad one, which is a little weird, or maybe that's something I had set like 6 years ago, or I don't really know. But regardless, things were out of whack right away. And like I said, I was pleasantly surprised to see so many people tune in to the stream, But then I got extremely embarrassed because that means a lot more people than I anticipated came in and started pointing and laughing at the clown that set the stream to 720p. They could immediately see my incompetence, and I was ashamed. I had to try and reassure everyone that this doesn't usually happen. You know, I'm sure you've heard that excuse before, but this never happens. It just doesn't happen. Please, just take my word for it. It was an honest mistake, a very rare one. And what's crazy is we're only just getting started on the cacophony of disasters. The very idea of the stream, like I said, was to speedrun Jedi Survivor, which is a 25-minute speedrun. I anticipated it'd be like a 2.5 to 3 hour stream because I'm good at speedrunning, not to toot my own horn, but I consider myself the intergalactic warlord gaming champion of speedruns. And when a game is usually like a 20 to 25-minute speedrun, it usually means that'll take me like 2.5 to 3 hours to learn it and complete a run. That was not the case with Jedi Survivor. It ended up being one of the most difficult speedruns I've ever learned in my life. So the stream did not go 2.5 to 3 hours. It went 5 hours and 42 minutes, all the way till the ripe early evening hours, or early morning hours of 4:15 a.m. It took me 5 hours and 42 minutes to complete a single fucking run of Jedi Survivor. It was brutal. I think the content was great. Like, the speedrun itself was super hype, but I dreadfully underestimated how hard the run was, and dreadfully overestimated how good I am at speedrunning. Now, I hope you've still got your seatbelts fastened here, because hold on tight, the ride's only just beginning. Another thing I had totally forgotten about were chat mods. There was only like 2 mods from 6 years ago that were there, you know, keeping law and order, keeping the streets safe here in the Charles YouTube chat. Now, by no means do I rule my stream chats with an iron fist or anything. Mods are basically there to get rid of spammers or bots or anything like that. So, unfortunately, I totally forgot that we were on the internet, and there's always going to be edgy weirdo losers that are going to spam some heinous shit, as well as bots doing that. So,
Otras compañías de servicio móvil solo quieren atraparte. Libérate de los que te quieren atrapar.
Needed mods to sweep up the trash there, and didn't have them, which means the only other solution I could cook up was put the stream chat into slow mode, which would then make it easier to get rid of like bots and shit. And I didn't realize in slow mode you can actually set the time to be under a minute. So slow mode works by making sure users can only send 1 message per however many seconds that you dictate. I thought it was 1 by default without any wiggle room. For some reason, it didn't even register with me that I could just change it from 60 seconds down to something more reasonable like 10 seconds, and that would have absolutely still solved the problem. So I ended up keeping, for the entire 5.5 hours, the chat on slow mode, meaning people could only send 1 message every 60 seconds, which is obviously a horrible chatting experience, but I don't know what was going on. I was actually being blasted by some kind of solar flare stupid beam because I was finding the worst solutions to problems and forgetting the most basic shit. I guess I was just so nervous and so surprised by how many people turned up that I was just wobbling. Like, I don't know. I was treading water on like how I'm supposed to even handle the stream. It was like the first time I've ever streamed in my fucking life, I guess. Another thing that happened is in order to read chat, I tried popping it out, but it wasn't looking that good, so I tried a different way of reading the chat, which is really primitive. I just zoomed in my upper monitor here to the chat and the chat alone. Well, what I didn't realize is when I did that, I couldn't see the super chats or anyone joining as a channel member above the stream anymore. So I could only catch them if they were in the chat. And if anyone's ever watched my Twitch streams, you know I say thank you to every single person who subs or does bits or anything like that. Because, I mean, Jesus Christ, like, the least you can do is say thank you for someone's generosity. So I've always done that. And last night, I didn't really do that at all. Not because I was purposely ignoring people, but because since I zoomed in so much on that chat, I could literally only see it when it popped up scrolling through the stream chat and nowhere else. So I missed, like, fucking everything. So I want to give a legitimately sincere apology to everyone who was showing generosity that I just didn't even see. That's entirely my fault. Looking at the stream analytics, there was so much fucking generosity, I'm blown away. So a huge thank you for all of that, and a huge I'm sorry for not saying thank you in the moment. I just legitimately didn't see it. Overall though, I'd say my first YouTube live stream experiment here would be about mid on the tier list. There were just so many easily fixable mistakes that I will absolutely fix going forward. and I just think it was a good learning experience. I think the content was still great. I think it was still a heater of a stream. The speed run went hard, although there were a couple times where I'd end up banging my head against the same wall trying to get the trick to work for like an hour on certain tricks. But when I finally pull it off, I mean, is there any better feeling in the world? Spending an hour just miserably grinding a glitch until you finally get it to work? I mean, that's like winning the Super Bowl. Everyone gets excited for that. I still think the stream, like the content went well. It's just everything on the technical side did not. And also, reading the chat was still just as much fun here as it has been on Twitch. If you've never tuned into my streams, I'm always talking with and engaging with people in chat, and I had just as much fun doing that on YouTube as I have on Twitch for the last 5 years. So, overall, I had fun. There's a lot to improve that I will improve, and I just kind of wanted to go over all of it. That's really about it. So, yeah.
To make my vision a reality, my Verilux progressive lenses provide seamless transitions from near to far, with every...
Hello and welcome to another episode of a show with a clown, a duck, and a degenerate. Subscribe to the To Be Honest Patreon. It's just $5 a month. Well worth your time, well worth your money. Very easy to manipulate children and people.
When we think of magicians giving powerful weapons to their protégés/companions, we tend not to think too much about the consequences said weapons will have on their users. At least, not as much as we focus on what they can do to their opponents. Even when you see a limiting weapon being provided to someone, you know that that limitation will only kick in at a certain moment, so you don't worry too much about it for the rest of your watching. In the case of the Berserker armor, you are always reading a chapter at the edge of your seats because you literally never know when this thing could turn on its allies. Enemies be damned. Despite being a suit of armor, we are choosing to classify it as a weapon because, quite frankly, if you've read Berserk, you know what we're talking about. And if you haven't, you will in just a few moments because in this video, we're going to explain why the Berserker armor is the most dangerous weapon in anime history. Armors are usually a part of his daily attire, but regular armor can only get a man so far when fighting against Inhumans. The need for the Berserker armor in the story. Have you guys ever noticed that Guts rarely, if ever, fights without his armor on? I mean, sure, you could argue that his Golden Age clothing scheme can hardly be called proper armor, and that during his Black Swordsman days, his armor was as essential to his existence as his skin, but our question still stands. We can only think of 2 instances where Guts was forced to fight without his armor, and the first one isn't even technically accurate. Also, just to clarify, when we talk about fights, we mean instances where Guts took down multiple opponents by himself, so one-on-one duels don't count. The first time we see Guts go into a proper battle with no armor on is during the Eclipse. At the beginning of that infernal nocturnal feast, he's seen sporting a leather jerkin, but that is soon stripped away from him by the countless apostles that have gathered to participate in Griffith's ascension. He ends that fight topless, and down an eye and an arm. Had he had his proper gear from his Band of the Falcon days, things might have played out a little differently for him, but in his defense, he did just finish taking care of Wild before Griffith triggered the Eclipse. The second time is shortly after the Eclipse, when Guts wakes up after being out of commission for 4 days and suffers through his first Night of Terrors. When he ran out of that cave, sprinting through the rain trying to get rid of all the horrible memories burned into his now defunct right eye, the last thing he was expecting was an attack from ghosts. Thanks to his mad luck, or causality, whichever you prefer, Skull Knight shows up just in time to help him fend off the spirits and whisk him away to safety once again. Guts uses the Wandering Wraith's thorn-covered sword to great effect, but a more pressing concern causes him to leave the scene before he can make good on his declaration of war, namely Casca escaping the protective care that was going to be her new home. Once he becomes the Black Swordsman, you rarely see Guts without his armor, and that's frankly understandable given what he's going up against. He can't even catch a proper wink without an evil astral creature trying to jump him, so even thinking about taking the armor off for rest is out of the question. But what can he do when he ends up losing his armor to an opponent that isn't just far stronger than him, but can literally hurt both his body and soul? The answer is nothing, as we learned when Guts went up against Slan and Clipop. At first, the Black Swordsman relished her advent because it had been a while since he had let loose, and his inner bloodlust had been held back for far too long. But it became clear rather quickly that any blows Guts might land on Slan would be because she would allow it to happen. The God Hand member used Troll Guts to give herself a temporary physical form, yet even then her power was so massive that she easily restrained Guts and stripped him of his armor. She then slashed him across the chest, giving him a wound that attacked both his physical and astral body. Though Guts was able to fire off a point-blank cannonball at her guts and then run her through with Dragon Slayer, Slan proved to be far more durable than him as she simply disintegrated back into the astral world, leaving the domain of her advent in a mire of chaos. Although Guts was able to survive that dimension collapse thanks to Skull Knight's dimension-splitting sword of actuation, which you can learn more about from our video on it, just go check out our channel, he wasn't quite okay in its aftermath. A wound to the astral body doesn't heal like a physical wound does. No amount of elf dust could close up a gash through your literal soul. Only time could. And if Guts were to strain himself, the physical wounds would just reopen, making his situation worse. Shirke was amazed he could even walk on his own 2 feet. But despite being one of Berserk's strongest witches, even she couldn't have foreseen that Guts bleeding all over the shop as he fights inhuman monsters was ultimately inevitable. That's because no one saw the Apostle attack at Flora's Spirit Tree Mansion coming, and if you said you did, you know where to find a liar now. Usually he fights against Apostles. He has all his gear and no chest-splitting astral wounds on his friggin' soul to deal with, so this fight was already gonna be tough for him. But to make matters worse, Guts ended up being challenged by who was quite possibly Griffith's most physically powerful apostle, the Flame Dragon Knight Grunbeld. Against the hulking behemoth, all Guts could do was block, and he realized that if he didn't get armor on him soon, he was just as good as dead. Grunbeld was making short work of him, and if Guts kept blocking, he soon wouldn't have hands to swing his sword or block anyone's attacks with. It is at this most desperate hour that Guts receives the armor that has since become an iconic part of his design, but more importantly, his very personality itself. As he braced himself for another blow from Grunbeld, Guts was telepathically contacted by Shirke, who told him she had something for him, a suit of armor that could help him defeat the Flame Dragon Knight with ease. But she didn't have enough time to explain the drawbacks of using said armor, and even if she did, we doubt Guts would have had the patience to listen to her anyway. He had been battered to within an inch of his life, and Shirke told her companions to just put him in the armor anyways, as it would take care of the wounds. But what she said and what happened are day and night in comparison. Though she wasn't technically wrong in saying that the armor would take care of things. As soon as Guts put the Berserker armor on, you could see a change in the air. And not for the better. As his party was putting the armor's pieces onto his body, an apostle broke into where Guts was hiding and ended up swallowing him whole. Visor, gauntlets, greaves, and all. The apostle walked out claiming that he ate Guts, but that for some reason it hurts. That reason would turn out to be Guts turning the apostle's insides into shish kebab, because somehow, despite being clamped down on by teeth strong enough to uproot a tree, Guts was perfectly fine. In fact, he was better than that because he turned the apostle into diced meat from inside his gut, when he was barely able to lift Dragon Slayer a few moments ago. Even Grunbeld is taken aback by this sudden power surge, questioning whether this man he faced now was the same Black Swordsman or not, and, in a way, his questioning was justified. That's because this man in front of him wasn't Guts anymore. It was his inner beast of darkness running rampant, thanks to the Berserker armor. It's so dangerous that even Skull Knight doesn't want to come out at first, but even he can't deny its urgent need. We were warned about the dangerous nature of the Berserker armor well before Guts ever put it on, but looking at it in isolation, it doesn't really convey the sheer horror that its user's body has to endure while they're inside of it. In Chapter 222, we learn that the reason for Skull Knight's visit to Flora wasn't just so that he could help Guts and Co. out in Clip-Off, he was there to ask a favor as well. We learned that the favor was to draw one of her signature talismans on the breastplate of what appeared to be just an ordinary piece of armor at the time. Flora's age showed through the job though, as she claims that making this single talisman had already drained her. But we would soon learn that that's only half true. She starts reminiscing about the piece of armor as she addresses Skull Knight, calling it nostalgia, but the Wandering Wraith moves to remind her just how perilous this object truly was. Flora quietly reprimands him for thinking she's just some senile old witch by reminding him that she was the one who had watched over the armor for so long, and given the fact that she'd also probably seen SK use it back in his Geiseric days, his question was frankly quite asinine. However, she then states that the danger the armor presents was precisely why Guts needed it. It was basically a miracle that he'd been surviving these apostle fights without losing his life, let alone another limb. Though Flora didn't make that connection herself, it was easy to see where she was going with her words. Skull Knight calls the armor coming back into play a karmic event, but Flora rejects that statement and says karma is a spiral, not a circle, and that Guts and Co. were not destined to make the same choices as her and Skull Knight. The Wandering Wraith resigns himself to this explanation from his old friend before heading off to fight Griffith's apostles who had come for Flora, just so she could experience peace in her final moments. While Guts took on Grunveld, Skull Knight went for his usual dancing partner, the immortal one, Nosferatu Zod. The two fierce warriors clashed with one another for the second time in the series itself, and Zod was so excited to have at Skull Knight that he killed one of his minions who tried to interfere in their battle. The only thing that distracted him from his eternal rival was the arrival of a man clad in a suit of armor that only Zod could recognize out of every apostle gathered for the mission. When he sees Guts clad in the Berserker armor, he lets out a reminiscent sigh and asks Skull Knight if he intends for Guts to follow the same path he took to hell. But the Wandering Wraith remains silent. We don't immediately understand the reason behind Zod's statement or Skull Knight's silence, but stick around till the end of the video and you guys will find out. The two rivals put their fight on hold, as they have done before, to bear witness to the battle potential of a man they both recognized was a beast with the sword. Guts had already earned Zod's respect when they fought the first time, even though he technically won only because the Immortal One spared him. In their second proper encounter, Guts was not only able to keep up with Zod, but he actually started overpowering him in his base form, a development that delighted the Immortal One to no end. However, all of this progress had been made through Guts' sheer human tenacity. At the time of their first encounter, he was the fearless raider captain of the Band of the Falcon, and one of the strongest humans in the entire world. If anyone from the band was going to be able to stand up to Zod, it was him, and that perception only intensified after his time as the Black Swordsman. Killing dozens upon dozens of apostles without proper rest or shelter had honed Guts into a swordsman without peer. The warrior within Zod was extremely pleased with that, but with the Berserker armor on, Guts could finally realize his true potential as a fighter, because now his limitations had been unleashed. It turns you into an unstoppable warrior immune to pain, but the toll it extracts is far too much. The Berserker armor's introduction and how it works. We've already told you guys why Guts needed the Berserker armor and what happened immediately after he donned it, but we don't think we were able to quite impress upon you just how lethal everything Guts does becomes with the Berserker armor on, not just for his enemies, but for his allies and even himself. When Guts emerges from the guts of the Apostle he turned into the aforementioned platter of diced meat, Isidro starts fanboying like crazy because, as he rightly points out, Strong doesn't even begin to cover what Guts just did. He starts chastising Shirke for keeping such an insane power-up hidden from them all this while, especially when they nearly got stuck in Clip-Off fighting trolls. But she tells him that things aren't as simple as he thinks they are. Grunveld can't recognize Guts at first because his movements are so drastically different from what they were mere moments ago, and it's only the Dragon Slayer in Guts' hand that confirms his identity for the Flame Dragon Knight. If you guys were paying attention to that last sentence I spoke, then you'd have already noticed what was really off-putting about the armor already. Usually, Guts uses both of his hands to wield Dragon Slayer because otherwise, he just wouldn't have the grip he needed to fend off multiple targets coming at him from different directions. This is also because of a design flaw, because the Dragon Slayer is simply too massive to be wielded like a normal sword. Most men have been unable to even lift it, with Guts' wielding of the blade shocking even its creator, Godot. But no matter how much you push yourself physically, it will still be impossible for you to wield this sword freely with a single hand. Yet now, with the Berserker armor on, Guts was holding it like a longsword, ready to strike at any moment. And that's all because of the armor's nature. The Berserker armor has two key features, both of which sound good on paper, but are extremely harmful to its user, especially in the long run. The primary feature of the Berserker armor is that it completely inhibits the wearer's sense of pain. No, not the kind of pain that's resolved by journaling. We're talking about the physical sensation of pain. The dictionary definition of the term is an extremely uncomfortable physical sensation that stems from an illness or an injury. Pain is how we gauge our body's physical limitations. It's the sensation that lets us know when something is seriously wrong with us, and when it goes away, it's usually a sign that an issue has been resolved. Pain, to put it plainly, is a barometer that keeps the human body functional by letting it know when it's overstepping its boundaries in one way or another. This is why when you're at the gym and one of your sets makes you feel like you're in far more physical discomfort than usual, chances are you've just pulled something and your body is letting you know you should stop and treat it first. Now imagine if the sensation itself was taken away from you. Sounds great, right? Well, it only sounds great, but in practice, it would be a waking nightmare. Remember that James Bond villain from The World Is Not Enough? His entire reason for being a villain is that he didn't feel anything. Now, while it is true that the Berserker armor only bestows this ability to the users for the time that they are wearing it, a user can do irreparable damage to themselves by the time they decide to take it off. Because the elimination of pain also eliminates the natural limitations our bodies place on us so that we don't end up injuring ourselves whilst performing physical activities. Humans can't jump as high as marsupials, they can't move as quickly as gazelles, and they certainly cannot tank a full-force blow from a dragon tail that is made out of the third hardest element in existence. Yet the Berserker armor allows Guts to do all of these things by simply cutting off his pain receptors and unleashing his maximum physical potential as a human being. We see Guts bashing directly into Grunbeld's shield multiple times, executing honest-to-God anime somersaults through the air as he did so as well. But the coolness of this act was overshadowed by its toll on Guts' body. Though he had surpassed the movement capability and pain threshold of any average person before him, Jirke tells the impressed Isidro and concerned Serpico that his newfound strength was nothing to be cheered. She tells them, and by extension us, that the Berserker armor is a magical fetish made by the dwarves. He who dons the armor and aligns with the ominous ode imbued within it is driven by such violent emotions that things like pain and fear do not matter to them anymore. We've already told you why that's not a good thing, and then we see it with our eyes as well. After executing a brutal flurry of strikes at Grunbeld, smashing through his shield and blowing up his arm cannon with a cannon shot of his own, Guts takes a step back and rises to acknowledge his handiwork. Suddenly, the armor closes hard around his body, and we see blood dripping out of every crevice within it. Though Guts was performing beyond peak level thanks to the armor, it was doing nothing to soften the blows he was eating, nor was it protecting him from his own limit-breaking body movement. This is why we called the Berserker armor more a weapon than a traditional set of armor in the beginning of this video, because it increases all of your offensive abilities while simply negating the concept of defense by nullifying pain. It does protect Guts from his enemies' attacks better than most regular armor, as nothing Grunbeld does puts a proper dent on it, when a regular armor would have caved at his first strike in his release state. But that's nothing compared to the damage it itself inflicts upon Guts. When he eats a corundum-crusted tail whip at near point-blank range, Guts is able to stand up and continue fighting where he'd become history had he met it with no armor on. But the sheer force and impact of the blow breaks both his left arm and left leg, twisting them at disgusting angles. Isidro is horrified by this, but his terror was only just beginning, because then the Berserker armor takes over and forcibly rearranges Guts' limbs by riddling his body with metal spikes. This happens every time Guts experiences a near-lethal blow within the Berserker armor. The armor itself is designed to keep its user fighting by any means necessary. Bent limbs get pierced and put back into place. Chest cavities are covered up by its spikes that force things into such a position that it becomes irrelevant to even think of the gaping hole in your literal torso. Because you feel no pain, you won't even understand the severity of your injuries until after you've taken the armor off. And there might be no time to do that in the first place given how quickly it consumes its user's psyche. This is tied into the second primary feature of the Berserker armor, which is that it negates all other emotions whilst amplifying the worst ones within your psyche: rage, hatred, violence. This is the unholy trinity of emotions that the Berserker armor focuses on, and once it has you in its grip, it's quite difficult to get you out of it. This piece of dwarven craftsmanship has been imbued with a rather specific type of ode, which induces these emotions. Ode in the world of Berserk basically refers to a creature's spiritual life force, and it can usually be manipulated by powerful mages or magical artifacts. Shirke uses ode manipulation to draw off the soldiers harassing her in Britannis, for example, but that's a very mild occurrence when you compare it to what the Berserker armor does. By amping up that trinity of emotions, it exposes its user to their own inner malice, and if they're not mindful of it at all times, they are very susceptible to falling prey to it. The moment Guts puts on the Berserker armor, the first thing he notices is the pain negation, but the second thing is a burning impulse that rises through him. He hears a faint voice asking him to yield himself to it within his mind, and then we get a full-page spread of Guts' inner Beast of Darkness, which is essentially an amalgamation of all the worst things that Guts is capable of doing with his hands. If you guys don't know about the Beast of Darkness, we'd recommend you check out its origins video on our channels, but what it basically comes down to is this: putting Guts, with his inner malevolence simmering just underneath the surface, inside an apparatus that lets said malevolence loose is the worst idea anyone could have come up with. As he fights Grunbeld, it becomes clearer that he isn't exactly fighting his enemies as much as he's butchering everything in his sight. Everyone is sickened by his brutish fighting style, but Serpico is the one who realizes what it truly means for all of them. He makes the connection between the name of the armor and the Berserkers of legend, and is the first one to warn the group that if Guts stays in Berserk mode for too long, things might get hairy for them. And, sure enough, when Guts sees his party in his Berserker state, his first thoughts are to kill them. If it hadn't been for the talisman Flora had applied to the armor's breastplate, which kept Guts' own ego from collapsing within the armor, and Shirke's impulse decision to project herself into it astrally in order to try and save Guts, perhaps none of the Black Swordsman party would have survived that day. And to make matters even worse, as if they weren't bad enough already, this astral projection solution starts losing effectiveness after the first try. Shirke thinks that she's the one who's helping Guts come back to his senses, but in truth, it's the Moonlight Boy, Guts' son, whose body was fused into Griffith's vessel, that has prevented his rampages since that first go-around with the Berserker armor. Shirke is only able to break through to him when the Moonlight Boy softens him up for her, and she doesn't know this yet. That first time, she was able to locate Guts' ego within his consciousness thanks to her mistress's talisman. That talisman has presumably been exhausted, however, making Guts even more vulnerable to losing himself if he isn't already relying on Shirke to keep him sane. And, to round things out, the physical effects of the Berserker armor on Guts' body are beyond anything you can dream of in your wildest dreams. Overall, he must have had the Berserker armor on for about 5 minutes, 10 tops the first time he uses it, yet it immediately turns a patch of his hair white from the strain it puts on him, and with every subsequent use, Guts starts losing both body mass and physical sensation. He becomes skinnier each time he removes the Berserker armor to fully heal, and all of his 5 senses get duller with each subsequent use. At first, Guts only had momentary lapses in vision, light tremors in his fingers, and a slight change in his taste buds. But by the time he reaches Elfhelm, his vision is pretty much cataract-like, and his hands are so out of whack that he has to bandage Dragonslayer to his palm to even move it correctly. Going through even one of these nervous system issues is bad enough for a regular human being, let alone all of them simultaneously. Yet that is the power of the Berserker armor. It takes more from you than it gives to you, and to put the crimson cherry on top of this bleeding cake, Guts isn't even using the armor to its full potential. What is the history of the Berserker armor? Is there any way to keep it at bay and even control its power? How does it impact the future of Berserk itself? Though we'd been told that Skull Knight was the last user of the Berserker armor, it didn't quite sink in for us until Guts' party finally reached Elfhelm. On this paradise-like island, the flowers were always in bloom, the birds were always chirping, the baked goods were always delicious, and, oh yes, the entire island is key to understanding the history of Kentaro Miura's masterpiece. Before his passing, Miura would often refer to Berserk as a 1,000-year story. It began with the reign of the enigmatic Supreme King Geiseric, who forged the only continent-wide empire known to mankind, and is seemingly going to conclude with Guts finally getting his revenge on Griffith and the God Hand by extension. It only makes sense that fate would not be the only link between the two strugglers of the story, because before Guts ever used it, the Berserker armor was likely what gained Geiseric his massive empire. In chapters 361 and 362, we get a lot of subtle exposition regarding the events that might have unfolded around the time the first eclipse took place. We learned that the Berserker armor was created before King Geiseric took over. The way that the histories and fables talk about his sudden and absolute rise to power, and some of his epithets like the Skull King and the King of Galloping Death, suggests that he used the armor in some capacity to rise through the ranks. He must have either conquered Elfhelm sometime during his campaign, or originated from Skellig Island, because he intimately knows at least one of its inhabitants. The interaction between Skull Knight and Great Guru Gedfring is not one of strangers or even acquaintances. These guys knew each other back when Skull Knight was still a human. Gedfring implies just as much when he says he used to attend many of the former king's audiences with his father, Vid, and Skull Knight immediately recognizes Vid's name as someone he used to know. The creator of the armor that currently hosts his dead soul, Hanar, is also the same man who made the Berserker armor. When Guts goes to visit Hanar with Skull Knight and Gedfring, he learns that despite all the control he'd developed over the Berserker armor across his journeys, he still wasn't using the armor to its full potential. See, in order to use the Berserker armor and not accidentally kill his friends at the same time, Guts either needs to draw out the armor's bare minimum power, which allows him to dull the pain and work through his injuries, or rely on Shirkei, whose presence allows him to draw out more of the armor's power without losing his mind to it. Typically, Shirkei needs to be touching Guts for this method to work, and even then there's no guarantee that his Beast of Darkness wouldn't take over, but it's certainly better than letting Guts fight all by himself. Guts had thought that the armor was helping him stay alive because of his mastery over it, but when Hanar told him he hadn't been using it properly, his eyes widened with quiet disbelief. And then, Guts was shown what would end up happening to him if he kept using the magical fetish in the way that he was. When the Black Swordsman arrived with his trademark drip at the Stone Forest of Dwarves, Hanar was extremely uncomfortable at having been reunited with a creation he probably wished never existed in the first place. Guts thanks the man for his masterwork, but Hanar tells him he's being hasty, and besides, that armor was more likely to consume him just for the sake of it rather than help him. He strikes the Berserker armor with his blacksmith's hammer and immediately activates the fetish, which then shows Guts a blood mem, namely, the final moments of Skull Knight's human life. The flashback shows a desolate land covered in monstrous tentacles with the abyss lurking in the background and creepy apostle-like creatures popping up in the foreground. Skull Knight slashes through the ladder as he makes his way towards the abyssal hole, but we instantly realize that he's too late. We then see a few things in quick succession. A brand of sacrifice spreading across the tentacle floor, just like it did during Griffith's incarnation, a woman that looks like Flower Storm Monarch Danon dying in Skull Knight's arms, and 5 demonic creatures that are likely a version of the God Hand, with the only recognizable figure amongst them being Void. The flashback then ends, which implies that Geiseric probably died fighting the rest of the Hellspawn that came out of the eclipse. And if you take that along with the statement Hanar made about the armor's nature, a grim picture starts to emerge. After this history lesson about the last time the Berserker armor was used, which also explains its skull-shaped helmet before Guts took ownership of it, Elfhelm was hit with a surprise attack by Griffith and his apostles. Guts confronted his mortal enemy, keeping the Berserker armor restrained and using only his personal will to try and hack Griffith into pieces, but it was to no avail. Griffith simply used his godlike spatial abilities to deflect every sword swing of Guts's effortlessly, and then kidnaps Casca and takes her back to Falconia. Guts, who had been walking on his feet with his grip held tight around Dragonslayer for so long out of sheer tenacity, crumbled when that happened. He broke down emotionally and had to be carried to Roderick's seahorse before Elfhelm completely disappeared off the face of the earth. Once there, instead of talking to his comrades, Guts isolated himself and had a near psychotic break. He thinks to himself that throughout all of his struggles, from childhood to adulthood, the only thing that hadn't failed him was his sword. But even that was now useless against Griffith. As he despairs at his many losses, Guts is taunted by his Beast of Darkness, who urges him to reach out for more power at what is quite possibly the most unstable we've ever seen Guts. The guy has refused to talk to anyone, pushed away Shirkei's astral body, and is currently wearing the most dangerous weapon to be ever created in anime history. Chapter 373, the latest chapter of Berserk, ends on a cliffhanger where we see the Kushan slavers board the seahorse and 3 of them come across a seemingly unconscious Guts who has finally managed to grab hold of his sword. If you pay very close attention to the final panel of that chapter, it looks like the Berserker armor's helmet is creeping up towards Guts' head, which is bad news for everyone on board because this time there's no guarantee that any of the failsafes they've developed will work if Guts goes berserk. He is at his lowest mental, physical, and emotional point. If he embraces his malice now and gives into the armor, he will most likely end up just like Skull Knight, trotting about in a rattling coffin for a millennium looking to defeat his undefeatable opponents somehow. But as Flora told Skull Knight, karma is a spiral, and there's no guarantee that Guts and his companions will go through the same fate as Flora and Skull Knight. In the end, Berserk is a story that's all about persevering through the unimaginable. Guts was fighting inhuman apostles long before he got magic armor, and we imagine he'd have continued doing so even if he did not have the Berserker armor. But now that he does, it's become a double-edged sword that can decimate not only those he hates, but those he loves as well. What will be intriguing is to see what role it plays in the final encounter between Guts and Griffith, because we've already seen that Guts cannot beat the Falcon of Light with just his own strength. He's going to need some kind of astral nuclear warhead to take out the God Hand members, and maybe, just maybe, that's where the Berserker armor's true purpose lies. If Guts ends up failing to defeat Griffith for whatever reason, then he will most certainly end up like Skull Knight, and then he can kiss the entire reason for his existence goodbye. His words, not ours. Marvelous verdict. But sadly, that's where we're going to have to end this video. In the beginning, we mentioned that witches and wizards giving their proteges or protagonists magical weapons with no consequences is a common occurrence. But that's not the case in Berserk. Power demands sacrifice in this one, and oftentimes that sacrifice is giving up all those aspects that make you a human. The Berserker armor is one such object of power. It gives its wearer every possible battle advantage they can think of when they're in it, but then hits them like a dozen freight trains with its severely draining after effects. It focuses so much on offense that it can't even be truly called protective gear, and that's why it's one of the most dangerous weapons in anime history. But what do you guys think about the Berserker armor? Let us know in the comments section down below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, keep on struggling, fellow strugglers.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music app.
When we think of magicians, what is the most terrifying thing that every human being is? What is the most? Some of you watching this video might think the answer is death, because as biological beings, we come with an existential L hard-coded into our genetic systems, which is why escaping death is such a huge theme in fiction and in Berserk as well. But we'd argue that the most terrifying thing that every person has to contend with at least once in their lives, be it early on or in their twilight years, is a reckoning with their own inner darkness. All humans possess the capability to inflict pain and commit acts of evil. Carl Jung preferred to call this side of a person their shadow selves. Kentaro Miura calls it the beast of darkness. The beast was not a defining part of Guts' personality early on. In fact, we don't even see it make an appearance or influence his thoughts in any way, shape, or form for over 100 chapters of the story. So when it does finally manifest in his mind, it is almost always a cause for concern, and it most certainly is in the most recent chapter of Berserk. But what exactly is this lupine figure, and how does it influence Guts' life? Is it real, or is it all in his head? We're here to answer all that and more. This is the Beast of Darkness's origins. Explore. He has always been teetering on the brink of sanity and lunacy. Guts' struggles with mental health before the eclipse. Guts and struggling with mental health might sound like an alien concept to you, but that's only if you know of Berserk on a superficial level. Guts' journey as the struggler isn't merely against the very idea of fate, it's also against himself. From the very moment we meet him in the Black Swordsman chapter, we know that this guy has been through some major crap in his life for him to be actively seeking out demon sheiks to slap and kill. His reckless abandon for his own body in battle and edgelord supreme demeanor is what sucked in most fans towards Berserk in those early days. But it was also clear that this epic tale was also going to address the root of those issues as it unfolded beyond the Black Swordsman arc. And address those issues it did, by showing us that Guts has literally only known misery his entire life. He was born from the lifeless, hanging corpse of his birth mother, and would have probably died had Shisu not picked him up and slapped some life into him. He had to watch the woman who raised him for the first 3 years of his life die due to the plague right in front of his eyes, and all he could do was hold her hand to ease the pain of her passing. He was thrust into battle as a 6-year-old by the man he thought was his father, sold out for a menacing knight for only 3 coins by the same man, and generally put in every possible situation that would get him killed, violated, or both. But Guts is a man who carries the tag of struggler, and that's what he's been doing his entire life. He survived growing up in a brutal mercenary camp, getting violated, and even getting betrayed by Gambino for being the perceived source of all the former mercs' ills. Even on autopilot, Guts was strong enough to orchestrate an effective escape from his now former comrades, and strong enough to hold off an entire pack of wolves before passing out and being found by another mercenary group who took him along for yet another blood-smeared ride. Guts had no reason to feel guilty about the circumstances of his escape or afraid of what Donovan had done to him because he had taken his revenge on both of them before fleeing the scene. But that is not how Guts viewed things in his own mind. And this is the genesis of his struggles with mental health. Donovan's assault leaves Guts with severe PTSD, to the point that he violently lashes out at people who try to touch him in his adolescent years. He had heard Gambino's reasons for trying to kill him, but he mentally blamed himself for being a burden and accepted responsibility for everything Gambino had accused him of in a drunken stupor. Guts had immense baggage even before he joined the Band of the Falcon, which was made even more evident by the fever dream he had after his first loss to Griffith. In this dream, Guts was being chased by Donovan, who looked like an apostle. He rushed towards Gambino, who was sitting on a hill of corpses, and asked for his father's help, but Gambino simply blamed Guts for taking his right leg and dismissed him as a creep who no one would want to help, not even Shisu, who was a dog in this nightmare of Guts's. He then relives the traumas of that night when he was 9, and this happens again and again every time Guts is on the brink of death. The only thing that keeps him from lashing out that night is Casca, who was warming his body as he had lost a lot of blood after Griffith nearly pierced his heart, and that becomes a recurring theme as well. Guts had only known the lonely path of survival throughout his formative years. He had faced abuse that no child should go through and was forced into living by the sword by a father who didn't even want him. He did not trust anyone, and he fought every battle as if it was his last. Usually, he came out the victor because he was simply a better fighter. He would have died against Bazuso had he not cracked the Grey Knight's battle axe, and many other close calls would have been final ones without his trusted comrades. With the Band of the Falcon, Guts learned how to trust again, found a family for the first time, and even fell in love, though he didn't admit it to himself immediately. He became so empowered as a person that he dared to dream for himself, where he had always clung to someone else before in a desperate bid to verify his own existence. It sounds ironic, but the more he fought and bled under Griffith's banners, the more he healed as a human being. The Band of the Falcon was completely unlike any other mercenary group Guts had worked with, and the sheer youthfulness of Griffith's ragtag crew of warriors is what ended up making him saner by comparison. He stopped lashing out when people touched him. He made friends and played dice and gambled with his men, drinking himself silly after big victories. He became, in every sense of the word, happy, and then he fell in love. The Wounds chapters are the ones that make people claim Berserk is a love story, and rightly so, because it is peak exploration of human vulnerability in the manga series you would least expect it to come from. Guts' coupling with Casca does not begin as the magical dream everyone wants it to be. He starts off extremely aggressively with her. He immediately puts her on her belly so she can't see him, and he nearly chokes her out with his inhuman strength, not on purpose, but by accident. Guts starts hallucinating about his childhood traumas, and it makes sense because this is the first time he's getting consensual love and reciprocation. He breaks down in tears because Donovan and Gambino still had a strong hold over him, and he admits to Casca that he killed his own father, something he never shared with anyone else. Guts thinks that he has shamed himself and Casca by doing what he just did, and offers to ride off into the night, never to be seen again, which is when Casca hugs him from behind and gives the Wounds chapter their ingenious names. She tells Guts that if all they can do is lick their wounds, so be it, and that she too would like a wound from him someday. This moment of unrequited acceptance makes Guts accept that humanity does exist in this world, and that even he, a kinslayer, is worthy of love. Guts becomes his most confident and relaxed self after affirming his love for Casca and riding out to save Griffith, because where he couldn't stand up to Zod a couple years back, he was now 1v1ing Wild. Despite knowing that Griffith would no longer be the man he once was, Guts accepts this, and thinks to himself that as long as he has Casca by his side, everything would be fine. He is miffed at her when she suggests he take off again after rescuing Griffith because he doesn't want to do that. She has become the anchor for his sanity without him even realizing it. But perhaps he should have, because what happens next undoes all the progress Guts makes over the years of his association with the Band of the Falcon. The Eclipse, the conception of the Beast of Darkness. While Guts might have progressed immensely in the years since he joined the Band of the Falcon, the story shows the exact opposite happening to the Yang to his Yin. Griffith rides high in the early stages of the Golden Age arc, grabbing everything he wished to achieve with his ambitious hands, even peerage and acceptance into the royal military. He manages to woo the princess, giving him direct access to the throne, and even takes out everyone who might oppose his ascension in a single fiery move. Everything was playing out according to his plans, but he didn't expect Guts to be the rogue element in his life. In hindsight, this is hypocritical because in the first numbered chapter of Berserk, Griffith claims that he plans even for the impulsive side of Guts during every engagement, so he should have known Guts was impulsive enough to give up peerage and a pretty penny just to go find his own purpose in life. Because Griffith couldn't stomach the idea that someone who was supposed to be in his grasp had managed to free himself of it, he spiraled and lost everything in a heatless night of passion with Princess Charlotte. He was captured and charged with treason the next morning, thrown into a dungeon, and tortured to insanity every night for a year. When Guts arrived to save Griffith, he couldn't even think that he was there to help him. To Griffith, Guts had become the source of his existence and the core of his malice. He was sustained through the inhuman torture inflicted upon him by Midland's royal torturer, by the thoughts of his dream, and Guts alone. He tries to strangle Guts the moment he realizes who has arrived to save him, but this goes unnoticed by the latter. Perhaps if Guts had kept his own emotions and thoughts aside, he'd have seen the warning signs that were brewing underneath Griffith's torture mask. Though he had been freed from a terrifying fate, Griffith couldn't accept the fact that he could no longer pursue his dream. He acted out first by trying to kill Guts, then by trying to force himself on Casca. When both failed, his mind finally broke and he rushed to a lake, west to the border of Midland, where he tried to commit suicide. He failed at doing even that, and Griffith started laughing like a maniac, which is when his Crimson Behelit returned to him, just like Zod told him it would. Without thinking or any hesitation, he picked it up, allowed his blood and despair to flow into it, and activated an interstice, triggering the demonic ritual known as the Eclipse. During this ritual, Griffith was approached by the God Hand with the offer to join them in exchange for the lives of his comrades, and the only person who stood up for him was Guts. Even in a dimension made out of tormented faces and filled with hideous demonic reincarnations, Guts put 10 toes down and spat back venom in Void's face, telling him there was no way Griffith would become one of them. He'd even seen the guy naked, and Griffith didn't have so much as a tail, which is not untrue if you've read the Prelude chapters. Guts vehemently believes that his leader, the White Falcon, who has inspired him to find his own path, brought love and friendship into his life, and given him purpose without even knowing he did so, will make the right choice and not sacrifice his comrades to literal devils in exchange for power. But he wasn't exactly paying attention to what Griffith was saying when he inspected him for a tail during an impromptu water fight, because the warning signs had always been there. In that courtyard tussle, Griffith had told Guts that he received the Behelit from a fortune teller who told him that he could use it to obtain the world in exchange for his own flesh and blood. Then Zod warned Guts that when Griffith's ambition collapses, a death he could never escape from would pay him a visit. Skull Knight was more direct with his warning, as he told Guts that the eclipse was just over the horizon the night he departed the Band of the Falcon, and that his unkingly half would somehow be responsible for it. We know this unkingly half to be a reference to Griffith, but explaining that to Guts when he was in the middle of nearly pissing his pants is a bit too much to ask. Instead, he finds out just how wrong he had been about his role model firsthand, as Griffith sacrifices the gathered members of the Band of the Falcon and ascends to becoming a demonic God Hand member. Guts initially rejects the idea that Griffith went through with it willingly, and he tries to hack into the cocoon that his former leader had been trapped within, maniacally trying to cut him out of it. When reality sinks into Guts' guts, he resigns himself to the only thing he can do: fight. He turns his gaze from Griffith and the God Hand towards the swarm of apostles stampeding and feasting on his comrades, and he loses himself in a blinding rage. Guts breaks the horn off of an apostle and turns into a killing machine, disregarding all the damage being done to his body whilst carving a bloody path out of his opponents. He keeps at it until he arrives in the same lake as before, which has now been dyed red by the blood of his comrades, and he lets out a primal howl, which is somewhere between a cry and a scream. Guts frantically looks for any survivors at all and is delighted to see Gaston, his second in command, walking up to him, but his delight turns into instant grief and rage as Gaston is killed by an apostle that has entered his body, and then one of his future nemesis, the Slug Count, tries to lure him to his death using his tag partner Pippin's body as bait. Guts fights mercilessly, hacking and slashing and stabbing his way through an endless wave of apostles, where he finally sees something that makes his onslaught stop dead in its tracks. There, far off in the distance, Casca had been ensnared by at least a dozen apostles, all of which were more than eager to violate her before devouring her as a sacrifice. He tries to leap towards her in an effort to help her, but another development knocks the pace out of his feet. Just as he tries to rush to Casca and the apostle grabbing her tries to assault her viciously, a massive thump, like an ominous heartbeat, is heard throughout the interstice. Griffith emerges from his cocoon as the fifth Demonkin, the Wings of Darkness, Femto, and his first act as a newly reborn demonic entity was to immediately establish his dominance over Guts by violating Casca. Guts had refused to put the blame for things on Griffith at the start of the eclipse, but now Griffith became the very source of his life's greatest pain. He was forced to watch as the man he admired defiled the sanctity of the woman he loved, and as he tried to free himself to save Casca, he ended up hacking his own arm off in a scene that can only truly be called berserk. Guts passes out before he can do something about Griffith taking his girl right in front of him, and he is technically saved from death by the Skull Knight, who intervenes and escapes with the branded couple. But the damage to his mind had already been done. Guts is a guy who had always been struggling with keeping his head on straight, and after surviving a traumatic event like that, it was too much to ask of him to remain cool. But he somehow manages to do just that, except for that run into the woods where he broke down completely and the realization that Casca's demon child was actually his. Guts doesn't really show any signs of suffering a mental breakdown like Casca so overtly does. Instead, the change in his personality is more subtle because he just becomes more like himself. After packing armor, an arm cannon, and Dragon Slayer from Godot's home and dispatching of the Hound Apostles for a blessed start to his journey, Guts sets out on a one-man war against all demonkind, with his end goal being simple: the death of Griffith. Over the course of 2 years, he takes out numerous apostles and their pseudo-minions to the point he earns the nickname of the Black Swordsman amongst their ranks. Guts pretty much doesn't care what happens to the people around him or himself, but he still has one line he hasn't crossed: harming children. In the Black Swordsman arc, the only thing that gave us a hint that there was a human inside this beast of a man was the way Guts reacted every time he inadvertently caused harm in a child's life. In the second prelude chapter of Berserk, Guts unwillingly hitches a ride with an old man and his granddaughter. He warns the old man that he is an omen that attracts dark spirits, but the latter refuses to take no for an answer. The malign spirits of the dead end up possessing his granddaughter and kill the old man through her, so Guts is forced to kill the child as well. He takes her head off her shoulders with an easy motion, but the vomiting that comes later shows you how truly disgusted he was with what he had just done. Then later, during his fight with the Slug Count, yes, he uses Teresia as a hostage to bait the Count into overextending himself, and yes, he goads her into swearing revenge against him for killing her beloved daddy, but you can see the regret in his eyes as he steps out of the Count's fallen castle. Guts still had remorse for some of the things his journey of destruction was forcing him to do, but that had started evaporating towards the Lost Children arc. And then, during the arc itself, because he thought he was going soft, Guts ended up remorselessly killing scores of children who had been turned into pseudo-apostles by Rosine. Sure, they were nasty pseudo-apostles who were essentially in service to the God Hand, given the inherent nature of apostles themselves, but they were still children, and Guts had never really looked into whether one could reverse the process of creating an apostle, or a pseudo-apostle, in the first place. He protected Jill by going out of his way and playing defensive until he reached the Misty Valley, but when he was forced to spend his Night of Terrors by himself after yet another falling out with Puck, this time, Guts wasn't haunted by the usual complement of dead jerks. Instead, it was the souls of the children he'd just killed, all on fire, as his own demon child manifested in the campfire he had made for himself. Guts immediately shifts blame for these kids coming back to haunt him on the demon child and tries killing it immediately. When that fails, he spends the night killing the fiery dead souls of the children he had lain to rest just that morning, and doesn't despair a single bit over it. Guts' fight with Rosine shows him at his most unhinged in our opinion, because despite knowing that his opponent was a literal child, Guts chooses to treat her like any other apostle. Tactically, it's the right call, but it becomes morally questionable after the fight is over, and even during it, Guts is more unhinged than usual. He puts out a fire by slicing through a cocoon incubating a pseudo-elf and emerges from the inferno clutching the pseudo's intestine in his jaws. It is one of the most disconcerting panels depicting Guts because you can truly tell how far lost he is in his battle lust in that moment. After he defeats Rosine, he stumbles over to her dying body, fully intending to finish the job, despite knowing that she would die either way. The only reason he doesn't go through with it is because Zepik shoots him with a crossbow before he can get the job done, and Guts is forced to flee from the Holy Iron Chain Knights once again. It is during his nighttime escape from his pursuers, devoid of the generally aloof presence of Puck, that we see the Beast of Darkness emerge for the first time. It starts off as dead spirits taunting Guts about all the children he just killed, only to ensure his own survival. Then it turns into something more menacing as the spirits take on a wolfish demeanor and start stalking Guts as if it were his inner reflection. The Beast of Darkness questions the morality of Guts' actions and taunts him by saying that it knows he stinks of darkness. As long as he is standing on his own 2 feet, adamant on walking this path of vengeance, the beast is going to burn within him like a dark flame, thirsting for blood with every stroke of his sword. The more he kills, the more it sates the beast, but the more its appetite grows as well, until finally it will consume everything Guts has, leaving him all alone and taking his place instead. He would become a lifeless machine of death and destruction, or perhaps he could become a monster himself instead. The Beast of Darkness taunts Guts by saying he could become a real monster like his friend, referring to the Behelit at the Black Swordsman's side and morphing itself into a silhouette of Femto's disgusting dome. But Guts resists this temptation. He swings for the Femto mask because he knows that this is just the dead spirits trying to break him down so they'd have an easier time consuming him as he was a demonic sacrifice. Guts falters because of his severely weakened state and is saved from being overrun by evil blobs by Puck, of all people, which is such a ridiculous development that even Guts has to laugh and admit the hilarity of it all. He gives up and admits that he can't keep tense around the elf, and that Puck has some medicinal value after all. So he calls the elf by his name for the first time and accepts his companionship. Guts is pretty much in control of himself when he's with someone whom he knows and trusts, but as soon as he is left alone with his own thoughts, the beast rears its head again. After escaping the Holy Iron Chain Knights and leaving their commander with a crippling case of existential crisis, Guts returns to Godot's hut, having received a warning from the demon child about Casca being in danger. He learns that indeed Casca had escaped Godot's enchanted ore mine and had been missing for a few days now. Guts snaps at Rickert for being careless, but is put in his place by Godot himself, who chastises him for allowing things to have come this far. Godot rightly points out that every time Guts is given the choice to pick between irreplaceable bonds and the solitude he has known his entire life, he always chooses the latter. And so, Guts only has himself to blame for his current situation. But Guts thinks that Godot can't understand what he's been through, lying down on his comfy bed, attended to by a caring daughter and apprentice. He thinks that no one but he himself can understand the true horror of the eclipse, and that night, when he goes to try and sleep in the protected cave, the beast comes out to play again. Guts is having difficulty sleeping, as he usually does, and he thinks back on what Godot said earlier in the day. Immediately, he has a flashback of the eclipse, and he starts thinking to himself that he cannot forget the last thing searing into his right eye. Guts claims that even if it is malice or fear, or both, that keep him moving, he will see this through until the bitter end. and the beast in his mind claims that the blood will flow, and there is nothing Guts can do to stop it. Guts manages to pull himself back from his own dark thoughts by musing on Godot's wisdom for another moment, and realizing that it was indeed his fault that Casca had run away, because he was the one who decided to abandon her in the first place. Guts was about to give in, thinking that his wrath and malice were the only flames keeping him burning, but the campfire of dreams from his glory days with the Falcons also willed him to keep moving forward. He resolves to rescue and protect Casca as soon as he gets a lead on her, and never let her out of his sight again. But once he is reunited with her, Guts ends up becoming one of the biggest reasons for her continued regression. After living through the absolute nightmare that was the incarnation ceremony, Guts, Casca, and Puck embark on a journey towards Puck's home, the magical island called Elfhelm, where Casca would be able to live safely and without attracting too much attention to her brand. But where Guts used to fight his nightly terrors alone, now he had to do it whilst protecting a practically mindless child, and the stress was getting to him. He tried to fend off for the both of them as much as he could, but the onslaught of dead spirits had doubled in intensity now that the branded pair was traveling together. Guts was pretty unhinged when he fought these dead spirits, as we've already mentioned, but now he had to consciously check himself. On top of that, Casca would frequently try to run away from him. On one particular occasion, she ran into some thugs who tried to assault her, and though Casca was able to kill them off out of sheer instinct, she couldn't have anticipated that the biggest threat to her in that moment would be her protector himself. See, ever since the eclipse, the thing Guts had yearned for the most was Casca. During their first night in Godot's cave as a pair of branded individuals, Guts ends up almost kissing Casca out of sheer lust, but controls himself knowing that it would be the wrong thing to do given her mental state. However, after spending days on end fighting off evil ghosts and worse, and nearly losing Casca once again, when Guts saw her naked and covered in the blood of the bandits she'd just killed, something snapped within him. He forced himself on Casca, and we learned that that thing was the Beast of Darkness. Guts' inner malice was bringing out his primal lust in the worst way imaginable, encouraging him to tear her, penetrate her, and rip her to shreds, just like Griffith did. The Beast calls Casca a sacrifice and urges Guts to make everything food for his malice as he hallucinates the Beast having taken Casca's head off. This jerks Guts back to his senses as he realizes what he was about to do, but the damage had already been done. When Casca told him she wanted a wound from him back in the wound center, it wasn't meant in this fashion, and Guts realizes just how far he had allowed himself to fall in a moment of weakness. This is why he agrees to taking on Serpico, Isidro, and Farnace as traveling companions, and later Shirke and Ivalira as well, because he's terrified of what he might do if he's left to his own devices. Guts had always struggled with his mind, but it was clear to him now that it was reaching its breaking point, and if he didn't surround himself with people he could trust, the Beast of Darkness might just cause him to go on a rampage he didn't intend to go on. Guts comes a long way from his adolescence when he would just refuse help and take everything on by himself, but leave it to Miura to turn his greatest weakness into his greatest strength as well. You see, with Berserk upping its apostle power scaling with the introduction of the metallic centaur Locus, the bestial archer Irvine, and the literal fire-breathing dragon Grunbeld, Guts was going to need something more than just Dragon Slayer and Elf Dust if he wanted to survive going up against Griffith's army. Unfortunately for him, it just means relying on his Beast of Darkness that much more. The Berserker Armor and the Beast of Darkness. Is the beast real? How will it affect Berserk's future? The Berserker Armor is a fetish that can unlock its wearer's peak fighting potential. It can make pain inconsequential and weight such a foreign concept that you could probably swing Dragon Slayer one-handed while wearing it. But such power comes at a lethal cost, and we're not just talking about all the physical drawbacks of the Berserker Armor. Sure, getting your broken limbs rearranged by force and held in place by piercing needles sucks, but the worst part about the Berserker Armor is the ominous ode it is imbued with. The creator of this armor, Hanar, made it so that its wearer would only register the most violent emotions in their hearts in order to make them unstoppable warriors. In doing so, he also inadvertently built in a handicap. Every time the wearer of the Berserker Armor allowed it to take over their consciousness, it would amplify their inner malice 1,000-fold. And in Guts' case, that meant him becoming chained to the will of the Beast of Darkness. Every time Guts goes berserk, his thoughts devolve to single-word acts like kill, burn, destroy, annihilate, and they're all supplied by the Beast of Darkness. There is a reason that his Berserker Armor's visor resembles the Beast of Darkness's lupine mug. It's it's because the beast is a reflection of his raging inner malice. Guts manages to break out of his berserker state thanks to Shirke, but every time he re-enters that state, the beast's hold over him increases ever so slightly. He experiences the torrent of violent emotions that his mind becomes when he goes berserk on the Makara before entering Britannis, and also realizes that without Shirke or the Moonlight Boy keeping his sanity anchored quite literally, the beast would make the Red Wedding look like rainbows in sunshine. In chapter 290, the Beast of Darkness and Guts come to a sort of understanding where the beast acknowledges the fact that Guts now has the warm lights that keep him burning besides his rage in the form of his comrades. He scoffs at Shirke, thinking she has tamed him, but the moment Guts acquired the Berserker armor, the beast had already been released. Guts might cling to his companions like chains that anchor him to his humanity, but the beast knows that sooner or later he will repeat the same mistakes he always makes. What happened at the eclipse will happen to his companions again, and that is why they will go after the true light that burns them, aka Griffith. The Beast of Darkness claims it will stay restrained and obey Guts' will for now, as it stalks off into the corners of his mind. And surprisingly enough, it actually does. During Guts' battle with the Sea God's tentacles, the beast briefly takes control of Guts' psyche, but the Moonlight Boy's presence and Shirke's powerful magic manage to bring him back. In fact, Guts has to rouse the beast and chastise him for laying down on the job in the heart chamber of the Sea God, which the beast indulges with surprising ease. The Beast of Darkness doesn't even rear its head when Griffith shows up to attack Elfhelm, because we know Guts doesn't go berserk on that particular occasion. Instead, it shows up at the literal lowest moment of Guts' life. See, the Beast of Darkness isn't actually real. It's a mental construct that reflects the fractured state of mind that Guts has to push through on a daily basis in order to protect those he cherishes. So when you see it manifesting out of the Dragon Slayer like a hellhound, you know that something is terribly wrong with Guts. In chapter 373, the Beast of Darkness taunts Guts for his weakness at not being able to protect Casca and tells him what he truly desires: power. The beast tells Guts that his brand restrains him, that his flesh restricts him, all the while laughing at him, trying to get his bearings and hallucinating about his L to Griffith instead. The beast tells Guts that if it's power he wants, then he should yield everything to him: his bones, his blood, his pain, even his soul. If he does that, then the implication is cut off by the arrival of some Kushan slavers, but we think the gist of it is pretty clear. Yield to the beast, and Guts will finally be powerful enough to defeat Griffith. Stick to his humanity, and Guts will never be able to beat his mortal adversary, the one person he claims to be the only thing keeping him walking on his 2 feet, besides Casca, of course. Chapter 373 ended with Guts gripping the Dragon Slayer, and the beast attempting to unleash the Berserker as a few Kushan slavers look down at his seemingly hapless body, and we honestly feel sorry for them. Those poor guys have no idea what's about to hit them. But to be frank with you, neither do we. So far, every time Guts has fallen off the edge, someone has pulled him back. This time, there's no one to do that, and it looks very likely that the beast will end up winning out the battle for his soul against Casca. Berserk isn't set to return until July or August at the very least, so don't expect answers anytime soon, but if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comments section down below. Marvelous verdict. But as for this video, that's gonna have to be it. The Beast of Darkness makes a handful of appearances throughout Berserk, but every time it pops up, you know some major shit is about to go down. That's what we felt reading chapter 373, because it had been literal years since we'd last seen the beast. Who knows what will happen in chapter 374, but if you want to know what we think, check out our predictions video on the channel itself, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Turning the imagined into reality for over 95 years. RS, imagine that. We can.
There are plenty of characters in Berserk whose lives feel like they've been predetermined to go through living hell. Guts and Casca immediately come to mind when we say that phrase, but it's also true for most other characters we meet as well. Jill, Rosine, Farnace, Serpico, heck, even Isidro have been through things that have culminated in their fated encounters with the Black Swordsman. But there is one character who literally could not have avoided being tied into the story of our main trio. And what makes his life especially tragic is the fact that we weren't even aware he'd been created. The Demon Child debuted in Berserk all the way back in its first chapter, but its existence wouldn't be explained until the end of the Golden Age arc. And when it was, you can bet that we were just as horrified as our protagonist was in that moment. But what exactly is this child? Who are its parents? And why is it so important to the story? We'll answer all that and more in this video. This is the Demon Child / Moonlight Boy's origins, explored. Before we get into our explanation, we do have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin. He's introduced as an enigmatic specter that haunts Guts at his most vulnerable. Demon Child in the Black Swordsman arc. If you stopped reading Berserk after the Black Swordsman arc, and we don't know why you would, you'd think that the Demon Child was yet another torment inflicted upon Guts by series creator Kentaro Miura. That's because though there are hints pointing towards a connection between the two, they're very subtle, and mostly, the Demon Child just plays a rather antagonistic role in the Black Swordsman arc, in that it reminds Guts of his powerlessness in his most vulnerable situations. The first time the Demon Child appears in Berserk is in the very first chapter, titled The Black Swordsman. After laying and slaying an apostle, in that order, Guts arrives at the city of Koka looking for his next target. His investigation leads him to an inn, where he spots an apostle's thugs harassing an elf and sees a golden opportunity. He makes quick work of the group of thugs in Koka City's inn, leaving a single survivor to deliver his message to their master, that the Black Swordsman had arrived. Saving Puck was simply incidental, and Guts made it very clear to the cheerful and upbeat elf. In fact, he was so rude to the little guy that he ran off at the first sight of trouble, because Guts' actions ended up drawing the attention of the city guard. He was taken captive and tortured near senseless, being thrown into a musty prison cell afterward where his captives no doubt hoped that he would die. As he lay on the ground suffering from his wounds, unable to even make sense of where he was, the Demon Child appeared right in front of his eyes. It was, objectively speaking, the most disgusting character we'd seen in Berserk from a design standpoint. And yes, we're including the female apostle from the beginning of this chapter. The child was grotesque, with a tumor-like growth covering his right eye and flag spots circling his mouth. His spine seemed to want out of his skin, his limbs ended in tendrils, and he even had a tail. Guts seemed to recognize the child, as his inner monologue said, "You again," upon seeing him in the cell. But as the child crawled its way toward him, it became clear that he wanted nothing to do with it, as he screamed for it to get away from him. The child gave Guts a look that almost looked sad before disappearing just as Puck arrived to the Black Swordsman's rescue. The next time we see the Demon Child is in a nightmare Guts has in the second chapter of the series titled The Brand, and this is mostly why we say the Demon Child appeared to be an antagonist in the early stages of Berserk. After dealing with the Snake Baron, whose men were the one Guts had killed in that inn we spoke of, the Black Swordsman went on his way towards his next target. Neither Hellfire nor Rain could have stopped his feet from taking him where he needed to go, and the latter tried particularly hard that day. Guts was offered a ride by a father-daughter duo traveling in a carriage, and he dozed off in the back, with Puck once again giving him company. No sooner had he slept, though, than we saw him enter a nightmarish landscape. Trapped between two walls with seemingly endless paths extending either side of him, Guts was being gazed at by a single eye, high above in the sky. He tried to run away from it, but ended up impaling his foot on some spikes coming out of the ground. As Guts struggled to free himself, his brand of sacrifice started bleeding, and a massive representation of the Demon Child popped up behind it. It told him that he cannot run, as it leapt at Guts and woke him from his nightmare. Turns out this was the job of an incubus that had snuck onto the wagon, but it still bears weight in our opinion. We know that the brand of sacrifice only bleeds in the presence of malign entities tied into the astral world, so the fact that the Demon Child made his brand bleed in his nightmare gives us the impression that it too is somehow working against him. The final time we see Guts encounter the Demon Child is once again when his guard is all the way down. After witnessing the execution and dying request of Vargas, the physician whose actions put a Behelit in Guts' possession, the Black Swordsman was reeling. He was about to physically throw up in an alleyway due to the sheer inhumanity of what he'd just seen when the Demon Child showed up once more. It appeared at the crossroads of another alley and started walking away from Guts, but just before it moved out of sight, its head turned into Vargas's, exacerbating the Black Swordsman's internalized guilt. These three encounters are all we got from Guts and the Demon Child for nearly 100 chapters, between the start of the Golden Age and the end of the Eclipse, but they did give us some ideas as to their relationship. Number 1, Guts knew the Demon Child and was clearly repulsed by it, and number 2, this kid had some connection to the God Hand. The entire point of the Black Swordsman arc was to set up the Apostles and the God Hand as the main antagonists of the series, after all, And this baby with a literal demon tail was clearly a part of that infernal species of evil. The reasons behind both of our observations would be revealed in the aftermath of the eclipse, and to say that they were disturbing and not what we expected would be an understatement at the very least.
5 words you pronounce wrong 2 years before your brain starts shutting down.
The corrupted seed of a love torn asunder blooms into a cursed flower. The demon child's birth. The reasons behind both of our observations stem from a single disgusting act of dominance and violation. And if you guys know anything about the eclipse, then you know where we're going with this. In chapters 46 and 47, titled Wounds Part 1 and 2, Guts and Casca overcome their differences and realize that they love each other. Both warriors lay their deepest insecurities out in the open and are accepted by the other, leading to an encounter that was both emotionally and narratively satisfying for us as readers. Guts and Casca had terrible lives even before being found by Griffith. As mercenaries, they had put their lives on the line every day for years on end. And through that, Guts and Casca had forged a bond that even they didn't realize ran deeper than camaraderie. The culmination of their love is one of the reasons why many Berserk fans call the manga a love story, because ultimately, Guts and Casca's love for each other ends up saving them from their loneliness, which had come to define their characters up until that point. What's surprising is that this was the first time either of them had slept with anyone, which is what makes what happens next both shocking and terrifying. Guts had been trained in the art of the sword since he was 6 years old, but he'd never really gotten to have the talk with anyone in his life, so of course he didn't know anything about pulling out and such, and because Casca had never slept with anyone either, we doubt she knew the proper risks of what had just happened. If she did, she probably wouldn't have set out on a whole-ass rescue mission to free Griffith from captivity after spending a year on the run because of his actions. Guts had not just affirmed his love for Casca that night under the trees, he'd also impregnated her, and unwittingly laid the seed of a new life. So when Casca's womb ended up being violated by the newly born God Hand member Femto, that seed ended up being corrupted. Griffith's inhuman assault on the very person he had once saved from the acts he was committing to her affects not just her sanity, but her womb as well. Femto's evil seed mingles with the fetus that was still taking shape within her to create a new form of life. Of course, neither Guts nor Casca were aware of the latter's pregnancy, and ascertaining the same was going to be especially difficult now that Casca's mind had been regressed. If it hadn't been for the Skull Knight, Guts would have probably never even realized that he had become a father. After the Wandering Wraith saved Guts and Casca from being finished off alongside their sacrificed comrades, he brought them to Godot's ore mine, unaware of a connection between the place and the people he was carrying. Skull Knight brought them there because he knew the mine to have been inhabited by elves once, and thus knew it was the only safe place for someone as defenseless as Casca. As Guts and Casca recovered, he told Rickert to tell them not to leave the cave for obvious reasons. But Guts ends up leaving, obviously. He runs for a while, trying to sweat out his traumas, but ends up being beset by evil dead spirits from all sides. Skull Knight shows up once again and gives him a sword to fight with, but in the middle of Guts' war declaration, the spirits end up rushing away from him. Guts is confused as to how this could have happened, but Skull Knight informs him that the dead spirits weren't gone, they had just found a new light to attach themselves to. The Black Swordsman immediately realizes what this means, and rides with the Skull Knight to where the spirits had gathered around Casca. Guts made to rush towards her, but his traveling companion stopped him because he noticed something was odd. There were dozens of spirits gathered around Casca, but somehow they were not attacking her like they were Guts. They just hung around her, as if circling her in anticipation of something. Guts didn't care. He rushed to Casca's side and immediately asked her if any of the spirits had hurt her, but something even stranger was going on. Casca's eyes were glazed over, as if she was mindless in that moment, even more so than her regressed condition due to the eclipse's events. No sooner had Guts began to shake her for reassurance that she keeled over, clutching her belly and screaming in agony. With the power of hindsight, we know now that this was the onset of labor, but as we were reading this chapter, it was really hard to tell. Casca grabbed Guts' arm as hard as she could and struggled for what felt like an eternity before a small, malformed thing fell out of her birth canal. The thing was no bigger than a palm, all covered in blood and with only a single eye besides, but as soon as it came out of Casca, it opened said eye, and Guts instinctively knew that this was a demon. He tries to kill it, but to his bafflement, Casca leaps over the fetal creature as if to protect it. Guts tries to take her off of it and go in for a second stomp attempt, but Skull Knight's words stop him. The Wandering Wraith informs Guts that the reason behind Casca protecting this demonic spawn that came out of her womb was simple. It was her child. Unbeknownst to either of them, Casca was with child when she entered the Eclipse, and her defilement by the newest member of the God Hand corrupted her child with the seed of evil. Skull Knight informs Guts that this was why the child had been possessed by evil and was a cursed child that was best dealt with ASAP, as it was sure to bring woe upon both Guts and Casca. But as he's saying this, Guts realizes that this must mean he's the actual father of this baby. He's so shocked by this revelation that he tells Skull Knight to shut his trap as he tries to process this new information. Just then, the demon child crawls up Casca's bosom and starts licking at her brand of sacrifice, which, curiously enough, is not bleeding at all. Guts immediately grabs the baby and snatches it away from Casca. Despite knowing that this is his baby, his internal thought processes continues to condemn the demon child as one of those who devoured their comrades. Guts fully intends to finish the job he began on his third attempt, but Casca tries to rabidly protect the child out of the face motherly instinct. Just as the branded pair begin struggling over their offspring, the first proper retcon of Berserk takes place as the demon child disappears with the sunrise. In the chapter Guardian Angels of Desire Part 2, he appeared in an alleyway that was illuminated by sunlight and actually moved towards the sun as opposed to going away from it as a demon was now wont to do in the world of Berserk. But putting that little detail aside, don't let Guts' 3 attempts at offing his own baby make you think he hated the kid or something. You have to understand that Guts was at the peak of his post-eclipse rage here, going through the night of terrors that was about to become his daily life for the first time. When he saw Casca giving birth to a literal demon, he didn't even wait to think whose child it was, because he only saw it as a demon. Once the realization struck him, he clearly hesitated from taking his own child's life, as he contemplated the demon child's nature with Casca biting on his arm. And when the baby disappeared with the sunlight, Casca broke down, and Guts had a tear welling up in his one good eye. Many people have interpreted this as being yet another sign of Guts' regret at Casca having gone insane, but we think it's him understanding how truly helpless he was now for the first time. He didn't even know he'd gotten Casca pregnant, and now that he did, he nearly treated his child like Gambino had treated him all those years ago. We don't think this became immediately evident to Guts until a while later, and we just want to clarify that Guts trying to kill the demon child isn't an indication of him being a terrible father. It's a representation of him rejecting everything that happened at the Eclipse. He refuses to even acknowledge the child in his thoughts until much later in the story, and perhaps that is why it kept showing up in front of him randomly throughout his days as the feared Black Swordsman. We were wondering why this grotesquely huge infant was appearing in front of Guts at his lowest points during the Black Swordsman arc, and the answer turned out to be far more disturbing and heartbreaking than anything we were prepared for. After the demon child's disappearance with the sunrise, Skull Knight walks over to Guts and Casca and puts 2 and 2 together. He tells Guts not to think that the baby's disappearance means it has died. It has simply slipped into the same interstice as the malign spirits of the dead. He tells Guts that someday the child will return to see them both again, because all children yearn for their parents, even demons in their own way. He bids Guts farewell after giving him a warning about the life in front of him. And we know that his words rang true since the beginning of the series. The reason behind the demon child appearing in front of Guts was because it basically couldn't visit Casca. After this night of terrors, Guts decided to wage a one-man war against humankind, and left Casca trapped inside of Godot's ore cave like a prisoner. For 2 years she stayed there, while the demon child continued to appear to Guts during the night, when he was at his lowest, just to receive a father's love. We've already spoken about his appearances during the Black Swordsman arc, but it continued into the Lost Children arc as well. After killing a bunch of Rosine's pseudo-apostle elves, Guts faces off against the self-proclaimed queen herself, but ends up coming up short thanks to her sonic burst and poisoned elf dust. Once Rosine departs the scene with her remaining elves, the ones who died at Guts' hands revert to their human forms as apostles, and their pseudo-spawn are wont to do. The Black Swordsman is forced to take yet another child hostage in order to stage his escape, and once he does, he pushes away both Jill and Puck in an attempt to kill Rosine alone. But, poisoned and losing blood, Guts knows he needs to rest for at least one night and do some emergency med work to even stay functional. He skins a snake, drinking its blood and eating its flesh to counter the poison running through its veins, and consumes some cocoa leaves to keep him moving through the night of terrors. But just as soon as it begins, Guts is stunned into immovability. Usually, the spirits attacking him are formless and 100% malignant, intending to take over his warm body to soothe their cold, rotting souls. But this time, things were different, as Guts was faced by the ghosts of the pseudo-apostles he'd slain to save Jill's village, and leading them, at least in his mind, was his own kid. The demon child appeared to his father once more in the bonfire Guts had started to keep himself awake throughout his nightly vigil, and was once again forced to defend himself against his father. Guts brought Dragon Slayer down at the bonfire, annoyed at the kid's ability to get under his skin, but the demon child simply levitates and disappears, leaving his father to deal with the consequences of his actions. It is evident that the attempt at forming a bond between these two characters is rather one-sided, but that doesn't mean they don't share a connection at all. Both the demon child and Guts love the same person, Casca, and they were willing to do anything to protect her and keep her safe. Sadly, neither father nor son knew just how final their last encounter was going to be. If they did, perhaps there's a chance that Guts would have at least tried to atone for trying to stomp out the demon child like he was Seth Rollins immediately after its birth. Fierce protector and unplanned participant of the incarnation ceremony. How the demon child became Berserk's most pivotal character. Despite Guts' hatred for his own offspring, it was clear that at least one of the demon child's parents loved it. When he was born, Casca immediately clutched him in her arms and tried to nurse him before he disappeared into the night air. In the 2 years that the child followed Guts around, we're pretty sure he wanted to see his mother as well. He just literally couldn't because of elfin magic. So when Casca escaped Godot's ore mine for good, the demon child finally got the chance to reunite with its mother, but not before leaving his father with an ominous prophecy. Yes, we said prophecy, because this baby was quite possibly one of the most powerful characters in all of Berserk at the tender age of 2 in a few months. We've already seen the demon child use levitation to protect itself from threats to its person. Because of his inherent astral nature, he can only take shape in the physical world when the sun goes down, or in parts of the world that are covered in complete darkness. The demon child seems to have a degree of influence over evil spirits, as during his birth, none of the spirits circling Casca dared touching her, unlike with Guts, where they immediately tried to possess him. And, to top it all off, he also seems to be cognizant of Causality's grand plan, because this kid was spitting bars like he was SK or Void when he appeared in front of Guts in Revelations Part 3. After escaping the Holy Iron Chain Knights and dealing with Farnace's pre-enlightenment BS, Guts wanders from town to town looking for shelter. But everywhere he goes, he finds the same horrifying scene waiting for him. Streets abandoned, bodies piled up in churches, and paranoid eyes staring at him through the windows of houses that were practically boarded up. Puck encourages him to get some shut-eye near a rock formation that is eerily reminiscent of Stonehenge, and Guts agrees because he's been running on no sleep for 2 days. But as he dozes off underneath the sun, his mind shows him images of a pillar with the Holy See insignia sitting on top of it, buried in a pile of kindling. He sees torches, a pair of chained hands, and faces that look disturbingly similar to the spirits he eats for dinner every night. He then sees a vision of Casca being bound to the aforementioned pillar, as the pyre beneath it is lit aflame by the hands holding those torches we talked about, and that snapped him out of his sleep. Guts wonders if this was the work of those pesky incubi, but turns out this vision was given to him by his son. The demon child manifests in front of Guts in a shaded bit of rock formation, and the Black Swordsman is immediately apprehensive of his arrival. Guts thinks that the babe is trying to pull some new fiendish trick on him when the demon child transforms its own face into that of Casca, but his assumptions are proven dangerously wrong by his son's next words. The child warns Guts that danger will become imminent when the sky falls over holy ground and blind sheep erect a pillar of fire. While he is saying this, Casca's face lights up with flames, and the child departs by urging his father to hurry and get to holy ground quickly. Guts doesn't understand his prophecy at first, but when he puts 2 and 2 together, he realizes that Casca is in dire need of his help. His realization is reaffirmed by his visit to Godot and a visit from the Skull Knight, who pretty much echoes the demon child's prophecy with a bit more context. He rushes to the holy ground of St. Albion post-haste, but his son beats him to the punch. The demon child shows up in front of Casca for the first time in over 2 years, when malign spirits of the dead, buried in the shadow of the Tower of Conviction, are attracted to her brand. Casca, who is practically mindless and with Nina at the time besides, is unaware of the danger approaching her. She never even learns of it because before she is set upon by corpses clamoring for salvation, the demon child shows up to protect his mother. With a single look, he is able to get the dead spirits to leave the corpses they'd animated and go far away from his mom, whom he yearned to reunite with. But the child remembered what Guts' reaction was to seeing him after so long, and didn't want to experience the same thing from both parents, so it disappeared into the night sky once again. His actions did not go unnoticed though, as the egg of the perfect world bore witness to everything that transpired, and this marked a turning point in the story. Up until this point, only one person had been shown to be able to resist the flow of causality, and that was Guts. Zod told him he'd died, and then Skull Knight told him the same thing in their first encounter, but he was still alive and standing on his own 2 feet. Yes, he often finds himself tangled with those whose feet are guided by the causal current, as Puck puts it, but his own are guided by his personal will. Guts is like a leaping fish that keeps breaching the current that is Berserk's idea of fate, and so naturally, that nature is passed down to his son as well. Throughout the Conviction arc, the Demon Child seems to have 2 distinct purposes. Number 1, protect Casca, and number 2, prevent causality. So far, every vision and prophecy relating to the incarnation ceremony had seen the Pillar of Fire being set aflame, and Casca along with it. It's rather similar to the omens that Guts received prior to the eclipse from Zod and the Skull Knight. So, in order to prevent his mother from meeting such a grisly end, the Demon Child dedicates all of its time and energy in St. Albion to protecting Casca. He shows up outside the cave of the Flame Goddess cult to protect his mother from malign spirits that were summoned there by her brand of sacrifice, and vanishes as soon as its job was done. The Demon Child then resurfaces in the Tower of Conviction, when Casca was put in an Iron Maiden, and her blood-curdling scream triggered the blood flow of the dead. Those bloody blobs of man-eating malice began engulfing everything and everyone present in St. Albion as they were let loose from its very foundations. But they couldn't touch Casca because the Demon Child was protecting her. He used his immense demonic powers to keep the evil spirits in Mozgus's god breath away from Casca. But the sheer numbers disadvantage ended up draining him entirely. The Demon Child was on the brink of death, covered with burn marks and left to die in a hollow of the Tower of Conviction, when he was chanced upon by someone exactly like him. This is when he made a massive splash through the current of causality, and not even by his own choice. As the child awaited the cold embrace of death, it was encountered by a mortally wounded Egg of the Perfect World, who'd been observing the boy's movements all this time. The Behelit-shaped apostle could instinctively sense that the Demon Child was also headed in the same direction as him when it came to their lives, and in that instance, he empathized with the baby. So much so that the Egg of the Perfect World swallowed the Demon Child in the hopes of giving it comfort in the cradle of the new world, as they both passed away from the old one. But we think that this move was not preordained by causality, because it ended up creating a massive bug we'll address in just a bit. For now, as far as the Egg of the Perfect World was concerned, he'd just performed a humane act. The Demon Child now resided in the same incubation chamber that was integral to the incarnation ceremony, and as a result, became an unwitting part of it. The Behelit Apostle continued its climb towards the summit of the Tower of Conviction, but its body looked different. Glowing within its now transparent flesh was the Demon Child, and Guts barely caught a glimpse of him on his way down the side of the tower to go stab Angel Mozgus and save Casca. When he came out of his rage, he realized what he'd seen, and jerked his head back to the top of the tower, seemingly searching for his son, but his attention was recalled by Mozgus, who went into his fully released state. As the battle between the White Angel and the Black Swordsman raged on beneath, the Egg of the Perfect World nested itself atop the Tower of Conviction and planted its root-like tentacles firmly within the palm of the god hand created by the blood flow of the dead. As the Behelit Apostle relished the fact that everyone who ever despised him would soon be digested in the incarnation ceremony, he wondered if the Demon Child could hear the lullaby of the new world from within its cradle, as we see the baby having been transformed into a human child for the most part. When we saw this the first time, we were confused. Why would Miura turn the kid into a human baby at this critical juncture, where it seems like Femto is about to return to the physical world? And then it struck us. It was because the Demon Child was the vessel for his incarnation, or at least part of it. As the blood flow of the dead rushed into the incubating body of the Egg of the Perfect World, it rapidly matured the Demon Child's human body into the visage of Griffith. And, just like that, a god hand now existed within the physical world. For a long time, the Berserk fandom had assumed that this meant the Demon Child was now dead, or at the very least, it only had a peripheral influence over this new Falcon of Light. In Chapter 178, titled Reunion on the Hill of Swords, Griffith meets Guts and Rickert for the first time since the eclipse. Guts is understandably pissed by his flagrancy. Rickert is confused by his companion's rage, but Griffith is just here to confirm something. When he descended within the abyss and was transformed into a god hand by the idea of evil, he was told that he had now shed his last tear, and that his heart was crystallized forever following his reincarnation. Griffith confirms this to be true by appearing in front of Guts, who was the object of his hatred and longing, and realizing that he doesn't feel a single thing in his presence. But when Guts' fight with Zod ends in a bloody stalemate for him, Griffith notices his heartbeat. Later, when their fight sends a boulder flying in Casca's direction, Griffith ends up protecting her as if out of a primal instinct, and his internal monologue reveals that this was because of the demon child's influence on him. The child, whose heart yearned for its parents, ended up acting out in their favor, and as soon as Griffith realized this, he called off the fight and flew away. A fair few years passed between this chapter and the next appearance of the demon child, so it was kind of accepted by the fandom that the lad's struggle against Vulcan evil here was going to have to be internalized, until he showed up in a brand new form. The Boy of the Moonlight, who is Griffith's ephemeral dream. How the Demon Child became Berserk's most important character. Guts doesn't think about his child or anything besides Casca's safety ever since he temporarily allowed his Beast of Darkness to overtake him, which is probably why he doesn't immediately realize that the Demon Child and the Moonlight Boy are the same people. But to be fair to him, we only know this because of the power of hindsight. Chapter 238 opens with the conclusion of Guts and Skull Knights meeting upon a moonlit beach on the former's journey to Vertanis. The wandering wraith gives the Black Swordsman hope by telling him that if he reaches Elfhelm, then its ruler could help restore Casca's mind, but also warned him that ultimately his wish might not be her wish. Immediately after this, we cut to Casca walking mindlessly on the beach. She comes across a pale-skinned, dark-haired child. The two instinctively form a mother-child bond, and our first hint that this was in fact the demon child was Shirkei detecting a mysterious ode coming off of him. Miura covered it up by having her think the child was an emissary from the Flower Storm Monarch, but then he also doubled down by giving Guts and Casca quite possibly their only family moment. Ever since the branded girl met the Moonlight Boy, she started behaving as if she was his mother. The person who usually needed to be tended to was now doing the tending, as she ran around the boy trying to feed him and keep him still. Guts was quite baffled by the boy's appearance, and the boy appeared apprehensive of him at first. Then he climbed on Guts' back in order to get his father to play. The apprehension probably came from the fact that Guts was cleaning his knife, but once the child understood that he wasn't going to be stabbed by them, he decided to let loose. Guts, of course, was having none of it, and peeled the Moonlight Boy off his face, but Casca thought he was going to hurt the kid, so she leapt at him. Guts dropped the boy directly over his knives, so he dove to save him too. Both of them caught the child at the same time, causing Isidro to exclaim that the three of them looked kind of like a family. Once again, with hindsight, we knew just how correct he was. But the appearance of the boy and the instinctive bond he shared with Casca made Guts think of his demon child for the first time since the incarnation ceremony. He recalled the child being rushed to the summit of the Tower of Conviction and wondered if he was still wandering out there somewhere, unaware that the kid was right beside him. A long time ago, Skull Knight had told him that all kids yearn to love and protect their parents, even demons, and Guts remained unaware of just how much protection his son had given him for over 100 chapters. Shortly after thinking about his demon child, Guts sensed the presence of evil astral creatures nearby. Turns out these were Ganishka's Pishachagana introducing themselves to the Black Swordsman party, but none of them knew this at the time. Guts went berserk during the fight as he took out multiple crocodile and Makara familiars, but the Moonlight Boy also strangely possessed the power to protect his people. When a familiar approached him and Casca, the Moonlight Boy repelled it with a single look. Later, it was his astral body that calmed down Guts in his berserker state by reminding him what was important: Casca. The Black Swordsman realizes this, but doesn't say anything to Shirkei or the rest. The next morning, after the full moon had faded into the morning sky, the boy had disappeared, and everyone was confused. He reappeared at the next full moon when Guts and Co. were at Isma's Island, where he once again saved his dad from certain death. As Guts lay victorious within the sea god's body, his wounds caught up with him, and he started to drown alongside his infernal deity. Shirkei, who had been accompanying him with her astral body so far, was knocked out of him by the impact of the sea god's death, so she couldn't help him. Isma and her Marrow brethren tried using echolocation to find Guts' position, but they couldn't reach it. As the Black Swordsman braced for death in a worthless place like the Sea God's heart chamber, the Moonlight Boy suddenly showed up and started guiding him to safety. Guts commented on the child's playful nature and how it seemed to show up whenever he was at his most vulnerable state. If he'd stopped to think about it, perhaps he'd have made the connection. But Guts was more of the swings first, ask questions later type of guy. This time, he actually sees the Moonlight Boy leaving as he travels across the branches of the World Spiral Tree after giving his parents a look that screamed of longing. We don't know if Guts thought he was hallucinating or not when he saw this, because it happened right after his vision went blurry from him overusing the Berserker armor. but we'd like to think he noticed it. And yet, this was also one of our final red flags about the Moonlight Boy's identity, as the very next person shown to be able to navigate the World Tree was, you guessed it, Griffith. After reaching Elfhelm, Guts convinces the Flower Storm Monarch to help him restore Casca's mind. Shirkei and Farnace then take the branded girl through the Corridor of Dreams, where they literally piece her sanity together bit by bit. The final fragment of Casca's shattered memory resembled the Demon Child, and once again, we think this was Miura-sensei yelling at us that the kid and the Moonlight Boy were one and the same, because right after Casca woke up, the perspective shifted to the east of Falconia, where Griffith was leading his war demons in his latest scheme to keep the humans appeased. After the advent of Fantasia, the only safe place for humanity was at the base of the World Tree, which is where Griffith established Falconia. He now used the pretext of reclaiming lost territory to take out competition from this new world of horrors, starting with a few troll-leading giants who also had a pet Hydra. It was pretty cool to see Zod, Grunbeld, Irvine, and the rest get a good showing in, considering the insane hiatuses Berserk was taking around the time Chapter 356 came out. But what was really interesting was the aftermath of the conflict. Griffith asked Sonya, his medium, to locate a certain artifact for him. This artifact turned out to be a Stonehenge formation quite similar to the one Guts took shelter at when the Demon Child warned him about the incarnation ceremony. Apparently, these formations were actually gateways that allowed a person connected to the astral world to travel the branches of the World Tree, and this is where the connection between the Moonlight Boy and Griffith was practically spelled out for us. When the reborn Band of the Falcon returns to Falconia in an instant thanks to the discovery of what is essentially fast travel checkpoints for Berserk, Mule is brimming with ideas for future campaigns. He says that it would be extremely useful to have sky paths like this, because it would save a lot of time, energy, and effort for military deployments, and while Sonya agrees, she points out that it's impossible to do without her or Griffith in the lead. She says that only people with special perception can see through the countless branches of the tree and make out the correct path towards their destination. Of course, we know that the World Tree is the dragon path of the astral world, and Sonya is really a seer in service of a literal demon king. But that's not the point of this video. The point is, not even Shirkei, who is the strongest magic user outside of Falconia or Elfhelm, has been shown to be able to use the World Spiral Tree for traveling. So unless the Moonlight Boy is an unprecedented magical anomaly that somehow all magic users of the world have failed to account for, he is who Griffith turns into on the nights of a full moon. Miura confirms this in Chapter 364 when he shows us that after a day or so of frolicking with his parents, the Moonlight Boy transforms into Griffith at Elfhelm, who then proceeds to kidnap Casca and wreck the island. See, after that encounter on the Hill of Swords, and going through the monthly cycle of turning into the Moonlight Boy and dreaming for his experiences through his body, Griffith had figured out that the key to overcoming this weakness of his was to capture Casca. Because we know that Griffith cannot be harmed by anyone or anything in the physical world that is a part of his story, he has finessed multiple arrow volleys and killer intense swings from Dragonslayer as proof of that, but no one knows whether that same sense of being the absolute applies to the Moonlight Boy or not. The Demon Child was already on the verge of death when the egg of the perfect world consumed him, and though he found a new lease on life through Griffith's incarnation, it only lasted about as long as the full moon. The Moonlight Boy might just be vulnerable to weapons imbued with the ability to harm and or kill astral creatures, such as Skull Knight's Sword of Actuation, or worse yet, Guts' Dragon Slayer. Recall that Guts has never clicked with his son since he was born. He knew the Demon Child was his, but he could never quite get over the demon half of him to accept him. This is why when the Moonlight Boy appears, he doesn't put two and two together, and doesn't realize that the reason Casca was being so motherly towards it, and why it was so scared of him, was because it was his child. Guts had tried to kill the Demon Child as soon as it was born, and had antagonized it for most of the time it followed him looking for affection. Now, just because he looked like a boy, he couldn't recognize his own son. And we're not even sure he knows that the Moonlight Boy is the Demon Child, because he thinks that the boy is still out there somewhere, wandering the endless night. And this is where we tie everything back to causality, because the Demon Child has once again proven to be a fish leaping out of the water at a time juncture where causality seems to have converged. Just like how Guts surviving the apparently inescapable eclipse with Casca and simply breathing every day defies causality, we don't think the birth of this baby was a part of the God Hand's plans. We certainly don't think it being fused into Femto's vessel for a body of flesh because of an apostle's sentimentality was part of their plan. And we think that although Griffith has kept that aura of otherworldly austerity about him ever since he came back to life, he is freaking out inside because he knows that a literal meddling kid is about to snatch his dreams away from him. We think Griffith kidnapping Casca and bringing her to Falconia was a way of him getting ahead of a problem, because like many in the fandom, we think the Moonlight Boy is fated for tragedy. Guts already thinks he's a father killer. He has never quite let go of Gambino's death, or the fact that he nearly violated Casca like Griffith. Right now, he is in the bowels of his despair, and no one is sure what his next action is going to be. Those who say that Guts will just get up and keep struggling are wrong, because for the first time in the entire series, he has let go of his sword willingly. If Guts does recover from this spiral, will he be willing to commit the unspeakable and go through with what Miura was seemingly setting up for the Moonlight Boy before his tragic passing? Or will he manage to struggle and contend his way out of this hell as well? We'll have to wait for chapter 372 to find out. Marvelous verdict. And that's it for this one. The Demon Child is one of those characters that tends to get overlooked because he was only adapted for one anime. And sadly, it was the 2016 one. But he's been influencing Berserk's story since literally day one. With the next installment in the saga under Kujimori's leadership dropping next week, we can't wait to see where things go from the end of chapter 371, when Griffith returned to Falconia with Casca in his arms. It's possible that 372 will open in Falconia, and what happens then is anybody's guess. But what's your guess? Let us know about it in the comment section below, and also tell us what you thought of this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and if you know someone who could use some Berserk content in their lives, don't forget to share this video with them. Thanks for watching, stay safe out there.
Ashley's Labor Day mattress celebration is going on now. Right now, you can save $1,000 on select mattresses. Plus, get 0% interest for 60 months on in-store mattress purchases. Visit your local Ashley store for better sleep and savings. Only at Ashley.
I am the Emperor. There.
This is what I've been waiting for. I have soldiered on for 300 years to meet someone like you.
The very first apostle we meet during the Black Swordsman arc makes it clear to everyone reading Berserk that these things were depravity pushed to its absolute limits and given a human form. Well, mostly human. The Snake Lord made it very clear to us that all most apostles cared about was crushing people and eating bones, and vice versa. The Slug Count continued that maddening trend, but showed that at least an apostle could retain a shred of their humanity, despite having literally traded it for immense power as a demon. But it is the third apostle we meet in the reading order, and the first within Berserk's in-universe timeline, that throws everything that an apostle is supposed to be out of the window, despite embodying what they are down to a T. The immortal enigma known as Nosferatu's Zod is worshipped by some, not believed to be real by others, but feared and revered by everyone who lives by the sword. He is the first apostle that Guts ever met, the one who told him of his true fate, and the only one so far who doesn't want to outright eat him without getting a good fight out of it. In many ways, Zod's actions control the story of Berserk, and we're going to tell you how. This is Nosferatu Zod's Origins Explored. Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin.
Hormel chili. Pour on. Chili.
Hershey's milk chocolate with whole almonds makes for a wholly amazing, wholly delicious experience that's, well...
The Band of the Falcon's first real challenge turns out to be an immortal war god, Nosferatu Zod's first appearance. In the 3 years that Guts spends with Griffith's Band of the Falcon, he manages to rise up to the position of Raiders captain, and now leads a platoon of at least 500 men. Their legendary exploits during the 100-Year War between Midland and Tudor makes the mercenary group the heart of the former's offensive forces. Not once have the ingenious Griffith's battle plans failed to deliver on his promises, and Guts' sword was a huge factor in seeing those plans come into fruition. But now, at this Tudor fortress that the Band of the Falcon was besieging, an unexpected situation had arisen. Guts had sent 50 of his raiders into the inner citadel of the fortress to ensure its surrender. None of them had returned. When Griffith and the rest of the band heard this, Judo brought up a rumor he had heard during the campaign which kind of sets the tone for the character we are exploring today. He murmurs the name Zod to himself, and when Rickert overhears and repeats it out loud, an eerie silence falls over the White Falcon's forces. Judo explains that before this battle commenced, he had heard that the Tudor armies had added a person called Nosferatu Zod to their ranks. This immediately unnerves both Rickert and Corcus, the latter of whom had been berating Guts' raiders for failing in such a pathetic fashion up until now. Casca, at least, seems to be aware of Zod's legend, but Pippin is clueless, so Rickert fills us in. Amongst mercenary bands and warriors of a regular army alike, the name Zod was both worshipped and feared. He was a legendary swordsman who had cut through hundreds, if not thousands, of enemies on the battlefield. But his demonic swordplay wasn't the only reason Zod put the fear of God within men's minds. You see, every time a rumor went about that Zod had finally died, he would resurface on some other battlefield a world apart from the last one he was seen at, as if to spite the non-believers into realizing his own legend was true. And what's worse is, he had been doing this for the past 100 years at the very least, which is about as long as Midland's current war with Tudor had lasted. People revered Zod as a god of the battlefield, and due to his seemingly undying status, they dubbed him Nosferatu, aka the Immortal One. As Corcus and Rickert agree about the man's very existence, Judo muses that such a challenge would make Guts leap into it head first, and indeed, that's exactly what happens. After watching 50 of his men die at the hands of a single swordsman, and Dilos literally die in his arms muttering Zod's name, only God himself could have stopped him from entering that stronghold, and his presence was in short supply. Guts walks into the Citadel determined to avenge his fallen comrades, but pales at the first sight of Nosferatu Zod, with a couple of dead falcons hanging from his massive sword. Guts charges Zod immediately, but is hurled back by the corpses of the very comrades he was here to save in the first place. He is gripped in place by Zod's overwhelming presence, but has no time to come to grips with his own fear because Zod was on the move. The hulking brute swung his sword so hard at Guts that he destroyed a pillar supporting the room they were in, but the swordsman was able to counter and parry well enough to not die immediately. This leaves the purported god of warfare ecstatic, as his sword had not been stopped like this in the last 50 years, showing us that what Zod truly values in life is the absolute maximum of strength. He is an expert swordsman who is able to read his opponent's intent in a matter of seconds, as he demonstrates when he deduces Guts' plan to end the fight with one single strike. He wagers that Guts' confidence comes from the length of his blade, but is confident that his brains will be on the floor before he can complete his mad gamble. Zod accepts this swordsman's challenge and engages him, but to his utter surprise, Guts not only manages to break his sword, but also drive his own sword deep into Zod's right shoulder, slicing into both his arms. No human could have survived such a heavy blow from the raider captain of the Band of the Falcon, but alas, Zod was not a human after all. As he reveled in the fact that Guts had managed to cut him so deep, Zod let slip the fact that no human had ever pushed him this far in his 300 years of slaughter, as he transformed into a massive horned black lion-esque figure and prepared for round 2. For the first time in his life, Guts was terrified of facing an opponent in the field of battle, and in this case, he would be justified. Zod was quite literally unlike anything he had faced before. The Immortal One was delighted by the fact that Guts had even pushed him far enough to show his true form, and relishes the blood boiling through his veins at the moment. He thinks his 300 years of existence had been validated by someone as worthy as Guts, and demands that the swordsman continue to fight him, and not leave him disappointed with the action. Guts is still trying to process the fact that a monster like Zod can even exist. He is practically motionless when Zod advances on him, and treats him like his personal ragdoll. After smashing a couple of pillars with the swordsman's body, Zod is amused at his retaliation, which couldn't even place a dent on his left horn, and he just starts laughing like a madman. He slams Guts into yet another pillar, and asks him if that was all the fight he had left in him. Zod retracts that statement, and says Guts fought well for a human, but even if he had nothing left in the tank, Nosferatu Zod was not one who'd show mercy to an opponent. He picks Guts up and prepares to rip him apart just like the rest of his raiders when Griffith arrives with a rescue team in tow. The Band of the Falcon stuns Zod by firing a volley of crossbow bolts at him and letting loose another volley before he has time to recover. Zod is understandably pissed off by this development and lunges at the band for defiling his sacred battle with Guts. Griffith manages to make it to his raider captain as the death of his comrades keeps Zod distracted. He orders Casca to withdraw and is just about to escape with Guts when Zod corners them once again, claiming their fight would not be over until Guts' heart stopped beating. Zod attacks Guts and Griffith at the same time, intent on ripping them to shreds, but is halted in his tracks by a pincer move they execute at the last moment, which actually causes him to lose his left arm. He is over the moon by this point, having found not one, but 2 humans who can wound him in such a way after wandering through battlefields for 300 years. But he is also saddened by the fact that he will lose them as soon as he had found them, for Zod had tail-whipped Griffith into unconsciousness and hurled Guts away with the very arm that Griffith had severed. He decides to kill Griffith first, thinking Guts to be more worthy of his final death-dealing stroke, but that's when everything changes once again. The Immortal One's advance is stopped by the mysterious pendant that Griffith keeps on himself. Zod is shocked into taking a few steps back because, as an apostle, he knows exactly what Griffith's good luck charm is supposed to be. He wonders out loud how a cub like him could possess the Egg of the King, the Crimson Behelit, and murmurs to himself about the God Hand. Zod then concludes that this must be that kind of a ploy, and starts laughing to himself like a madman once again. But this time, he retreated instead of advancing on the humans, and left Guts with an ominous warning about Griffith and his dream. If the Band of the Falcon could truly call themselves Griffith's friends, especially Guts himself, then they should be warned. When Griffith's dream collapsed, a death would visit them all from which they will not be able to escape. Like a demon from hell, the Immortal One spawns massive black wings and flies off into the black of night, leaving everyone there wondering what his existence even meant, especially the man who would become the Black Swordsman in the future. Nosferatu Zod's introduction to Berserk took place over 4 separate chapters, but in his first appearance he showed us that not only was he a force to be reckoned with, he was also somewhat aware of the things of the past and the future, as he left Guts with a prophecy that would come to haunt him for the rest of his life. And, after learning that Griffith was a holder of the Crimson Behelit, he also began following the base impulse that all apostles had in common, preparing for the arrival of a new member of the God Hand.
Come on, Braces. Did you really wake up looking like this? Smoking.
Carved the path for Femto's ascension and acted as its immortal guardian. Zod's involvement with the Eclipse and the Skull Knight. The next time Zod appears is during a battle, as might be expected of him, but fulfilling an unexpected role. You see, as the battle for Doldry raged on, Guts was engaged in a fierce one-on-one confrontation with the renowned General Bosscone of the Holy Purple Rhino Knights, and was somehow on the back foot. Bosscone's heavy axe had split Guts' sword into two, and he was now standing in front of Bosscone's charge with nothing but a knife in his hand. Zod appears on a cliff nearby on horseback and throws his massive curved sword onto the battlefield, right at Guts' feet. Griffith notices the sword and immediately commands Guts to pick it up and use it for victory, which the swordsman does with gnarly efficiency. But after the battle, Guts is perplexed by the sword's sudden appearance, and its physical appearance as well, for he remembers the fight against Zod like it had happened yesterday. As he leaves Doldry victorious, he drops the sword behind him, and we see Zod riding away from the battlefield talking about the eclipse approaching soon. Whatever that might be, eh guys? Well, we learn more about it in Zod's next appearance, which takes place 40 full chapters later in the last panel of chapter 68. The Apostle Wild, near the brink of death, kidnaps a tortured and mangled Griffith in hopes of saving himself with the help of the God Hand. Apparently, Zod has been going around telling apostles that Griffith is some sort of chosen one, destined to join the Guardian Angels of Desire as their 5th member. As such, he should have the Crimson Behelit on him. But when Wild notices that the Behelit is not there, he flips his lid. He starts taunting the Band of the Falcon by showing them Griffith was in no state to lead them anymore, and decides to kill the White Falcon if he himself cannot survive. But that is when Nosferatu Zod arrives. He runs Wild through with his own horns, and an argument ensues between the two of them. Wild contends that the commandment passed on to them by their angels was to do as they willed, and that if he killed Griffith then and there, it would be out of his own free will. Zod replies that in that case, killing Wild would be a product of his own free will, and guts the Apostle quite literally. He turns to Griffith and tells him that the Behelit would turn to him at his most desperate hour of need, because that's how it has always been, and before departing, informs an inquiring Guts that he would learn what the eclipse was soon enough. True to his word, we see 5 short chapters later that it was in actuality a nocturnal feast for all demonkind, in celebration of the ascendance of their 5th angel, the Falcon of Darkness, Femto. Everything that Zod had predicted in his first appearance had come true after chapter 73, when Griffith lost his dream of getting his own kingdom. He sank into such a deep despair that he couldn't even properly end his own life. In that despair, the Crimson Behelit returned to his hand, and he activated it, summoning the God Hand and the Apostles for the nocturnal feast known as the Eclipse. Griffith learned that in order to realize his dream, he must reincarnate himself as a demonic angel and complete the God Hand, condemning his comrades for said power. And he does it. Zod, who is also an apostle, should in theory be present for the feast that follows, but he instead elects to stay outside the interstice because he knows who will be arriving soon in order to disrupt this sacred ceremony. In his lifetime, Zod became a legend, not only amongst humans but also apostles, as one of the strongest of their kind. His sole purpose for existing was to seek out the ultimate fighter who could give him the battle of his life. Many a human and apostle had fallen to his blade in his seemingly unattainable quest for the perfect battle, but the one man who kept surviving was a wraith who had wandered through the land of the dead for 1,000 years. Knowing his true motivations, Zod was sure that the man would show up for the 5th eclipse as well, and he was proven right when Skull Knight galloped up to him and prepared to engage. If you want to know more about him, check out our Skull Knight Origins video. But enough self-promotion. Zod seemed almost amused at having been right in predicting Skull Knight would show up. After all, he was an enemy of the Inhumans, and Skull Knight presumed that he was given the duty of guarding the doorway to the interstice, given the Immortal One's clear importance in the God Hand's design. But Zod refutes that statement by reminding Skull Knight what he truly values as a being with supernatural strength. Despite being an apostle, he has no interest in participating in his brethren's gluttonous appetites because he only values the strong, which his old rival should remember well. Skull Knight wagers himself upon his sword, and the two rivals duke it out. It's clear from their interactions that Skull Knight and Nosferatu Zod are the definition of two warriors destined to do this forever. But on this occasion, Zod's opponent manages to best him and take off his left arm once again. When Skull Knight re-emerges from the interstice, he is more annoyed by what just happened than enraged, telling his opponent to not think that this has changed anything. To his surprise, Skull Knight not only agreed with him, but also asked him to delay their encounter, which he had never done before. Zod was ready to crush him just for that slight when he saw the reason why. Guts had managed to survive the eclipse. The Immortal One's battle lust only intensified upon witnessing Guts' mad luck, but he acquiesced to his rival's request and put their encounter on hold for now. He also suggested that Skull Knight scram soon, because once the feast was over, the apostles would burst out of the interstice. But as he witnessed his old rival disappearing with his companions in tow, he internally relished the opportunity of witnessing Guts struggling against his brethren now that he had been branded. The foremost soldier of the Falcon of Light, Nosferatu Zod finds his life's purpose. For the next 2 years, the Immortal One returned to the life he led before he had encountered Guts, slaughtering random soldiers in search of his ultimate desired opponent. After taking care of a band of 300 mercenaries all by himself, Zod wonders who could ever fulfill his ultimate wish. He thinks back on the countless humans and apostles he has defeated, thinking that only the wretch called Skull Knight could even come close to giving him the fight of his life. His thoughts wander to Guts for a moment as well, as the Black Swordsman rampage through the apostles has only increased his interest in the mortal. But as he thinks about his ultimate desire once again, a strange event occurs. Zod is visited by a falcon made out of blinding white light within his subconscious. When he thinks of his ultimate desire, and the Immortal One questions why this is happening, the falcon replies that what he sought were not words, which Zod instantly understands to be an invitation for a fight. He reaffirms to himself that what he seeks is only strength as he transforms into his apostle form ready for a fight. But for the first time in his life, Nosferatu Zod enters a state of battle shock. The Falcon of Light moves at blinding speed and chops off Zod's left horn clean off his head, something Guts had failed to even dent in their first encounter. Zod thinks to himself that this must be a dream, but the wound on his forehead, the blood spilling from it, and the horn on the ground prove him wrong. For the first time in his life, Nosferatu Zod has been attacked and utterly defeated in a way that cleaved through his physical and astral bodies at the same time. In a complete state of disbelief, Zod looks up at the sky and the carrion crows circling the blood-soaked battlefield, and the falcon tells him his desired will arrive in Albion shortly thereafter. Sure enough, the prophecy turned out to be right. As Zod entered the holy ground of Albion on the morning after the incarnation ceremony, he was greeted by the human visage of the demonic angel that had defeated his astral self, Femto's physical incarnation, aka Griffith. Everyone who was looking at their interaction could not help but feel mesmerized by it. Even the invading Kushan soldiers who had surrounded Guts and the forces of the Holy See present in St. Albion. The master of the Bakiraka clan, Silet, ordered Griffith's capture by any means necessary, and Zod, who had been kneeling at Griffith's feet, immediately slayed every advancing Kushan in a protective rage. The Immortal One then departed from the scene with his master in tow, pledging his support for the new world that Femto was about to create. His first task as the foremost beacon talon of the Falcon of Light was to engage the still-living counterpart of his eternal enemy. Griffith appeared before Rickert, who was unaware of everything that had happened during the eclipse on the Hill of Swords the latter had created. Guts saw them together, and naturally tried to protect his friend Rickert from this literal demon in human skin, lunging at Griffith and demanding an answer as to why he had appeared before them here, of all places. Griffith tells Guts it was to reaffirm his faith in his own dream by checking whether he still felt any human emotions or not. Turns out he didn't, which pissed Guts off enough to swing a Dragon Slayer at his head, but his massive heap of raw iron was stopped dead in its tracks by an equally massive Kushan Ramdo, revealing Nosferatu Zod as Griffith's personal shield. Their second encounter is much fiercer than the first, and Guts' improvement in swordplay only serves to excite Zod even further. Their battle sees Guts actually crack Zod's sword once again, so the Immortal One switches up his battle style and starts using the swords buried in the hill as grave markers for the former Band of the Falcon. Guts manages to use the landscape to his advantage, and Zod transforms into his apostle form, keeping the pressure up. Their battle destroys the elfin cave that acted as Casca and Guts' shelter from evil spirits, and Casca herself nearly gets caught in it when Griffith suddenly protects her from harm. Surprised by his own actions, the Falcon of Light commands Zod to stop playing around and carry him off to start fulfilling his dream, which is exactly what the Immortal One does. Zod is the first apostle to pledge his sword to the Falcon of Light, but he isn't the last. As Griffith leads a two-man assault on invading Kushan forces alongside Zod, the apostles Locus, Grunbeld, and Rakshas show up and pledge themselves to Griffith's cause, becoming the Falcon's beak and talons, and Zod becomes Griffith's primary war demon leader in the reborn Band of the Falcon. He leads the charge into Flora's mansion and engages the Skull Knight there, surprised to find his old rival fighting for the sake of a woman, no less. The two eternal rivals are fighting half-heartedly because the object of their attention is the Black Swordsman, who emerges from a hole in the ground as an entirely different beast. Zod recognizes the Berserker armor with one look and questions if Skull Knight wants Guts to follow the same hellish path as him, but the enigmatic knight remains silent. The two cease fighting and behold the mad spectacle that is the Berserker armor in action, as Guts leaps towards Grunbeld and manages to defeat the Apostle even in his dragon form. The Black Swordsman couldn't save the witch herself, however, and the reborn Band of the Falcon retreated, having accomplished their task. The next time we see Zod is when the War Demons are commanded to attack Emperor Ganishka's mist form in Vritannis. The Immortal One, who had no trouble dealing with any Apostle so far, can't even manage to land a blow on the Emperor, but is conversely the only war demon who can survive Ganishka's lightning bolts. Being struck down by an especially powerful bolt and brought down to Earth, Zod encounters Guts once again, but this time a prophecy forces him to make a different choice than his usual one. Sonya, Griffith's medium, had predicted that Zod would be forced to either team up with Guts or fight him in a futile effort real soon. And this was that moment. When Zod took flight again, he found Guts clinging to his back and reluctantly agreed to team up with the Black Swordsman. Together, they managed to pinpoint and pierce through Ganishka's mist form's weak point thanks to the Dragon Slayer's astral properties. But when they hit the ground again, it was back to business as usual. Zod demanded that Guts prepare to fight him once again, but when Guts agreed to his demand, he changed his mind. Zod was present at ground zero of the Great War of the Astral World, when the physical and metaphysical collided to bring the world back to a state of fantasia, and was the leader of the Falcons who defeated a group of giants. He was also the last person whom Guts has fought canonically as of now, because after Griffith's invasion of Elfhelm, Zod engaged Guts long enough for Griffith to kidnap Casca before bringing him back to Falconia in the latest chapter 371. We know a crap ton of stuff about exactly why Nosferatu Zod was the first apostle we met in the Berserk timeline. He is one of Guts' main enemies and serves as a gauge of the swordsman's grip on his Beast of Darkness. Round 1 was overwhelmingly in Zod's favor, whereas round 2 was more or less even. Who knows if there will be a round 3 anytime soon, but with the state Guts was in chapter 371, we doubt he'd come out of it alive. Zod is also important for Griffith, whose path towards ascendance is something he was directly involved with, implying he can, to a certain extent, understand the flow of causality. He is one of the strongest apostles by far, even more dangerous than someone like Grunbeld or Irvian in our opinion. So, who exactly is Zod? Well, we have a broad idea. Who was Nosferatu Zod in his previous life? To understand who Zod was in his previous life, we must first understand who Zod is as an apostle. The concept of an apostle in Berserk works very differently to what we know from our world, in that these creatures are literal demonic beings powered by the flow of evil energy. Apostles are created when a person with the right qualities receives a Behelit and activates it at the moment of their greatest despair. This moment is usually one that breaks their entire faith in the world and reduces them to a shell of their former humanity. In essence, it shatters their ambition and soul. At that moment, the Behelit transports its holder to the interstice, where that person communes with the God Hand and receives a second life, one that has already been sacrificed to the abyss. Apostles are given only one maxim by the God Hand: to do as they will, to kill as they will, to devour as they will. But this illusion of free will is nothing more than that. In reality, all apostles are subservient to the God Hand, and will serve them when summoned to their duty. They also seek to go berserk in the presence of their guardian angels, and have an innate desire to commit depraved acts, especially those that violate core societal taboos, like cannibalism and violation of consent. Literally every apostle we meet is a paragon of debauchery up until the Millennium Falcon arc, except Zod. For Nosferatu Zod, everything, including his own demonic strength, is in service of finding his ultimate stronghold, one who can awaken a battle lust within him as hot as the one invoked by the Berserker armor itself, and preferably kill him while they're at it. The only reason Zod is called the Immortal One is because no one has been capable of accomplishing that deed to date, not even the Skull Knight. His dedication to battle and his incredible skills at swordplay tell us that, at the very least, he was an extremely skilled warrior when he lived. In fact, he could have been the chief of a war tribe, given the way he usually dresses and the level of battle intellect he clearly possesses. It is unclear as to when Zod received his Behelit, or what caused him to activate it, but we can make a few references from what Sonya says to him in chapter 277. When she tells the Immortal One that he will have to choose between fighting and allying with his nemesis in Vertanis, she also tells him that his counterpart will have to do the same. When Zod asks who this counterpart might be, she tells him it's the one you're drawn to. Naturally, our minds go immediately to Skull Knight because of the sheer history that exists between the two of them, but we know from the events we recalled earlier that the counterpart is none other than Guts. What makes things interesting here is the fact that Sonya calls Guts Zod's counterpart, implying that the two of them essentially serve the same role within the story. And if this statement holds true for their pasts, then it's possible that Zod was a war chief who was forced to give up his beloved in exchange for absolute mastery over the battlefield. In that regard, his story could be quite similar to Griffith as well, because it is a fact that when apostles arise, their resolve in their dreams intensifies to the nth degree. Yet, in order to get there, they must first be broken down to their last bone. And we mean that both literally and figuratively. Zod has, on multiple occasions, showed that he has a melancholic side to him. He truly regrets the fact that the Skull Knight is the only one powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with him, and the only reason Guts excites him is because he is basically becoming Skull Knight 2.0. So here's what we think happened. 300 years ago, a war chief who possessed a Behelit and was renowned as a demon on the battlefield ended up falling into a deep despair when he lost an important fight, which was a make-or-break type situation. Broken by his defeat, the warrior who once resolved to become the strongest was now forced to face the consequences of not being the strongest himself. As a result of his despair, he ended up activating his Behelit and sacrificing the thing that kept his soul tethered to humanity, and emerged on the other side as Nosferatu Zod, with his purpose of seeking the ultimate strong one restored in his demonic reincarnation. Many people think Zod shares a connection to Skull Knight and King Geiserix simply because Geiseric's skull helmet also had a lion motif on it, but we think that's quite a stretch, simply because Zod explicitly states that he has been doing what he does best, aka killing people brutally, for 300 years. When Zod and the Skull Knight fight outside the Eclipse's interstice, he is clearly aware of the fact that Skull Knight has been opposing the God Hand for a millennium, and he even said as much. This is taken as a sign by some that Zod must have known Skull Knight back when he was Geiseric as well, or worse, was a part of Geiseric himself that was somehow expelled from his being and given corporeal form. Additionally, thanks to his numerous encounters with the Apostles and even the God Hand, he seems to have an understanding of the way causality works, for he was able to deduce exactly what kind of sacrificial ceremony Griffith's would be just by seeing his attachment to the Band of the Hawk. It is not true that all apostles can discern the flow of causality, but because Zod seemingly can, and so can the Skull Knight, which leads to that comparison once again. This is simply not possible, and there is another simple explanation for why Zod and Skull Knight know each other, and that is the Fourth Eclipse. If Zod has indeed been an apostle for 300 years, then there is no doubt that he was a part of the Fourth Eclipse as well, as that would have taken place 216 years before Femtos. Skull Knight has been struggling against the Inhumans for a millennium, so it isn't an exaggeration to say that he attacked the premises of the Fourth Eclipse as well, where he would have inadvertently clashed with Zod, who isn't above attacking apostles in his quest to find his desired ultimate strong one. As for where this war chief of old might have originated from, our best guess based purely on character design would have to be the eastern territories of the human continent, solely based on the fact that Zod's armor looks a lot like contemporary Kushan armor. That is, when he decides to wear it. The fact that he is subservient to the God Hand to the level that he would kill Wild to see the effect of causality play out in its intended form can be taken as proof of his previous life as a soldier. For most of the reborn Band of the Falcon members who resist their baser instincts are all men who have served in a military capacity beforehand. Despite being Griffith's primary mode of transport and his most trusted frontline soldier, he remains an enigma to his own comrades and is still solely sustained by his battle lust. In 2017, we got a rare spin-off from the main Berserk storyline in the form of the Flame Dragon Knight's Tale, which expanded upon Grunveld's backstory, but we don't expect something like that to come out again. So for now, this is all we can tell you about Nosferatu Zod's true origins. Marvelous verdict. Will Zod's background before becoming an apostle ever be revealed? Will his quest for fighting the ultimate strongman end in his own victory, as he seems to be so sure of? Or will he end up sacrificing himself to protect his master, the Falcon of Light? As Berserk seemingly goes on yet another hiatus, the answers to those questions will have to wait out of necessity. But, given how big a part of Berserk's story Zod was under Mira-san, we are confident that at some point we will learn of his origins through Koji Mori's direction. For now, we are content with staying a world away from this beast and his inhuman tenacity. All puns fully intended. Because if even apostles can be terrified of Zod's devotion to the grand scheme of the God Hand, then is there anything that a human can truly do to stop him? That's it for now, but if you liked our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to us if you haven't already. This has been Corey Whelan for Marvelous Videos. Have a good one, be safe out there, and thanks for watching.
Everyone in the Order knew Anakin Skywalker. Few would live to see what he became.
Before the end of the Clone Wars, I won't.
I am the Emperor, King of... Father Mozgus origins. Brutal inquisitor who thought God made him a pseudo-apostle. Explored. Religion wasn't exactly a core theme of Berserk for a long time, until series creator Kentaro Miura saw The Name of the Rose and decided to make an Inquisitor the main antagonist of the Conviction arc. I mean, yes, it was a part of the narrative, but not its main focus, which it seems to have become ever since Father Mozgus stepped into the scene. A brutal man whose faith is stronger than Grunveld's skin, Mozgus is more fanatic than faithful, but he does serve an important purpose in Berserk, and that is showing just how easily the line between heaven and hell has been blurred by the existence of the God Hand. His sense of justice is absolute. While you might think that that's a good thing, remember how the people of Westeros view Stannis Baratheon. You'll see why divine justice is something to be feared. Having said all of this, let's stop beating around the bush and dive straight into it. This is Father Mozgus's origins. Explored. Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin. He is based off history's most famous Inquisitor, the inspiration behind Father Mozgus. Before we get to Father Mozgus's story, let's talk about the man who likely inspired his character and give you a bit of context about his own divisive life. An inquisitor is a religious official whose job is to literally inquire after the existence of heretics in a given domain and then systematically root them out using various methods at their disposal. Kentaro Miura's particular inspiration seems to come from the Spanish Inquisition, which is one of 3 major inquisitional movements known to history, and the man who inspired his creation was called Bernardo Guy. Guy was an exceptional inquisitor in his day, and is said to have convicted 636 offenders on 940 counts of heresy. Since Catholic doctrine prevented the inquisitors from spilling any blood, it was general consensus back then that Guy condemned around 600 people to the burning stake, making him one of the worst human rights offenders by modern standards. But modern research has also shown that that belief might have been exaggerated. 20th century historians James Gibbon and Joseph Dane's works suggest that the actual number of heretical burnings that were conducted by Guy was 45, which is about 7% of the people he was accused of sending to the stake. Most others were either left imprisoned or were ordered to wear a cross, with 9 people being sent on compulsory pilgrimages as a result of their offenses. But that doesn't mean that torture was not involved in Bernardo Guy's Inquisition. The Tower of Conviction, which is the main site of the conviction arc of Berserk, is based off the Alcazar de los Reyes Cristianos, a medieval palace located in Spain, which became an amusement park for torturers during the Inquisition. It is said that everything within the palace, even the Arabic baths that were created by the Umayyad Caliphate during their occupation of the fortress, were turned into vessels for inflicting physical torment. It is noted that the Spanish inquisitors were far more lenient than their Roman counterparts in inflicting torture. For instance, Spanish inquisitors only allowed 15 minutes of torment to be inflicted upon offenders, whilst the Roman statute demanded 30. That is decidedly less cruel, sure, but it is cruel nonetheless. The Name of the Rose, which is the movie that inspired Miura to create Father Mozgus, picks up every negative aspect of the Inquisition and takes it to the extreme. But it can also be argued that the Inquisition itself was a product of its time. The idea of divine justice being inflicted upon those who do not accept their doctrine is what lied at the heart of the Inquisitor's holy task, and that is something that is unfathomable in modern society. This is why the very idea of an Inquisition is revolting to us personally, and thus, it makes sense that Miura would use it to create his most disgusting character in Berserk, at least according to us. Because Father Mozgus didn't just inflict torture upon poor souls, he truly believed doing so was helping them. And that is where faith becomes fanaticism, and therefore dangerous. So now that you have the appropriate historical context for his introduction to the story, let's look at his story itself. His reputation precedes him quite literally, the introduction of bloody scripture Mozgus. Father Mozgus is one of those villains whose reputation precedes him quite literally, and he does not fail to deliver on it with a quick follow-up either. In chapter 131 of Berserk, we learn that after Farnese's failure at capturing the Black Swordsman and the loss of many members of the Holy See Nation's nobility during her campaign, she's been reassigned to protection duty for an inquisition. Thousands of refugees trying to escape the woes of plague, famine, and war breaking out all over Midland are flocking toward the holy city of St. Albion, and so is one of the most notorious inquisitors of the Holy See. As the higher-ups of the clergy debate ways in which they can manipulate the prophetic dream of the Falcon of Light to suit their doctrine, they need to clear the path of heretics who have gathered at one of their most important religious sites. In order to do that, they've dispatched their best inquisitor, whose success rate is a blessing for the Holy See, but a waking nightmare for the general population. As Farnese struggles with her, let's say, eye-opening experiences with guts, best boy Serpico is the one who prepares us for someone who is even more unhinged than his mistress by musing that his current job would be dispiriting even without her presence by his side. We learn the reason behind these dreary thoughts from the throng of people blocking the path of the Holy Iron Chain Knights. A civilian immediately shushes all those around him trying to criticize the people crossing their path at the moment, pointing out the massive white steel-plated Inquisitor's carriage to them, and the 4 crimson wheels that adorned its roofing. Some of the gathered crowd didn't quite understand what that was supposed to mean, so he decides to use the reputation of the man inside the carriage to make his fellow man understand just how gravely endangered their lives were about to become. The Inquisitor was called Blood Scripture Mozgus, and no sooner had the name escaped his lips than the squalor turned into a frightful rage. Breaking on the wheel, stake burning, waterboarding. These were just some of the methods that this bloody Inquisitor had employed to purge supposed heretics from the lands of the Holy See. It was said that under Mozgus's judgment, 500 people had been put to death under suspicion of heresy, with hundreds of others losing their lives to his tormenting method of inquisition. A single mole could make him think that you're a heretic, and he had personally accrued casualties to his name that were more akin to warfare. It was for this reason that Mozgus was the object of many people's malice and spite, and we see this play out in real time as a group of crossbowmen ambush the carriage. The revenge-seeking mob managed to outflank the Holy Iron Chain Knights and breach the carriage door, but that's about as far as they got. At that moment, 6 beast-like men stepped out of the vehicle to inflict God's bloody justice upon these heathen offenders. One of them wielded a metallic, claw-like contraption, which was tied at the end of a chain. Another used his massive size and massive braking wheel to, well, break people. A pair of torturers who looked like they were twins used 2 huge bandsaws in conjunction to make a pair of scissors fatal to humans. An impish figure put pliers to such horrifying uses that you'd start wearing welding goggles everywhere you went. And finally, there is the man-catcher wielding, plague doctor mask wearing dude who is the only torturer who didn't actively kill someone in their retaliatory attack. The scene of carnage was met by a surprising request for silence by a figure emerging from within the carriage. And that is when we finally get our first glimpse of Father Mozgus. And we can just say, every time Miura draws a close-up of his face, we get the creeps, because it is flat as a whetstone, and so unsettling that even priest-like declarations like, "The Lord doth revere silence," come off as sinister and malevolent. Farnese immediately begs his forgiveness for failing to protect him properly. But Father Mozgus is magnanimous even in the face of prospective death. He declares that it is God's mercy that none of their Holy See adherents lost their lives in the ambush, and that Farnese had nothing to feel humbled about. When she asks him who those men who hopped out of the carriage were, Mozgus openly proclaims them his torturers, men with iron wills cultivated through harsh discipline who are protectors and executioners at the same time. He calls them useful to himself in these times of crises, and while Farnese admires their abilities, Azan is dubious of their brutality, whilst Serpico only has a thought to spare for Mozgus's style. The Inquisitor orders his men to line up the attackers so he could listen to their reason for attacking him, in a move made seemingly to administer strict justice. But we quickly find out what Mozgus's definition of justice is, and that is arbitrary declaration based on his personal will. The man being questioned by him reveals revenge as his primary motivation, claiming that Mozgus burned his entire village down because they suggested temporarily suspending their offerings to the church in light of the recent famine. Instead, he declared the village as a refuge for heretics and had it burned, whilst the men were away at work, killing women and children and calling it fair judgment in the same breath with which he called it misfortune. The attacker was outraged by the Inquisitor's insensitivity to his own torturous deeds, and declared that divine judgment would be brought down upon Mozgus's head, which is where we learnt his trigger phrase. Because someone else claiming God for their own made every vein in Father Mozgus's face swell up with self-righteous rage, and we do mean that literally. He is furious at the fact that an apostate would try to claim the will of God in the presence of a priest, when that right only belongs to the Holy See. He smashes the offender so hard on his head that it instantly kills him, and he asks an impressed Farnese that, as the commander of the Holy Iron Chain Knights, what should be done with them. When she gave him the textbook answer, Father Mozgus applauds her awareness and passes the sentence, death by the wheel. His henchmen waste no time in making an example out of the mob that had set out to kill their savior, and Farnese de Vandimian had found a new light in Mozgus's brutality. The pair proceeded toward the Tower of Conviction filled with a sense of religious fervor, and this is where things somehow get even more unsettling. A fanatic who believes pain is a part of his faith, Father Mozgus in the Tower of Conviction. As Mozgus's entourage enters the holy city of St. Albion, they are once again mobbed by a throng of starving commoners who dare to ask them for more alms. Farnese acts quickly in protecting offerings being brought to the Tower of Conviction, but her own convictions are given pause when one of the starved mob, a mother with a dying child, pleads for divine protection for her kid. This throws Farnese off completely because she has no idea what to do in such a situation, but she doesn't need to know. Father Mozgus is there to save the day. He declares that the mother's undying love for her child, which made her break the law, and his gentle heart, which bore witness to it, were surely an act of God. He decreed that she and her dying babe would be brought to the tower along with the rest of the mob for their faithful service to begin. Farnese is once again filled with admiration for the man who has clearly become the apple of her eye, as he takes the bold mother's child to the tower's physician and saves its life from certain death. But then he says something that is rather disconcerting. Mozgus states that the child shall bear the weight of payment later, but its mother, who was thanking him profusely, would do so now. He guides her to an ominous-looking door, and when it is thrown open, a scene that can only be described as gruesome awaits our eyes. Inside this chamber, Mozgus's disciples are hard at work, punishing heretics and offenders, as well as carrying out his inquisition with such terrifying zeal that they could be mistaken for demons. The Inquisitor remarks that this is the first time that Farnese has stepped inside this part of the Tower of Conviction, but reminds her that this too is a part of their faith. The holy ground of Albion had been plagued not just by disease, famine, and debauchery, it was also a breeding ground for heretics. Priests had been getting transformed into grisly displays of warning to the sea for many days, but now they had finally been hitting them back. Mozgus rants that God doesn't simply rain down benevolence from heaven. He is also a strict arbiter, and though the Mother's mercy was a beautiful thing, sin was still sin. He breaks into a maniacally fervent expression as he prays she survives her ordeal better than her fellow starving brethren who were also being tortured as they spoke. But this isn't the most unsettling part of the whole thing. After seeing the hellish scene unfolding in front of her eyes, Farnese is horrified and turns away from it, but Mozgus steps in behind her like a towering specter and commands her to not avert her eyes from her duty. Chapter 135 is one of the most visually grotesque chapters in all of Berserk, and yet it is this one bloodless panel of Mozgus staring at Farnese with his apostle-like eyes that gives us constant nightmares. The Holy Iron Chain Knights were only supposed to be on protection duty for the Inquisitor, but because of Farnese's admiration for Mozgus, she had practically made it his private army. Her men were questioning her decisions openly in the mess hall of the Tower of Conviction, and she overheard all of it, which caused her to seek out the Inquisitor once again. As she made her way to his whereabouts, she came across the twin torturers who worked for Father Mozgus, playing with crows. Their faces looked misshapen, and she had seen them commit acts of great violence before, but now they seemed almost childlike and innocent. As she continued on, she came across the disciple who wears the Plague Doctor mask and inquires about the good Father's location. He tells her Mozgus is in the chapel, and offers to lead her and Serpico to him. As they make their way to the Inquisitor, the crow senses Farnese's morbid fascination with the twins, and breaks into a story that gives us an idea of the kinder side of Father Mozgus. He takes off his own mask and reveals the face of a reasonably handsome man underneath, but when he puts his hand underneath the sun's rays, it starts to blister and crackle like pork skin. He explains to Farnese and Serpico that because of this ailment he was persecuted and savagely abused by his own villagers and thought he might die alone, until Father Mozgus saved him. Mozgus told him that his condition and his intense emotions were not without purpose. They were needed by God because he had decreed so. And for the first time, the crow felt a true miracle happen in his life. Mozgus had saved him and the rest of his disciples from a similar fate, and that was proof that they had been brought together for a purpose. He tells his children that they will be reviled and hated for their appearance and their future work, but the Holy See's scriptures held no contempt for their kind, and thus they should be proud of what they do in his service and have faith above all else. The crow tells Farnese and Serpico that he was overcome with emotion when he had his existence reaffirmed for him by Father Mozgus, as did all of his fellow torturers, and that was one of the main reasons they continued to serve him. He personally did not enjoy the act of torture in his more reflective moments, so perhaps he had become a monster after all. But he could go on because he believed his duty to be divinely ordained. This shows us two things. Father Mozgus isn't the only fanatic in his crew. All his crew are about as hardline with their faith as he is. And number two, even his kindness comes laced with the concept of service behind it. If you think about it objectively and take the religious aspect out of it, he picked the most downtrodden elements of society, rehabilitated them to gain their absolute loyalty, and now uses them as his personal tools. That's something cartel and cult leaders do in the modern world. But when you add that aspect in, you can see just how complex Miura's expression of faith is in Berserk. Earlier in the story, Guts used to be disgusted by religious adherents who could do nothing but pray their problems away. This was one of the main things that made him regard Farnese with ridicule. But that same inaction has been immediately contrasted with the most drastic kind of fanatical devotion in the span of a few chapters. It's just one of the examples of Kentaro Miura's storytelling genius, but we're getting off track. Farnese and Serpico hear Father Mozgus before they see him in the chapel, and it isn't because he's singing a hymn with his booming voice either. For the last 10 years of his life, Mozgus had cultivated a routine of performing 1,000 prostrations day and night as a way of expressing his faith. What Farnese and Serpico were hearing was his worship. Serpico thinks to himself that this explains his flat face, but Farnese is concerned at the reckless abandon with which the Inquisitor commits himself to his worship. Mozgus slammed his knees on the floor of the chapel so hard that they were bleeding, and the Inquisitor begs her pardon not for the bloody display, but because he had failed to notice it. He explains that he hardly felt his legs anymore, but as we've noted before, pain is a part of his faith. As the crow bandages his knees, he tells Farnese an interesting story about the Tower of Conviction from 1,000 years ago that seems to be his personal inspiration as an Inquisitor. An angel of pain and a demon of death. Father Mozgus's role in the incarnation ceremony. It was said that in the age of Supreme King Geiseric, when all of Midland was a part of his great capital city, including the tower they stood in, there was a sage. This sage would proclaim the many sins he witnessed in Geiseric's declining capital city to God on a daily basis, but his proclamations were unacceptable for the Skull King. He had the sage imprisoned within the Tower of Conviction and had him tortured in every possible way, and yet the sage continued to chant out Geiseric's sins into the ether in hopes of God smiting him. And then, one day, an angel was made to descend, after which the Skull King's capital city was destroyed by the cardinal angels mentioned in Scripture. He says that the Tower of Conviction surely must have holy significance, for such a martyr was born within its walls. But if you want to know the truth about this story, we suggest you go and check out our Void Origins video right now. Mozgus continues rambling into a sermon about how pain itself is related to his devotion. He says that the sensation of pain would soon return to his legs, that because of his prostration he can barely walk, let alone run, but he holds his pain dear. As an Inquisitor, it was his duty to enforce the strict laws of faith, and that job entailed bringing pain to others. He is aware of the fact that it makes them miserable, but he feels no guilt, because once a man commits themselves to a vocation, their personal opinion is moot. To him, pain is a precept of faith, and so he welcomes it, but he can see Farnese is still conflicted. He encourages her to confess to him, and she does, expressing her rationale that their hardline Inquisition was only serving to antagonize the people they were supposed to be protecting against them. She was unsure of how torture could ever relate to divine duty, and so Father Mozgus gives her another story, this one with more details. There used to be a holy woman who would go around from village to village, seeking out and caring for the dying until their moment of death, so they would know some peace in life. She loved those people, and the general populace loved her for her selfless service. But one day she was rejected by an old man she found by the side of the road. This man told her that his rotting death was evidence of him having lived life itself, and so he did not want the comfort of the warmth she offered him, but the cold embrace of death that he had earned in his mind. Using this story, he tells her that a person can never truly know what can help another person. The woman, who was worshipped as an angel by so many, was rejected as a temptation by this dying man, who took pride in his own rotting corpse. He states that everything is in the Scriptures, and it is their belief that this is their guiding star, telling Farnese that they act for God and God alone. This moves her so much that she bows to him in reverence, and Father Mozgus bestows a blessing upon her. But this is about as far as his aura takes him with it. The crow informs Mozgus that it is time to get back to work, and the Inquisitor resumes burning heretics at the stake daily until someone coughs up the location of their hideout. When they do find it, the Holy Iron Chain Knights manage to corner and slaughter the heretics in a bizarre, almost ritualistic fashion. But their true prize is what their ultimate enemy has been chasing after all this while, Casca. After the heretic hunt was decisively concluded, Mozgus began inquiring his captives as to the whereabouts of the rest of their brethren, when Farnese walked into his chamber. He congratulated her for a mission well done, and was thoroughly impressed by her faith and tenacity once again, calling their success Providence instead. But he wondered why the Black Swordsman, the man she had previously been assigned to capture, would show up in St. Albion. He thought the Guts had a personal grudge against the Holy Iron Chain Knights, but Farnese ended up exposing Casca to the line of fire. And once Father Mozgus noticed her brand of sacrifice, it was only a matter of time before the branded girl was tortured to near death. Mozgus ordered his children to place Casca within an Iron Maiden and question her carefully, but before they could close its doors on her, the contraption exploded. Corporeal pools of blood created from the malice of those that had been slain over the centuries in the Tower of Conviction burst through its walls and started devouring everything in their path, marking the start of the incarnation ceremony. Casca herself survived thanks to the efforts of her demon child, but Father Mozgus and the rest of the inhabitants of the tower did not have a personal astral projector to speak of. Mozgus, Farnese, and the rest of their entourage leg it for the chapel as the torture chamber is overcome with the malice-controlled, people-devouring blood blobs. So overcome are they by their instinct to survive that Mozgus and his disciples don't notice the black swordsman nabbing Farnese from amidst them as they make it to the chapel and bar the gates. Mozgus and his men are poised for an attack because the malice of the dead is spreading rapidly throughout the Tower of Conviction. When it arrives at the doors that are being barred by his heavies, the crow begs his master to step back as the doors would not hold. But Father Mozgus is unfazed in the face of death itself. He declares that they shall not fear this trial beset upon them by God, or call out to his assistance, but devote themselves entirely to it and prove their divine worth. He calls out for the malice of the dead to repent their sin of defiling this holy ground, and proclaims that it is through death and him that they espouse their faith. But at that moment, the egg-shaped apostle descends into the chapel of the Tower of Conviction. As Mozgus beckons the dead to come at him, the crow beseeches him to look out, just when the egg-shaped apostle injects all of them with his tendrils to turn them into pseudo-apostles. It appears as though this transformation also came attached with a prophecy, because Mozgus realizes he has a key part to play in the incarnation ceremony without having a clue as to its true nature. In chapter 128 of Berserk, both Guts and Zod receive the same prophecy but in different tones. Zod is told by the Falcon of Light, aka Femto, that when the sky falls over the holy ground where blind sheep gather and erect a pillar of fire, the desired will come. Zod desires only the strongest the world has to offer, and after the incarnation ceremony that mantle would be bestowed upon Griffith's incarnated self. So to him, this is akin to a blessing. But for Guts, the prophecy worked differently. The demon child, in essence, said the same thing to him, but the context was different. His exact words were, "Danger, hurry. When the sky falls over the holy ground where blind sheep gather and erect a pillar of fire, hurry, quickly." Before he said this, he showed Guts a vision of Casca spontaneously combusting, and he put two and two together and made his way to St. Albion. The first half of this prophecy is crystal clear, because it uses language we've seen in the story before. In the Holy See prophecy of the Falcon, it is said when the sun dies 5 times, a red lake will appear to the west of the city with a name both old and new. It is a sign that the 5th angel has a light. He is the Falcon of Darkness, the master of the sinful black sheep, and the king of the blind white sheep. This is a clear reference to Femto's rebirth as Griffith in the physical world, and his subsequent world domination. The sinful black sheep are apostles, who serve him because he is their natural superior as a God Hand member, and the blind white sheep are the humans who remember his exploits during the 100-Year War and revere him for it. In the context of the ominous prophecy given to us in chapter 128, we can safely say that the place where the sky falls and blind white sheep gather is St. Albion. It is called a holy ground multiple times by various characters in the series and Mozgus himself. The desired, then, is Griffith, who will become the false Falcon of Light in the Age of Darkness. What remains to be explained is how the Pillar of Fire is relevant to it all, and this is where Father Mozgus's transformation becomes relevant. As Isidro and co make their way to the chapel after rescuing Nina, they are surrounded by the malice of the dead, which is blocking their path to safety. All of them prepare to meet their deaths with either grace or fear in their hearts, but none of them do so because Father Mozgus burns the malice away with a column of flame, and we do mean that literally. The Inquisitor, delighted by his newfound power, takes the unconscious Casca, who was stuck within the malice, into his arms, and declares he has seen a miracle. Mozgus says that he has seen what the Lord intends for him to do by blessing him with this power, and that is to burn Casca at the stake. Mozgus calls her the ringleader of the evil that is plaguing Albion, and calls burning her at the stake a sign of God's victory for the people to witness. Isidro calls him shady for saying these things, and Jerome quietly prepares for excommunication. But what they don't realize is Mozgus is right in a sense. It is because of the presence of Guts and Casca that the malice within St. Albion had gained such a strong hold in the physical world. The brand of sacrifice was a magnet for dead spirits and other supernatural beings, so it's only natural to expect that 2 of them being present in a place with such a bloody history would have had dire consequences. The only way to stymie the rampage of the malice would be to take the branded ones out of the equation, and this is where the Pillar of Fire part of the Demon Child's prophecy comes into play. Because Mozgus plans to burn Casca at a stake which has the Holy See's symbol on top of it, it is possible that when the egg-shaped apostle injected him with the pseudo-apostle powers, he also showed him his role in the incarnation ceremony. And thinking it to be a divine task, Father Mozgus obviously committed himself to it entirely. He sicked his disciples on Isidro's party for trying to interfere with his holy task, Clawman uses his newfound strength to hurl a pillar at Jerome and Isidro so hard it blew the tower's walls open, and was about to follow it up with a sure hit when Guts finally arrived at the scene. He chopped the pillar in half with Dragon Slayer, and immediately swung for Mozgus, having seen Casca in his arms. But to everyone's utter disbelief, the Inquisitor and his disciples flew away. Mozgus and his children had been blessed with angelic wings, with which the Inquisitor believed he was reinforcing God's righteousness. He was going to see this witch brought to justice no matter what, and called Guts a fool who didn't believe in God for attacking him. Mozgus's disciples and the Black Swordsman engage in a fierce battle which sees both sides reach a stalemate somehow. The Inquisitor is about to get involved himself when the crow reminds him of his own holy task, and Father Mozgus apologizes for forgetting himself. He spreads his wings, takes the twins with him, and flies off into the night air. Just as he takes off though, Isidro and Puck jump onto his back, unleashing a ferocious attack by the standards of a preschooler at the very least. Father Mozgus is unbothered by this, opting to acknowledge only the partial collapse of the Tower of Conviction, which now looked like the God Hand's altar during the eclipse. But because he doesn't know what that is or why it's important, he gets to work on what he thinks to be important, and that is burning Casca at the stake. As the refugee colonies of Albion start falling prey to the malice in its very ground, a massive brand of sacrifice appears on the same, and bloody blobs start killing everything in sight. In such a nightmarish scene, Father Mozgus descending from the heavens on angel white wings would only make him look like a savior. He uses his God's breath to burn the advancing malice away from his true lambs of God, whom he beseeches to be fearless. Mozgus states that a miracle will be shown to those who hold steadfastly onto their faith, claiming his own form as an example of the manifestation of God's power. The ignorant masses simply accept Mozgus's ascendance as a divine revelation and start looking up to him as a literal guardian angel. When people encounter such a religiously important figure in their lives, they tend to follow their commands without questioning them a lot, and so it didn't surprise us when the blind lambs of God began erecting a pillar of fire to burn the witch whom they saw as the source of their own ills. As Mozgus and his twin disciples held off the malice from forming up around their followers, Casca was tied to the stake, and the egg-shaped apostle began climbing to the summit of the Tower of Conviction. In his dying moments, the apostle was eager to view his perfect world that would soon hatch from his own being, but he was also wistful. He caught a glimpse of Mozgus in his angel form, and wondered if he had met the Inquisitor in his life as a human, would it have gone like the life led by his disciples? Would he have found acceptance and a place for himself in the world and become somebody? The apostle decides that because he didn't, it wasn't meant to be. But these wistful thoughts are perhaps the only ones being spared in a positive spirit towards the Inquisitor, because he had unknowingly evoked the wrath of the Black Swordsman, and that was worse than any form of divine justice could ever hope to be. Casca was saved from her prospective funeral fire by the redemption-seeking Isidro, who literally bungee jump rescued her from fanatics. This obviously pissed off Father Mozgus, as in his mind he had just failed God himself. So he flew towards Casca at full speed, but his maddened charge was met by Guts and his Dragon Slayer, the impact of which seemed to have killed the Inquisitor. As the observing crowd was about to break down because of losing their beloved angel, Mozgus stood up from the ground and informed the fool Guts that heaven's vengeance was swift, only this time he was in his fully released form. We already know that Mozgus had flame breath and wings in his regular human form after being injected by the egg-shaped apostle and being granted demonic energy, but in his released form, he truly looked more like a demon than an angel. His entire body was covered in pearlescent scales, which were impervious to damage, and his wings now took the shape of two massive fists instead. He could manipulate these fists into creating multiple smaller appendages, giving him insane range and versatility in battle. His hide was so thick that even Dragon Slayer, which chops men in full plate armor in half, couldn't make a dent on him. The only reason why Mozgus was knocked out instead of outright dead after Guts' first strike, as he should have been, was because of this apostle power, but the Inquisitor's fanaticism led him to believe it was his Bible instead. Sure, he gives his attacks really corny names like God's Breath, God Thousand Fist Cannon, and God Pressure, but he is by far one of the strongest opponents Guts has gone up against, including many full-fledged apostles. He explains to the Black Swordsman how his faith kept him safe before directing the twins to bring Casca to her fate, and mourning the loss of his other disciples with literal tears of blood. Father Mozgus proceeds to attack Guts with his cannon and breath, and even a direct stab into his oral cavity with Dragon Slayer cannot get the Black Swordsman an advantage. What does give him a reprieve is the fact that Isidro takes out the twins, which only drives Mozgus deeper into despair, and therefore rage, making him susceptible to mistakes. Guts was counting on the pseudo revealing a weakness of his, and that's exactly what he does in his self-righteousness. As he is pummeling the swordsman with his demonic powers, Father Mozgus asks the Black Swordsman why he refuses to acknowledge God's divine decrees. He points out that everyone gathered in St. Albion as one heart only desired salvation through God's victory. He asks Guts if he really thinks that the life of one evil witch is worth that of thousands of true believers, to which the Black Swordsman replies with venomous words. Guts mocks the idea of prayer and faith itself, and says that tens of thousands clinging to the sacrifice of one woman as their salvation was a laughable idea to him. This insult to prayer, the very foundation of faith according to Mozgus, was unacceptable to him. He declared his intention to make Guts repent for his blasphemy and got ready to strike him down once and for all, but this is where he made a crucial mistake. Father Mozgus exposed his weak spot to the Black Swordsman. The first thrust that Guts had struck him with before he assumed his released form had left a slight fissure squarely in the middle of his torso, and so it would come to pass that the very place that had once been protected by scripture now served as Mozgus's Achilles heel. The Inquisitor unleashed a final barrage of fist cannons onto Guts and applied god pressure on him as well. He was about to cleanse his heretical soul with the fiery god's breath, but the Black Swordsman beat him to the punch. Guts exploited Mozgus's long-winded nature to drive Dragonslayer deep into that exposed chink, so hard that it literally knocked the feathers off the Inquisitor's back. Stunned and broken, Father Mozgus's final words are those of anticipation at getting to finally meet his maker, proclaiming that he now comes to the Lord's domain. But before he does that, he will use his cleansing flame to bring the world's greatest evil along with him as he charges up God Breath one last time. Guts has had quite enough of Mozgus's insanity for a day, however. He simply uses Dragonslayer as a lever to hurl the dying pseudo-apostle's body off the Tower of Conviction, so it could land amongst his beloved lambs and rest there. As he falls through the sky, Father Mozgus loses his scaled armor first, then his angelic wings, as his human body flattens on the earth below and is subsumed within the bloody malice of St. Albion. This is the last time we see Father Mozgus show up in the story, but having learned all of this information about his lifetime, we can make a few educated guesses as to how he ended up the way he did. So let's now take a look into the true origins of Berserk's craziest villain.
Doll gum. Fancy gum. Icebreakers. Ooh, fancy.
A man who found faith as his only salvation. Father Mozgus's true origins. A couple of things are rather clear by the way the story's characters interact with Father Mozgus. Number one, they're aware of his brutal reputation. And number two, he's been at his inquisitorial work for at least a decade, if not more. The first is apparent from the moment Mozgus enters the story, but the second statement is derived from an offhand comment made by the Crow when Farnese visits Father Mozgus during his hours of prostration. The Crow mentions that for the past decade, Mozgus had been performing 1,000 prostrations a day and night in an expression of his faith. His worship was so fervent that despite losing feeling and functionality in both legs, he continues to throw himself into prostration daily and without fail. The very act of prostration is one that is performed in reverence to a higher being, and so it makes sense that a fanatic like Mozgus does 1,000 of them at maximum velocity every day and night of their lives. What's interesting to us is the timeline that the Crow gives us, 10 years. It is very difficult to make out just when the Crow himself met Father Mozgus, because his age isn't clearly reflected in his origin flashback, but it is clear that he has known the Inquisitor for a long time, and been raised by him in more than one way. The same goes for every one of his disciples. They were taken in at some point in their young lives and molded by the priest into the tools they are today. So we can assume that Mozgus's hardcore fanaticism has only been a recent thing, because we don't know who else is face-planting themselves that hard on the floor in the name of God in the story, okay? And the pontiff does not count. But it is more than likely that he had been a part of the clergy all his life, because he seems to be aware of things that only longtime members are privy to. His story about Geiseric's sage is a key example, and so is the fact that his interpretation of the Holy See's role in the world lines up with that of the higher-up clergymen. It is also clear that he has been working as an inquisitor for about as long as he has been offering prostration, because otherwise the casualties attributed to him would have less of an impact if carried out across a longer period of time. 500 confirmed burnings and thousands of other deaths besides in 10 years of Inquisition is definitely more terrifying than the same thing happening over 50 years, isn't it? So it is questioning the source of his fanaticism that holds the key to understanding his origins, and we think that source is connected to his favorite pastime, torture. What makes a person capable of inflicting great pain onto others? The fact that they have been subjected to great pain themselves. Every one of Mosgus's disciples have two things in common. One, the fact that they were shunned by society because of how they looked, and two, the fact that respect and love for Mosgus, despite his harsh disciplining, is what gave them salvation. Before meeting the Inquisitor, they had endured torture in multiple forms, physical, emotional, and mental, but it was only after meeting him and being given their divine duty that they felt vindicated in existing for the first time. It is quite possible, or rather likely, that Mosgus had a similar backstory himself. When he is lecturing Farnese about the sacred duties of an Inquisitor, he lets slip the fact that he can only do what he does out of an ironclad belief in his holy mission. If he allowed his personal opinions to taint his religious work, then he too might be thinking the same way she is, that torture is not a tool of God, but a weapon of chaos. But the reason that Farnese herself became a pyrophiliac was because of her distinct lack of affection, power, and control over her own life. She was emotionally smothered by her distant family, to a point where burning heretics became the only thing that could stimulate her. And while Mosgus might not have such depraved cravings as Farnese, it is not unthinkable that he had a similar experience in his life. Pain is a response to something that our mind thinks is undesirable for our current health and well-being, but when that is all you can see and feel, you become primed to inflict it upon others without a second thought. That is Father Mosgus's true origins. At some point in his life, a young clergyman, possibly the son of a noble, is captured by enemies and tortured into insanity. His only salvation? God. So what does he do when he is freed? He becomes an inquisitor and uses that same pain he felt all those years ago to bring wrongdoers to justice in his own way. Father Mosgus must have been someone deprived of power and faith in his early life, because those are the building blocks for the kind of fanaticism he has displayed in Berserk. After a certain turning point event occurred, he started collecting misfits and performing daily prostration in an attempt to express his undying faith to God. But the God of Berserk treads that fine line between good and evil on a unicycle, because it's very likely that the Holy See scriptures are a product of the idea of evil, not an antithesis to it. Much of what has been written in it has been shown to be true for demonkind, and in that light, it makes Mosgus's ideology about religion line up perfectly with Berserk's in-universe setting. In a filthy world soaked in blood and guts, how else do you show your faith, if not through blind loyalty and unflinching violence? That is what the man called Mosgus must have realized before he began his terrible inquisition. Once he did, there was no turning back, and by the end, he truly believed in his mission and its divine mandate, despite the fact that he became an accessory to a literal demon's ascension. Marvelous verdict. Father Mosgus is the embodiment of the blind white sheep, and that is scary when you realize that unlike the rest of the sheep, his breath can actually melt your face off. We're glad that the only time he returned was as a washing stone in the Corridor of Dreams, because we don't know how happy we would have been to see him again. As a character, he was so over the top that his rage would come off as goofy comic relief at times, and we think that was intentional. But as a villain, he is downright chilling because of just how much he truly believes in what he says. Mosgus doesn't just think he's that guy, he carries himself like it, and that is what should scare you the most about him. Not the fact that his rage face has more veins than John Cena's arms. He personifies everything dangerous about religious fervor and misinterpretation of doctrine, because we know through history how bad that can go for the world, and we don't want to repeat the same things all over again, even if time flows in a spiral and not a circle. That's it for now, but if you liked our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to us if you haven't already. This has been Corey Whelan for Marvelous Videos. Have a good one, be safe out there, and thanks for watching.
Get to reach that place.
What makes a great manga villain? Is it their ruthless appetite for destruction? Is it their insanely high IQ level? Is it just the fact that they have so much swagger that you can't help but hate them? Well, sure, it's a bit of all of those things. But to us, a great manga villain is one who makes you question whether you even hate them in the first place. When we first saw Griffith in the pages of Berserk, it was as if an angel had descended upon Earth to guide Guts to his true purpose in life. Turns out, we got most of it right, except the angel part. And if you think that he did it with some epic villainous speech, well, you're in for a rude awakening. So without delaying things any further, this is Griffith's origins, explored. Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin. He is the object of Guts' malice. How Griffith was introduced to the story. This might come as a surprise to you, but Griffith wasn't introduced to the story as the silver-haired angel that we have come to know him as. Nope, his first appearance was as a literal demonic entity. The Black Swordsman arc, set 2 years after a certain event that we will get to, shows Guts at possibly his lowest point in life. He has been hunting demons called apostles without any help and leading an endless search for their mysterious overlords called the God Hand. He finally manages to reach them after his battle with the Slug Count, but it is purely by chance, or shall we say it was guided by causality. Because, in the depths of his despair at having his true form exposed to his daughter, the Count's blood flowed into the behelit that Guts had secured from his former doctor. It created an interstice and summoned the God Hand. 5 beings who were angels to the demonic apostles and also served as the executors of a certain entity's will. As the Count bargained in vain for his own life by trying to serve up the Black Swordsman as a sacrifice, Guts had eyes for only one thing in that hellish dimension, and that was the God Hand member whose visage resembled that of a falcon. Upon entering the surreal interstice between life and death, Guts became a man possessed and started screaming the name Griffith, which caused the elf Puck, who had made himself Guts' reluctant traveling companion, to wonder just what had gone down between those two. His screams were met with blunt dismissal, as the man called Griffith simply called Guts' existence pitiful. The God Hand went on to ignore the heavily injured Guts and told the Count that they were here because his deep desire to escape death had cleaved open space itself, thanks to the behelit, and summoned them to grant him his wish. The Count immediately called out to the archangel of the group known as Void, and wished for the Black Swordsman's death, but he was denied. Void explained that the only way this works is if the Count sacrifices something meaningful to his humanity. It was not an enemy disposal service. The Count replied by beseeching them for aid, bringing up Guts' reputation as the Black Swordsman who hunts down apostles, the very demons that the God Hand have raised up to serve them. He is hit by the rudest wake-up call of his life when he is called a worthless servant to his face and told his life is inconsequential, and Griffith is amused by the fact that Guts has garnered such a reputation, calling his petty existence beneath the God Hand's notice. This sparked a black rage in Guts, who started mocking Griffith for acting so tough when he got his powers thanks to him in the first place. He started advancing on Femto, and he was called by his fellow demons, despite the life-threatening pain of the brand of sacrifice searing his neckline. Guts managed to impress the other God Hand members by swinging his sword at Griffith, but Femto was able to throw him back across the interstice with a simple gesture of his hand, displaying the gulf of power that existed between the two of them. He was the demon who cut to the chase and told the Count how he could truly get what he most desired by sacrificing his daughter. When that was rejected, the Count's body was taken by a vortex of evil called the Abyss in front of his eyes. Before Guts passed out due to the sheer pressure of being in the presence of the God Hand, he fired off a parting shot in Femto's direction, but the angel was able to block it with a simple look. In the end, Guts couldn't even lay a finger on it, but that isn't what is so important about this encounter. At the beginning of Guardian Angels of Desire Part 6, we get a flashback to when Guts and Griffith were comrades, and you can see how the dynamic has flipped entirely on its head. In that flashback, after helping Guts out of a mound of corpses of his own making, Griffith starts talking about his deepest thoughts and desires openly, and we learn what he really sees himself as. He says that in life, unrelated to one's social standing or class as determined by man, there are some people who, by nature, are keys that set the world in motion. They are the true elite, as dictated by the golden rule of the universe. He wanted to learn what his place was amongst those elites. To Guts, at the time, he seemed like the epitome of nobility. But after seeing what we have, we know that this femto was a far cry from the man he once knew. It is this descent into depravity that lies at the core of Berserk's journey, which makes Griffith the black sun around which Guts' world of retribution revolves. How did it get to that point? Let's dive into that story now, shall we?
From now on, you belong to me.
He was the first person to touch Guts without getting gutted for it. Griffith convinces Guts to join him. The first time we chronologically see Griffith in the story, we're actually not even aware that it's him. We catch a brief glimpse of the Band of the Falcon overseeing Guts' fight with Bazuso, and you can tell that this encounter impresses them, but they have more pressing needs to attend to. So they abandon their post and leave the fortress after defending it for far longer than they were expected to. This is how Kentaro Miura, the late creator of Berserk, drip-fed the idea that this Griffith guy was an unparalleled military genius. His employers had sent him off to defend a fortress that they didn't think would even last 3 days in the hands of a mere mercenary band. But Griffith managed to hold out for a quarter of a year. Even Guts, the wandering swordsman who only stayed in one place as long as there was a battle to be had and money to be made, had heard of the undefeated exploits of the Band of the Falcon, and he was shocked when he discovered that the band was comprised of people mostly around his age, meaning they were all essentially kids. Mercenary bands are a tough place to survive in, as Guts had learned firsthand growing up with Gambino as his father. Usually they were comprised of lecherous, battle-thirsty old men, so it was surprising to him that a band of mercenaries this young had managed to carve out such a reputation in the first place. But this ingenuity was balanced out with a childish sense of play, which was highlighted when they allowed Corcus to attack a wandering Guts in an attempt to get revenge for his fallen comrades and make a decent profit at the same time. When two of Corcus's buddies were cut down by Guts' hulking sword, Griffith dispatched his second-in-command, Casca, to sort this mess out. But even when Casca was cornered into a position she could not escape from, the White Falcon had to step in himself. He tried to get Guts to stop his attack by asking him to lower his sword, but when that didn't work, Griffith proved why his band's members were taking Guts so lightly. With a single maneuver, he was able to inflict such an injury upon Guts that it took him 4 days to recover. But at the same time, he deliberately avoided killing him, something the swordsman had noticed. So, when he woke up, he demanded a rematch, and was met with the most peculiar request of his life. Griffith told him that he simply wanted him. This caught Guts off guard, and he let Griffith know he didn't swing that way to the best of his ability. But the White Falcon was determined on grasping this trophy with his own claws. In the end, they came to an agreement. If Griffith defeated Guts, he would join the Band of the Falcon. But if Guts beat Griffith, he would give him the same injury that the White Falcon had inflicted upon him just days ago. Guts was confident in his ability to take on Griffith, and why wouldn't he be? He had lived his entire life by the sword, taking on enemies 3-4 times his own size. Compared to them, this scrawny pretty boy should have been a piece of cake. But when Griffith used Guts' own sword as a footing for his parries, the wandering swordsman knew that this was no common enemy he was facing. Ultimately, Griffith forced Guts into surrender by dislocating his shoulder without hesitation, and then grasped the face of his newest soldier with his hands, proclaiming ownership of him. This moment was significant because, for the first time in his life, Guts had not only been defeated by someone, he had not lashed out at them for touching him, something he would do to even the most well-intentioned of people due to his trauma. And it was also significant for the rest of the Band of the Hawk, especially Casca, because suddenly, Griffith had a new favorite which annoyed her to the ends of the earth and back. Griffith had saved Casca from a lecherous nobleman in her youth by giving her a sword and inspiring her to take charge of her own life. After she slew the nobleman, Casca requested that she be made a member of the Band of the Falcon and became devoted to Griffith, both worshipping and loving him from a distance. Her faith in him was broken when Griffith openly proclaimed to Guts that he wanted the swordsman, something he had never said to anyone else. This is where we think we should give you an idea as to why Griffith was viewed the way he was. As a young orphan with nothing to live on and no one to live for, Griffith would play on the cobbled streets of the city of his birth and find small happiness in the junks and trinkets he won from his street urchin friends. But one day, after he laid his eyes upon the castle of that city, He realized that his true ambition was to get that thing, so he began plotting a multi-year scheme to get his own kingdom. Judo says it best when people ask why someone joins the Band of the Falcon despite their extremely youthful troop composition. It's because Griffith's conviction to get that kingdom is so strong that he is practically a charisma magnet. Everyone in the band has their own dreams and goals, to be sure, but they all align with Griffith's ultimate dream, which is why they can fight and win the way they do. This is the reason why it disturbed many of the members of his band when he started behaving irrationally with regards to recruiting Guts. To their eyes, Griffith had never treated someone he had known for years explicitly that well, yet he gave Guts the job of acting as rearguard for his first time as a Falcon and rushed out to save him when he didn't return on time. Within a week of joining Griffith's band, Guts was promoted to a captain's post and given 10 people under his command, a number that would soon expand to 500. Griffith's extraordinary military expertise allowed the Band of the Falcon to defeat far more experienced mercenary bands and regular armies, and yet the way Griffith and Guts had an all-out water battle one morning after partying too hard, you'd think he was nothing more than a child. Griffith was a paradox of many clashing emotions, ideologies, and levels of maturity, all swirling within a single mercenary band leader, and it was this magnetism that convinced Guts that maybe he would indeed have a place to call his own with the Band of the Falcon. Heck, the fact that Guts didn't gut him for grabbing his face and saying he belonged to him should have been evidence enough that the relationship these two shared was far more personal than either of them let on or even realized for themselves. But what seemed like a sturdy friendship built upon a foundation of trust and camaraderie was shattered in one night after Griffith revealed who he truly considered to be a friend to him.
I will have my own kingdom.
One man's ambition can swallow the whole world. The rise and fall of the White Falcon of Midland. As a man carrying an ambition that was literally unattainable for someone of his lineage, Griffith had to bear far more than a normal person would have to. In the early years of the Band of the Falcon, he would always remember the soldiers who died in his service by name, often questioning whether what he was doing was even correct. In particular, the death of a 10-year-old in his service haunts him. That boy had wanted to become a knight when he grew up, and now, all that was left of his dream was the toy knight he would always play around with. As a result, he started using exceptionally cold logic and rationality to justify his decisions when it came to fulfilling his own dream. In particular, Griffith once sold his own body to a wealthy governor in order to exploit his fortune and advance his ambition quicker than it would have taken if he went the noble route in order to obtain it. He expressed deep confliction at his choice to Cassidy, literally tearing into his own flesh as he rambled on about how selling his own body to one governor was better than sacrificing thousands in service of achieving his dream. But at every step, his convictions were reinforced by his pearl-eyed comrades, who looked at him more as a god than as a leader. And so, over the years, Griffith had become somewhat detached from his men, treating them as no more than tools for achieving his ultimate goal. But that all changed when Guts arrived. He was not only openly pining after the swordsman's services, Griffith had become emotionally attached to Guts, to the point he trusted him with being his frontline raider and his clandestine assassin at the same time. He spent his waking hours dedicating himself to the study of all things, because as he once told Guts, to be great, a man has to know more than how to fight. But it was that pursuit of greatness that ended up becoming his fatal flaw. When a man is accustomed to taking what he wants, either by force or by guile, the loss of something precious typically hits him harder than anything else. You might think this petty, but it's true that when your entire self-worth is based on the concept of winning, a single loss can shatter it all in an instant. When Griffith's Band of the Falcon was enlisted by the Kingdom of Midland, and he himself raised to the position of a Viscount, it seemed like nothing could go wrong for them. But that all changed when the White Falcon had a showdown with the Black Lion, known in mercenary legends as Nosferatu's Zod, aka the Immortal One. 3 years before attacking the two-door fortress that Zod was defending, Griffith had shown Guts his most prized possession, something called a behelit, which was crimson in color and shaped like an egg with a misshapen face. He explained to Guts that the old gypsy fortune teller who gave him that egg had told him that it was the destiny of whoever held it to conquer the world in exchange for his flesh and blood. At the time, he thought it was a neat motivational factor for achieving his dream, but that encounter with Zod made it clear that nothing would ever be the same for the White Falcon ever again. Griffith remained composed while trying to rescue Guts from Zod's apostle form, even managing to slice slice off the Immortal One's left arm in a pincer move with his best soldier at hand. But then he was knocked unconscious by Zod's tail, and for a second it looked like he was going to end up as Zod's appetizer before he went for the main course that was guts. But the Immortal One stopped dead in his tracks upon witnessing Griffith's crimson belly. He muttered something about the God Hands, and this cub being given such power in the first place, but departed the Tudor fortress after leaving Guts with an ominous prophecy. When Griffith's ambition died, an inescapable death would visit all who he considered to be his friends, and as fate or causality would have it, he would be proven almost entirely correct. After recovering from the battle with Zod, Griffith spoke to Guts briefly about the fact that his existence verified the existence of something like gods as well. When Guts asked him if he meant to say demons instead, given Zod's monstrous appearance, Griffith ominously asked whether those two things were so different. The two of them were then unexpectedly called upon by the King of Midland, and this is where Griffith met the linchpin of his eventual fall from grace, Princess Charlotte, the heir to the throne of Midland and a sheltered child who was enamored with the White Falcon from the get-go, and he knew it as well. So he worked on getting close to the princess, whilst cleansing the court of anyone who could oppose his rise in peerage on account of his low birth. He had Guts assassinate Count Julius, who tried to have him killed during a royal hunt, but failed thanks to Griffith's behelit, and counted the death of Julius's son Adonis as a bonus, for now Princess Charlotte would have no suitors but him in her immediate thoughts. He kidnapped Minister Foss's daughter and had him reveal the rest of his enemies to him, penning them up like chickens in a single stony barn and then setting it alight whilst reminding the Queen of Midland, one of the people conspiring against him, that a war was never over so long as his enemies were still breathing. After lighting their funeral pyre, Griffith proceeded to have Guts execute his own co-conspirators and took charge as the newly risen White Phoenix General of the White Phoenix Knights, aka the Band of the Falcon's new peerage-granted title. To the public eye, his capture of the impregnable fortress of Doldry and subsequent defeat of the Tudor governor Gennon, as well as his Holy Purple Rhino Knights, bolstered his image as a savior-type figure. Behind the scenes, he eliminated anyone who could have disputed that image with such swiftness that it made even our heads spin while reading the manga. But we think we can pinpoint the very moment where we saw the last time Griffith behaved like a human. After setting Foss's daughter free, Griffith asks Guts if he thinks he's cruel for doing the things he does. He is very aware of the fact that his hands are caked with the blood of his enemies and comrades alike, and he even gambled the life of an innocent child in a ploy to gain himself more political power. He was genuinely conflicted by his own actions, but Guts reaffirming his dreams took that discomfort away, which is why Griffith lost himself when he learned that Guts has decided to leave the Band of the Falcon. See, despite treating him like his closest friend and confidant, Griffith didn't consider Guts to be either of those things. He once told Princess Charlotte that while he was grateful for his comrade's loyalty to his dream, he didn't consider them to be his friends. To him, a friend was someone who had his own dream and fought tooth and nail to protect it, even if the person assaulting said dream was Griffith himself. To him, a friend was someone whom he could consider his equal. Unbeknownst to Griffith, Guts heard his description of a friend and decided that he was going to become just that. The swordsman dedicated his sword to Griffith's dream till the end of the 100-Year War campaign, but decided that he was going to look for his own dream after it ended. But to Griffith, Guts was not even a person. He was something Griffith owned. And so he forced Guts to fight for his freedom when he learned of the swordsman's intent in front of a rising sun that signaled the end of his own dream. Griffith was utterly distraught at the idea that Guts would even dare to think about leaving him, and was off balance to say the least when he challenged him to a duel. So it was no surprise that Guts, who had killed 100 enemies by himself at this point, managed to snap his blade in half and leave him kneeling in the snow as he went off to find something he could call his own. Griffith was broken by this utter loss of control over his own narrative and made a severe lapse in judgment because of Guts' departure. He seduced and bedded Princess Charlotte in an attempt to regain some kind of control over his own dream once again, knowing that losing a soldier like Guts could only be compensated politically by ensuring he became the next ruler's spouse. But he was caught in the act and imprisoned by the King of Midland in the Tower of Rebirth, where he kept driving the nail into his own coffin. As the king whipped Griffith for his insolence, the trapped White Falcon further dug his own grave by deducing the king's incestuous feelings for his own daughter. He even taunted the king for having a stagnant reign, thereby sealing his own fate. What happened to Griffith over the course of the next year cannot even be classified as torture. He straight up survived through a slasher. If you want the grisly details of what happened to him, we'd suggest you read the manga yourself. Otherwise, this channel will probably get banned by YouTube. But suffice it to say that he lost the ability to walk, talk, fight, or even sit up without the help of someone else. During his year of torment, the only things that kept him alive were his dream and the man who shattered it, Guts. In his delirious state, he received a vision by 4 profound beings who called him the Blessed King of Longing, and told him he would join his kinsmen soon enough. And to the world's utter misfortune, they were right. When Guts and Casca's rescue party saved Griffith from his cell, the White Falcon's first instinct was to strangle Guts, but he gave up when he saw the genuine regret in the swordsman's eyes. Allowing himself to be taken from his prison, little did anyone realize that the Tower of Rebirth was where Griffith's fall from grace began, because he would not leave as the same man who had been imprisoned there a year ago, and all of his friends would end up paying the price of his personal ambition soon enough. Accepting his true self, causing the eclipse and reincarnating as the prophesized Falcon of Darkness. After being saved by his band, all Griffith could think about was his dream, the loss of it, and how Guts had taken everything from him. Even Casca, who was once so dedicated to Griffith that she wouldn't hesitate to cut down his detractors in a single heartbeat. He tries to force himself on her to assume control over her once again, but in his miserable state, all Casca can give him is a pity hug. Moreover, he seems genuinely jealous of Guts and Casca's relationship, as even though Miura-san never states out loud many of Griffith's internal thoughts and feelings, he does a good job of illustrating them nonetheless. After the Band of the Falcon survives an attack from the Black Dog Knights and their apostle leader, Wild, it looks for a moment as if things would be alright anyway, as Guts dresses Griffith in his armor and proclaims that the Falcon flies once again. But when a dying Wild exposes the true extent of Griffith's tortured state in an attempt to save his own life, all hope of reconciliation is lost. Griffith is reminded of the bitter poison that he made himself swallow due to Guts' departure, and is thus left speechless when Zod, who had arrived on the scene to seemingly save him, informs him that his Behelit would return to him regardless of him having displaced it, for that was how it was. And after overhearing a conversation between Guts and Casca that reveals to him how careless he had been in the past when he told Princess Charlotte of his definition of a friend, all Griffith could do was run away. He commandeered the wagon he was on and made a mad dash, seemingly with no destination in mind. Given his current state, it wasn't a surprise that he was knocked out of his carriage and thrown into a lake. What was surprising was that he survived, and had a vision of a future he could have had in his current state. In that vision, he sees himself in a cottage with Casca, having married her and settled down with her. Griffith and Casca have a dog they named Pippin, after one of Griffith's first and most loyal soldiers, and a child they named Guts, after their most treasured companion. As he flies through the air, Griffith thinks that this would not be so bad. But upon landing in the lake, he is reminded of all that had gone wrong in his life because of Guts, as the other swordsmen approached him at full speed. Griffith tries to kill himself by throwing him onto an exposed piece of wood, but fails to do even that, as all his fall does is graze his neck. Driven mad by his despair, he thinks to himself that if the approaching Guts even touched him, he would lose a semblance of self-identity. And it was in that moment that his crimson Behelit presented itself to him, surfacing from the depths of the lake like an ominous specter. The blood spilling out of his nape dripped onto the Behelit and activated it, instantly transporting the entire Band of the Falcon into the interstice, which was also the location of the eclipse. It was here that Griffith was shown the truth of his nature, or rather manipulated into accepting the grisly consequences of his actions as his own will. The God Hand arrives to inform Griffith that he has been consecrated by causality to transcend his human vessel and be reborn as a demon. He was granted the Crimson Behelit because he possessed the qualities to become such a hedonistic being in the first place, and you can see that Griffith is shocked by this revelation as much as he is by Guts standing up for him. The Archangel known as Void asks him why he felt what he was feeling in the presence of his onto the Behelit and activated it, instantly transporting the entire Band of the Falcon into the interstice, which was also the location of the eclipse. It was here that Griffith was shown the truth of his nature, or rather manipulated into accepting the grisly consequences of his actions as his own will. The God Hand arrives to inform Griffith that he has been consecrated by causality to transcend his human vessel and be reborn as a demon. He was granted the Crimson Behelit because he possessed the qualities to become such a hedonistic being in the first place, place, and you can see that Griffith is shocked by this revelation as much as he is by Guts standing up for him. The Archangel known as Void asks him why he felt what he was feeling in the presence of his kinsman, when he was literally destined to join him. And this is when Ubik performs the same consciousness projection ritual that he did with the Count to expose his darkest secret to his beloved daughter. In this vision, Griffith sees a younger version of himself running towards the castle he has always dreamed of acquiring. But midway through, the cobbled streets turn into a street of corpses. Corpses of Griffith's own making. Ubik and Conrad, in the guise of the fortune teller who gave him the Behelit, tell him that he had always known that this would be the result of his dream, and in his broken state of being, Griffith accepted that he had always known things would turn out this way. If he wanted to reach that place, he would just have to keep piling up the corpses, because that is who he was. Realizing his own demonic nature, Griffith takes everything Void is telling him to heart and directs all of his despair towards Guts, making him the very object of it. He thinks to himself that Guts is the only one out of the thousands he had called comrade and the tens of thousands they had slain in turn to make him forget about his dream. And to Griffith, that was unforgivable. He proved Slan correct when he chanted the words, "I sacrifice," in his heart of his own volition, which marked the invocation of doom. The brand of sacrifice was seared into the skin of every member of the Band of the Falcon present there, and thus began the nocturnal feast called the Eclipse, as apostles started devouring Griffith's former wings and feathers. He himself was turned into a fetal figure as his consciousness drowned deeper into the astral world, detaching him from his humanity even further. He felt his comrades' deaths pierced through him, and yet showed no remorse for it, as he arrived at the pit of the abyss, where God resided. This next part is technically non-canon, as Miura-san had it removed from Berserk's volume releases, feeling that it gave away too much about his world too early. But we're going to treat it as canon because it perfectly explains why Griffith did what he did. There is this idea in the Berserk community that Griffith did nothing wrong, but it is the Lost Chapter 83 that definitively proves in our minds that he did. After meeting this ugly god, this idea of evil,
the turtles are back. Yep, we're gonna need a lot more pizza. The Big New Yorker, just $13.99.
deep within the abyss of the astral world, for the first time in his life, Griffith is humbled by someone else's presence. He asks this god many profound things, like how it came into existence, why it came into existence, and what purpose it served in the grand scheme of things. The idea replied that it was the grand scheme of things, and that it had manipulated Griffith's destiny through the veil of time to bring him to this point, influencing bloodlines and history itself to ensure his birth, influencing his social life so he would meet exactly the kind of people who would push him to his destined encounter with God. We think this line is crucial to Griffith's original identity because, and bear with us here, we believe he, not Charlotte, is the sole survivor of Supreme King Geiseric's bloodline. The idea of evil makes a point of stressing the fact that bloodlines and history itself were manipulated to give Griffith his divine status, and the only bloodline that has been questioned in Berserk is that of the Kingdom of Midland. It is believed that Charlotte is the last of Geiseric's line, but there is no proof. Moreover, if Griffith was revealed to be Geiseric's descendant, then it would make a lot more sense as to why he was so driven to acquire his own kingdom, something his presumed ancestor was also driven to acquire in his own lifetime. But after hearing the reason for being summoned to the depths of the astral world, Griffith does something unthinkable. He asks God what it wants of him. This is something so out of character for someone like Griffith, who is usually so stoic and far-thinking, but you have to understand that at this moment, he's broken beyond repair, and the God Hand are just rearranging the pieces in such a way that it helps them fulfill their own agenda. But what seals the deal for Griffith's ascendance is the fact that the idea of evil simply tells him to be as he is. It tells Griffith that as a part of the collective subconscious of all of humanity, he was as much a part of him as Griffith was a part of it. And so, the ultimate maxim bestowed upon the former White Falcon by his new god was to do as thou wilt, accepting his inner demons and embracing them quite literally. Griffith demands wings for his rebirth, and is born from his bloody astral womb as the fifth angel of demonkind, Femto. Femto's first action upon being birthed is to immediately spike Guts by violating Casca in front of his very eyes. with his seed tainting the child within Casca's belly and turning it into a demon child. He also tries to kill the invading Skull Knight on 2 occasions, but fails, as he is still not used to his newfound angelic powers. After Skull Knight escapes with Guts and Casca, the interstice closes once again, having served the purpose of the eclipse with Femto's birth. But the proclamations made by Void within that abstract place and time line up too eerily with a dark prophecy handed down by the Holy See, which is basically Berserk's version of the Catholic Church. The prophecy states that when the sun dies 5 times, a red lake will appear west to the city, with a name both old and new, proving that the 5th angel has arisen. This angel is the Falcon of Darkness, the master of the sinful black sheep, and the king of the blind-hearted sheep. He's the one who will call upon the world an age of darkness, and is thus known by the Holy See as the Falcon of Darkness. The Holy Iron Chain Knights and the rest of the Holy See believe this Falcon of Darkness to be the Black Swordsman, aka Guts, when in reality it refers to Femto. This prophecy is what takes center stage for the first quarter of the Conviction arc, where Guts tries to escape the pursuit of the Holy See, and also lends credence to our theory that Griffith is Geiseric's descendant. The prophecy clearly outlines him as the master of the apostles and the king of Midland, but he is only one of those things, even after the end of the Fantasia arc. Sure, you can say that he will inevitably become king given his betrothal to Charlotte, but that doesn't make sense because the prophecy's context is immediate. What makes more sense is that Griffith's lineage and ancestry was forgotten because of the many atrocities that Geiseric allegedly committed during the final years of his empire, and that the Kingdom of Midland simply used the idea that Geiseric was issueless to perpetuate their own political power through the realm. If this turns out to be true, then Griffith replaces Jon Snow as the ultimate mystery royal baby of all time. But about halfway through the arc, we get another prophecy that permanently changes the flow of the story. Only this time, it completely whitewashes Femto's true nature in a blinding flash of light. Femto's incarnation is the Falcon of Light, the false savior of the world. On his deathbed, the King of Midland receives a prophetic vision of a white falcon that would be the salvation of his dying kingdom. The already deranged king is done in by this reminder of his former enemy, but his people, who received the same vision and are unaware of the truth, take it as a sign. After the incarnation ceremony at St. Albion is completed, that sign is manifested in the physical world, as Femto incarnates once again in a body of flesh with the form of Griffith, hatching out of the egg-shaped apostle and using the vessel of Guts and Casca's child as the basis of his own existence. He is immediately approached by Nosferatu's Zod, whom he had subdued to his will by permanently damaging his astral body, and is observed by all onlookers in Albion, dead and alive, as the thing they had all desired. Griffith flies off from that holy ground only to resurface at the Hill of Swords in an effort to confirm the fact that his ties to humanity had truly been severed. He engages Rickert, who had created the Hill unaware of Griffith's role in the slaughter of their comrades, as his first act following his incarnation, but that conversation is cut short by Guts. The Black Swordsman is understandably enraged by Griffith's mere presence defiling the memory of his own comrades and lunges at him in rage, asking him why he showed his face here of all places. Griffith says that it was to confirm whether he would still feel anything if he saw all the corpses he had piled up as a martyr to the god named Dream, but now that he was here, he realized he was finally free. Guts leads a mad charge against Griffith, but is intercepted by Zod, who has become Griffith's primary mount and most trusted apostle by this point. The two engage in a fierce battle which destroys Godot's mind, and Griffith thinks to himself that he truly doesn't care about anything but his own dream now, when he unexpectedly saves Casca from coming into harm. He deduces that this action was dictated by the child that fused into his vessel, and commands Zod to leave at once and commence fulfilling his dream, leaving Rickert with an open-ended invitation to join him, regardless of learning the truth. And Guts with the bitter knowledge that he, of all people, knew this was the man Griffith had always been. From this point onward, Griffith becomes a godlike figure. Though his internal thoughts were given to us very sporadically by Mirasan in the early days of Berserk, now we got none of that dialogue, seeing Griffith only through the eyes of those who saw him, and everyone who saw him was instinctively put into a state of worship and fervor for the Falcon of Light. He manages to convince the Holy See's pontiff that he is the savior of the masses by sending a vision of himself as the Falcon of Light, and begins liberating Midland's territories with a new army comprised of humans and apostles alike. This army was named the Band of the Falcon by those who still remembered their exploits in the 100-Year War, and using his previously established reputation and the fact that no one but Guts could truly out him as a demon now, he starts making moves as if he were the author of his own story. Griffith easily defeats Emperor Ganishka in his apostle and human forms, forces the mighty ruler to his knees when he first visits him, and then again when he appears as Femto to Ganishka's Shiva form. As Femto is about to give the Mad Emperor his wish for salvation, the Skull Knight shows up and tries to kill Griffith with his Sword of Behelitz, but Femto intercepts the Astral Sword Strike and redirects it to Shiva's body, triggering the Great Roar of the Astral World, which causes the physical and astral worlds to merge, birthing Fantasia. After the appearance of the World Spiral Tree, he guides everyone under his leadership to the new capital of humanity, which is confirmed to be the same city that was sunk during King Geiseric's day and age, Falconia. As the leader of the sole safe haven for mankind, Griffith gains an unparalleled reputation amongst the citizens of his country as the central pillar of their society, their military, and their faith. But his second encounter with Rickert following his incarnation shows you that his power is not absolute. Despite having literally apparated through hundreds of arrows and flown through the air with no damage done to his own person, Griffith was slapped by Rickert, who rejected him as his leader and told him to go screw himself in essence. This exposed the fact that someone who existed outside of Griffith's story could indeed harm him, even go so far as to kill him, but they'd have to get to him first, and the Falcon of Light had done a good job at ensuring that task was impossible. In the short time following his emergence as mankind's savior, Griffith managed to make them all forget about the original prophecy of the Falcon, replacing it with his own. He reinforced his holy status by allowing his followers to commune with the spirits of their deceased loved ones, when in reality he was simply condemning those souls to the abyss. We know this because he explains to Mule that the spirits went to a place where they all became one after he allowed them to commune with the living, and there is only one place in the Berserkverse where such a spiritual phenomenon has been observed to take place. He has even managed to make the apostles, who usually feast on humans, appear as allies to their own food by segregating them from his human subjects and keeping them occupied in a gladiatorial lifestyle. If you just take yourself out of the story for once and look at everything from an objective point of view, everything Griffith has been telling everyone is a big fat lie. We can only imagine how Sonya will react to finding out she has the hots for a literal demon. Using his profound knowledge of the astral world, the nature of causality, and his encounter with the idea of evil, Femto has been able to project himself as a messianic figure within the collective subconscious of everyone in contact with his story, and that is a terrifying thing to think about. Imagine if you guys just woke up tomorrow and instinctively thought that Donald Trump was the savior of the world and truly believed in it. That's basically what the people of Falconia are doing right now, except that Griffith is far more efficient at government work than the 45th President of the United States ever was. When Griffith's campaign against the Kushan began, many readers contacted Miura-san about why Griffith was suddenly being portrayed as a protagonist after his countless atrocious deeds, to which Miura-san stated that no one was actually hearing what Griffith was thinking, and looking through the chapters again, we realized that he was right. Almost all of the dialogue that takes place around Griffith following his incarnation is either directed towards him or is an inner monologue by someone else about him. The only times we actually hear his direct extended thoughts are at a Falconia council meeting, where he insists that the only way to keep the kingdom growing healthily was to ensure that it prospered, and introduced many reforms to that end. And when he transforms back into his regular self at Elfhelm following the disappearance of the full moon and the Moonlight Boy with it, revealing that they were indeed the same entity. Griffith thinks to himself that the night of every full moon he would dream a dream that bathed him in nostalgic warmth of the past and fill his heart with longing, but by the morning that would fade away as nothing more than an ephemeral moment and leave him with the memory of a single tear in his eye. His appearance in Elfhelm directly leads to that magical safe haven's destruction, much like the way he had Flora's mansion destroyed, but he also kidnaps Casca before leaving, much to our current confusion. The last chapter of Berserk that has been released so far shows him arriving in Falconia with an unconscious Casca in his arms, and the reason why it is so scary is because we already know what he has done to her once. To everyone who says Griffith did nothing wrong, we would simply like to show them chapter 365, specifically the panel where Casca's brand of sacrifice starts gushing blood, because that is a reminder of just how truly evil this Falcon really is. He sacrificed the lives of people who thought him as a friend, violated one of his most trusted comrades in front of another, caused the deaths of literally thousands of people, and caused the emergence of Fantasia as well. But now he prances about as a savior, knowing full well he created the circumstances he is currently fighting in the first place. Femto might have had a dream that only comes true once in a quadrillion times, but in its service he has doomed the entire world to a grisly fate. As beautiful as it is, Falconia feels more like a sacrificial pyre with every passing day, and we can't help but think how the false Falcon of Light will be stopped in the first place. Knowing Berserk though, we expect it to be something messed up beyond imagination.
Wings of darkness. Femto.
Marvelous verdict. The only proper way of defeating Griffith at this point in time is one of the foulest things imaginable, and also something Guts personally might not be up for doing, and that is killing the Moonlight Boy. We know now that the two are connected, with Moonlight Boy being the manifestation of the demon child that fused into Griffith's vessel thanks to the egg-shaped Apostle's mercy, and while Griffith can't be harmed, no such precedent has been set for the boy. In fact, when Guts attacks Griffith at Elfhelm, it appears as though the only thing he can actually cut with Dragonslayer is a strand of black hair which has mysteriously become a part of Griffith's silver mane. No points for guessing where that came from. But the fact that our outro is discussing methods of killing this dude should tell you just how effective of a villain. It appears as though the only thing he can actually cut with Dragonslayer is a strand of black hair which has mysteriously become a part of Griffith's silver mane. No points for guessing where that came from. But the fact that our outro is discussing methods of killing this dude should tell you just how effective of a villain Griffith himself is. He is a living, breathing, paradoxical existence whose actions betray their intent, and no one knows what will happen once the latter becomes evident to all the blind white sheep who are following him around. But one thing is certain, things will go berserk. That's all for today, but if you enjoyed our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to us if you haven't already. This has been Corey Whelan for Marvelous Videos. Have a good one, be safe out there, and thanks for watching.
At Capital One, we developed an internal machine learning platform that can detect anomalies in credit card transaction data and works to create automatic defenses, helping protect customers from credit card fraud or mistaking declines. That's technology at Capital One.
I am the Emperor, king among kings. I have trampled more beneath than any other in this world. I am the one and only fundamental in this world of filth. Similar sentiments have been conveyed by many oppressors in the realm of fiction as well as fact, but none have so nakedly embraced it as the supreme emperor of the Kushan Empire. It can be said that the setup for Ganishka began in chapter 41 of the manga, where we meet the man called Salat during a tournament Guts attends. At first, it appeared as though this exotic man was added to the series just so the King of Midland could have a quirky squad of assassins dispose of his biggest enemy. The Kushan became the biggest threat to Midland since the 100-Year War, with the Tudor Empire within a day of the dreaded fall of St. Albion, and it was all because of one man's ambition to conquer the world and fear of facing it by himself. Ganishka's reveal was a slow burn that paid off in monstrous proportions, and we do mean that literally. So without further ado, this is Emperor Ganishka's origins. Explore. Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin. But first, a short history lesson. Ganishka's historical influence and the actual Kushan dynasty. Unlike most other characters in Berserk, Emperor Ganishka has a clear real-life counterpart that series creator Kentaro Miura drew inspiration from, and that is the real-life Kushan king Kanishka. Kanishka's origins and history are shrouded in mystery, but what is known is that he created one of the largest and most prosperous empires to exist in Central and East Asian history. At the zenith of his power, his influence stretched from Tibet to Greece, and King Kanishka was renowned not just for his military prowess, but also his spirituality. On the coins that have been discovered by archaeologists with his impression on them, Kanishka is always depicted as carrying a sword on his waist, a lance in his left arm, and making a sacrifice with his right hand as flames cover his shoulders. This hints that his empire practiced religious syncretism, as many of the symbols used in the coinage were a mixture of various faiths and cultures, but the one religion with which he has distinct ties is Buddhism. Kanishka is a central figure in the story of Buddha. He is depicted as a tyrannical king who has a hot temper and was fiercely rigid when it came to enforcing his rule of law. Upon meeting a bhikshu who showed him the consequences of what would happen if he continued down his path by giving him a glimpse into hell, Kanishka cried out in terror and repented for all of his sins, thus becoming self-actualized for the first time in his life. Thereafter, it appears as though Kanishka became an ardent promoter of Buddhism. He is said to have headed the Fourth Buddhist Council, which was hosted in present-day Kashmir, and also erected a stupa that the Buddha himself was said to have preordained, the Kanishka Stupa, which was located in present-day Peshawar, also the historical capital of the Kushan dynasty. His kingdom's strategic placement along both naval and sea choke points of the Silk Road allowed for Buddhism to spread from Gandhara to China, and Kanishka is still remembered as a reverent king and a champion of the religion, despite having verifiably walked the path of syncretism. But this enigmatic king of kings is not the only one we meet in Berserk, because Miura's Ganishka is notably more influenced by Hindu mythology than Buddhism. From the imagery used to depict his own life down to the demons he uses in his army, all of it bears a distinct Hindu influence, and so it will be a mistake to say that Ganishka and Kanishka are essentially one and the same, because in Buddhist legend, Kanishka repented for his sins after getting a glimpse of hell, but in Berserk, Ganishka's cries of desperation were answered by demons, who turned him into one of them. So let's end this history lesson here and get to the dreaded Demon King who dared to fight against the Falcon of Light, shall we? He surfaces on the pages of Berserk slowly like some kind of terrible elder god, the build-up to Ganishka's appearance. Let's go back to the man we mentioned in our intro and explain why his appearance on the pages of Berserk is so important. Salat is the first Kushan we see in the story, and it is immediately crystallized in our minds that the word Kushan doesn't just refer to an empire, it also refers to a people. Though Salat is from the Baki Raka clan, whose own tale of being ostracized and banished from their lands is because of the actions of earlier Kushan rulers, he is still seen as Kushan by anyone who meets him outside of the empire, and is not aware of its social structures. In short, Kushan is an ethnicity in Berserk as much as it is a political sovereignty, and Salat's involvement goes beyond a tournament defeat to Guts. The young master of the Baki Raka clan exhibits immense proficiency in hand-to-hand and melee combat at the aforementioned tournament, which takes place in Chapter 41, but is thwarted by Guts nonetheless, thanks to the swordsman's impeccable skill at wielding the unwieldy Dragon Slayer. He returns to attack the Band of the Falcon in the following chapter, both as a means to collect the bounty on their heads, but also in an effort to test his own skills as a fighter. He is once again attacked by Guts, and despite using exotic weapons like the Chakram, the Katara, and the multi-bladed Urumi, he loses to the Black Swordsman once again, being humbled into retreat, but not before gaining a grudging respect for his foe. The next time we see Kushan emerge in the story is at the end of Chapter 55, when the King of Midland summons 5 Baki Raka assassins he has under his employ to assassinate the escaping Griffin and bring back Charlotte to him safely. These 5 assassins fight Guts and his party in the sewers of Windham, and though each of them possess exotic and unnerving fighting styles, Guts, Judo, Casca, and Pippin managed to dispatch of all of them, except the woman Baki Raka, who escorted Charlotte back to the castle. She was dispatched of by the king himself for allowing Charlotte to be harmed. But this is the last time we see Kushan appear in the story for nearly 80 chapters, and when they do return, that is when Ganishka's influence is felt more keenly in the story. In Chapter 133, we learn that following the King of Midland's death, the kingdom faced a twofold epidemic of disease and violence. Near the holy city of St. Albion, the God Hand member Conrad engineered the appearance of a deadly plague, which served as the starting point of the incarnation ceremony's preparations. At the same time, Kushan scouts belonging to Silat's Baki Raka clan had begun invading Midland in preparation for the main Kushan army's arrival. The scouts easily took down a band of mercenaries in a town where a young thief named Isidro had been trying to survive the dying kingdom's death throes all by himself. When they discovered him, the scouts tried to kill Isidro as well, but Guts' arrival put an end to all of that. He easily cut through every scout in the area, impressing the young boy and becoming his idol, unaware that his entire fight was being watched by the same man he had defeated in a tournament a long time ago. Salat, the leader of the Bakiraka and the Kushan scouting contingent, broods over letting Guts escape after having several of his men killed by the Black Swordsman, but insists that they must continue to the Land of Oracle. Supposedly, Salat had been sent on a personal mission to confirm some kind of vision by his master and lord, and that mission took him to St. Albion, the site of Femto's incarnation into the physical world as Griffith. We see the Bakiraka prince once again in chapter 174, looking utterly terrified at the results of Griffith's incarnation, when one of his Tapasa guards points out Guts and asks him if the black-garbed warrior could be the one they were searching for. Salat dismisses such concerns and commands his men to attack and imprison all present there, seemingly confirming that he was in fact tracking the Falcon of Light, when suddenly Nosferatu Zod bursts through the remains of the Tower of Conviction. After laying waste to a few Kushan, he kneels to the entity that would, for a brief moment, become the object of everyone's desire and be revealed as the Kushan's main object, Griffith himself. Salat is the first to snap out of the trance and orders his entire force to capture Griffith, no matter how inhuman he might be, showing us that at least some in the Kushan knew of his nature. Before they could do anything, however, Zod slaughters all advancing forces and flies off from St. Albion with Griffith in tow. Salat also retreats, having failed once more in his personal mission, but turns out that the cost of his mistakes were going to be paid by Midland as a whole, because just as Guts' party thought they had survived through both the incarnation ceremony and the Kushan ambush, the entire Kushan main army descended upon the city, making the gears turn for the Demon King's eventual arrival. He is the King of Kings, whose conquest is as bloody as it is brutal. Emperor Ganishka's invasion of Midland. The Kushan war machine had begun the systematic conquest of Midland long before Salat returned to his immediate superior to report of his mission's status. They had captured 6 fortresses, including the capital city of Windham, and were now besieging Shet as Salat delivered the news of his failure. His immediate superior demeans him for being from a clan of exiles, and questions why the Emperor allowed the Bakiraka to become a part of the campaign in the first place, calling it an act of blatant drunkenness. His boasts are silenced by Salat and his Tapasa, who stop an assassination attempt at the general's life dead in its tracks. Before he was about to take his leave, Salat revealed that the conquest of Midland had been approved due to an oracle received by the Emperor, which caused him to order the capture of the Falcon. But as he was about to resume that mission, he was met by the Falcon himself. Griffith arrived at Shet and quickly liberated it from the Kushan army, thanks to the help of the apostles who arrived to serve him and his own profound existence. This happens across chapters 183 and 184, which is still nearly 50 chapters behind the first time that Emperor Ganishka's silhouette is actually even seen in the story. That's how much of a slow burn this reveal was. But when it did happen, it was as satisfactory and terrifying as it was promised, and then some. Chapter 230 of Berserk, simply titled Demon City, is a literal representation of what the capital city of Windham has become under Kushan occupation. Every building with a pointy structure has new decorations in the form of former Midlanders. Churches have been desecrated with the bodies of the very men who led communion within their walls. The air is thick with a mysterious fog, and hidden within it are demonic animals known as the Pishacha, stalking the streets of Windham and preying upon any stupid or unlucky enough to be outside when they're on the prowl. A hidden team of liberators led by Sir Laban meets with the resistance group within the city led by Mr. Fox. Both parties are set upon by Pishacha, but are saved by the trusted war demons of the reborn band of the Falcon, who leave them with the message to resist until the arrival of the Falcon himself. As they leave, an entity off-panel comments that it can feel the inhuman presences moving about in the fog, but calls their actions and movements futile, for everything within that fog-filled domain lies in the palm of his hands. A silhouette forms on the pages that dares the vanguard of the Falcon to come within his demon castle, as it sits on a throne resting upon a mound of skulls. It is in chapter 231, nearly 200 chapters after the appearance of the first Kushan in the story, that we finally see their dread emperor at last. As Salat enters Windham with his Bakiraka to report to his master of their failure, we see the full visage of Ganishka for the first time, and it's an understatement to say that he is intimidating. His throne is fashioned from the idol of a goddess who looks like a combination of Durga and Kali, the Hindu mythology goddesses of war and death respectively. But it is the Emperor.
Alright, well, I think I'm done. I'm fucking tired as hell. Yeah. Alright, GG, well played.